Chapter 774. Girls' literature. King Tai, thousands of years ago, was the true colossus of the 9 states. But after the incident with great Emperor Wuhui, King Tai directly fell into decline. Now, although this sect was still one of the top 10 sects, they had been very low-key. Now, they were almost in a state of semi-isolation. In order to seize the time, Su Yan rushed to King Tai. Taishan Mountain was not far from the dark abyss. Of course, this distance was for the double-winged sky tiger. His speed was so fast that in about half a night, he had already arrived at the edge of Taishan Mountain. This mysterious Taishan Mountain was completely shrouded in a hazy fog. Compared to the Taihang sword faction, this was more like a paradise on earth. Su Yan's eyes were like torches, and he immediately saw that this fog was actually an extremely powerful matrix. The mysterious and unfathomable Greater One sect was most likely hiding behind this. If it were any other time, Su Yan would naturally use some gentle methods to visit this place that had been passed down for thousands of years, and its history could even be traced back to the same time as the Stupa sect. But now he could not. He did not know when those shadow creatures would rush out of the dark abyss. So, now he could only use some special methods. Tianhu, tell them that we are here, Su Yan said directly. The double-winged sky tiger understood. Its huge head nodded, and then suddenly let out a huge roar. The roar of the explosion spread out, and even the mountain rocks began to shake at this time. The roar of the sky tiger this time was really terrible, and it was simply shocking. How dare you! Who dares to be so presumptuous in Taishan Mountain? At this time, an angry roar came directly. Su Yan immediately knew that these people were King Tai's people. The clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and then one palace after another appeared directly in front of Su Yan's eyes. Above the palace, a group of people appeared directly, all of them holding weapons and angry. When they saw Su Yan and the two-winged heavenly tiger, they were immediately on guard. After all, the double-winged heavenly tiger was a powerful demonic beast. Judging from the aura it emitted, it was already comparable to a venerable one. Of course, if a true expert was here, they would be able to truly feel the terror of this two-winged sky tiger. At that time, they would know what true terror was. The leader of this group of people was a man of about 40 years old. His aura was deep, and as he breathed, there was an extremely strong dragon aura roaring and surging. Evidently, this person was an expert. Furthermore, it was highly possible that he had already reached the dragon realm full circle. Seeing that Su Yan did not directly attack the numerous disciples, he directly walked up and said, "Who are you, brother? Why are you disturbing my, King Tai's, cultivation?" Su Yan looked at this person, then jumped down from the double-winged heavenly tiger. He directly said, "I am Su Yan from the Taihang sword faction. Senior brother, if it wasn't for the fact that it was extremely urgent, I wouldn't have come to disturb your sect. However, something big has happened, so I would like to pay a visit to your sect leader." The middle-aged man slightly frowned. Su Yan noticed that after hearing the words Taihang sword faction, there seemed to be a different emotion in his eyes. At this moment, he calmly said, "The Taihang sword faction's sect leader, Zhang Zhe, is very resourceful. Why would there be something that requires our King Tai's help? If there's nothing else, please go back. This matter is related to the dark abyss. It's really urgent." Su Yan was anxious. He continued, "Not only that, this matter is also related to Great Emperor Wu Hui." Impudent. In King Tai, the words Great Emperor Wu Hui were taboo. A mere traitor is worthy of being called an emperor? I don't care who you are, or what your goal is, but listen carefully. Go back to where you came from. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't be polite with the monster." At this moment, the middle-aged man's body actually directly emitted a burst of energy. Clearly, he wasn't joking, but was serious. Su Yan didn't expect this middle-aged man's attitude to change to such an extent. However, he really didn't have time to explain. "Brother, since you don't want to listen, then let me talk to your sect leader. Please believe me, this matter is really important. If it's any later, I'm afraid it'll lead to a big mistake." Su Yan earnestly said again. A mere 6 dragons realm brat thinks he can cause trouble in my King Tai just because he has a monster bestowed by his elders? Do you think you're Zhang? Get out of my sight. After the man said this disdainfully, he waved his hand. An extremely powerful force fell and suddenly rushed towards Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. He was truly infuriated. This guy was really stubborn. He had already told him why he had come, but he was still like this. If it had been any other time, Su Yan wouldn't have done anything. After all, his previous behavior was indeed impolite. However, this was not a normal time. The situation was critical. He didn't know when Great Emperor Wu Hui would be able to move again, or when he would release the shadow creatures. At this time, Su Yan simply opened his mouth and shouted, "Junior Su Yan, may I be so bold as to pay my respects to the headmaster of King Tai." His voice continued to spread and resounded throughout Taishan Mountain. This behavior completely angered the middle-aged man. At this time, he directly punched out. "Boy, you're courting death." The middle-aged man punched out, and the powerful force swept up an extremely strong aura. Such a terrifying aura was really frightening. After all, the 9 Dragons realm was not an ordinary person. When Su Yan began to transmit his voice, he had already guessed that this would happen, so at this moment, he directly punched out. When the middle-aged man saw that Su Yan didn't dodge his punch, there was an inexplicable anger in his eyes. A mere 6 Dragons realm cultivator dares to be so ungrateful. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Don't think that you're so great just because you have a demonic beast. At this distance, your demonic beast can't save you. Soon, the two people's fists directly bombarded each other. This time, a strong storm immediately swept up. At this moment, Su Yan and the ground under his feet directly shattered. It was also at this moment that his expression changed again and again because he was shocked to find that at this time, he was actually at a disadvantage. D***MN it, what terrifying power. Where did this boy come from? At this time, he was extremely shocked. This boy who claimed to be a disciple of the Tai-Hang sword faction. Why was his power so strong? Even if he didn't use all of his power, it shouldn't be something that a 6 Dragons realm cultivator could contend with. What? This person actually blocked Uncle Master's punch? Who on earth is he? At this time, many disciples who saw this scene were surprised. They clearly knew that their Uncle Master's cultivation was 9 dragons, and he was very powerful. But this young disciple of the Tai-Hang sword faction in front of them actually blocked Uncle Master's punch directly. This made them unable to believe it. At this time, the middle-aged man's expression became even more ugly. After all, in front of so many juniors, his attack was blocked. No one would feel good about it. At this moment, anger flashed in his eyes. Young man, you really don't know what's good for you. Take this, my Taishan heavy punch. His right hand directly showed an extremely strange change, and then he threw a heavy punch. At this time, the powerful force continued to rotate at this time, and finally condensed into an extremely violent attack. Su Yan kept retreating. Finally, when he couldn't retreat anymore, he directly threw a punch. The two fists collided again, and this time, the power was even more terrifying than before. After this punch, Su Yan's body was directly sent flying. However, he quickly stabilized his body. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, had already stopped after taking a few steps back. Without a doubt, this time he won. However, his face was still full of anger because at this time, Su Yan was still standing there unscathed. He actually managed to withstand his full-strength punch. Senior, I've already said that this is an extremely urgent matter. I don't have the time to exchange blows with you. Sorry for the offense, Jianghu. Su Yan knew that if he wanted to defeat this middle-aged man, it would definitely take a long time and effort, and what he lacked most now was time. Since this middle-aged man refused to back down, he couldn't blame him for not being polite. The double-winged tiger suddenly roared, and then directly opened its mouth. An extremely blazing light shone out. When the light flashed, the middle-aged man's expression immediately changed. At the very beginning, Su Yan asked the double-winged tiger to hide its aura a little. After all, if he showed all of his aura, it would be easy to cause a misunderstanding. However, now that things had developed to this point, there was no need to continue hiding. This power was too terrifying. The middle-aged man felt despair when he saw this light. He knew very well that if this light landed on him, he would definitely die. At this moment, King Tai's true expert finally made his move. A powerful energy fluctuation emerged, and then a mirror appeared. A person stood in the mirror, and just by standing there was a change outside the Greater One sect. Su Yan knew that this was a senior. He immediately said, "Junior Su Yan of the Taihang Sword Faction greets Senior. A great change has occurred in the Dark Abyss, and Emperor Wu Hui has been resurrected. King Tai, please save the common people." This old man's strength was astonishing. Naturally, he didn't want to fight with him. Moreover, he wasn't here to fight, so he directly stated his purpose. If this old man still didn't believe him, then he had no other choice. Chapter 775. Female Literature. This old man looked at Su Yan with burning eyes, as if he wanted to see through Su Yan. After a long time, he said, "Young man, are you sure you're telling the truth?" At this time, the middle-aged man directly said, "Elder, such an ignorant child, what does he know without any evidence? In my opinion, this is more like unreasonable pestering. He, a disciple of the Taihang Sword Faction, dares to come to my, King Tai's territory, he should be taught a lesson." Ignorant child? Feng Yiliang, you used all your strength but still couldn't win. You call him an ignorant child, isn't it a bit ridiculous? The elder said directly. Feng Yiliang was the name of this middle-aged man. Although this elder didn't speak directly, the reproach in his words was very obvious. However, the elder didn't care about Feng Yiliang's reaction. He only said to Su Yan, "If this is true, it is indeed a big matter. In that case, let this monster wait outside the mountain gate. Follow me into the sect and explain to the sect master." Elderly looked at Su Yan in the mirror. He was waiting for Su Yan's reaction. In fact, this was very unfavorable for Su Yan. In front of the powerful King Tai, Su Yan's only reliance seemed to be the double-winged celestial tiger. If King Tai's people really had malicious intentions, he would be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. He didn't even know if he could survive. However, Su Yan smiled calmly and said, "Tianhu, wait for me here. Don't be presumptuous." After that, he said to the elder, "Please lead the way." At this time, the elder shook his head and said, "There's no need to lead the way." Before he finished speaking, he directly stretched out a hand and pulled Su Yan. Then, Su Yan's body directly crashed into the mirror. Su Yan only saw a blur in front of his eyes and immediately felt the space around him constantly shaking. Spatial technique. Although King Tai's ranking wasn't high, his foundation was indeed very rich. This elder could actually use such a spatial technique. At this time, the elder's voice sounded, "Little friend, don't be surprised. This is just the mystery of the heaven and earth mirror. That's why this old man can use his spatial ability. By the way, my surname is Li. You can call me Elder Li. The Taihang Sword Faction is really full of talents. It's really lucky to have a genius disciple like you." Su Yan was stunned. This elder's attitude was unexpectedly good. At this time, Elder Li said, "Feng Yiliang's master had a big grudge with your elder Zhang Zhe, but his personal attitude doesn't represent King Tai's attitude. For example, this old man and Zhang Zhe are good friends. Well, when you see the sect master later, you can tell him what you said before." At this time, Su Yan suddenly understood. No wonder the middle-aged man had such a big opinion of him and his attitude was so bad. It turned out that this was the root of the disaster that the ancestors had buried. However, he didn't take it to heart. He, Su Yan, was not a timid person. The shaking of the mirror soon stopped. Su Yan's eyes blurred and he found himself in another world. He felt a sacred aura here. At this time, Elder Li's real body also appeared in front of him. Let's go. Let's go to the Tai Palace. Elder Li led Su Yan into the Tai Palace. Inside the Tai Palace, an old man was playing the zither. This soft sound was very melodious, giving people a feeling of emptiness in their hearts. Elder Li took the lead and said, "Sect Master, Su Yan has been brought here." Only then did the sect master stop playing the guqin. Then, his gaze landed on Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan felt as if he was shrouded in moonlight. The moonlight was faint and very peaceful. At this time, his heart trembled. Although he couldn't sense the cultivation of this person, this feeling alone made him feel that this person's cultivation was even higher than that of Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction. Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, was already a dragon among men. His cultivation had reached the realm of Dao Master, so this person must be a Dao Master, or even higher. Little friend Su Yan, this is an urgent matter, so I won't entertain you. Tell me the situation, he said indifferently. Su Yan didn't dare to delay and directly told him everything he knew. He told him that Rosen kidnapped Fang Yueshan and then came to the Dark Abyss, and he followed him here. In the end, he didn't even miss the matter of Duan Mulonghu. Because he knew that in front of such a person, any concealment would be discovered. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, his mind must be very mysterious and free to feel. Moreover, there was no need to lie about this matter. The sect master listened quietly and nodded at the end. Then he said to Su Yan, "Fang Wuhui's resurrection and the appearance of the shadow creatures is indeed a big matter. Moreover, this matter is related to our sect. It is indeed very dangerous." This old man thanks little friend Su Yan. Since this is the case, this old man will personally accompany little friend. Hearing this, Su Yan's heart trembled. He didn't think that the sect master would attach such importance to this matter and want to personally make a trip. However, this matter was very dangerous to begin with. No matter how important it was not excessive. Since the sect master was willing to personally make a trip, it couldn't be better. The sect master is very righteous. Si Ming, come with me. Also, tell Yi Liang to face the wall and reflect on his actions for half a year. This was the sect master's attitude. Just as Su Yan had guessed at the beginning, this matter was very important. After King Tai found out, he definitely wouldn't stand idly by. But he didn't think that the sect master would personally make a move. However, this was a good thing. This matter was related to Great Emperor Wuhui, so no matter how important it was, it couldn't be excessive. If the sect master was willing to do this, then it couldn't be better. In just half an incense stick's worth of time, the sect master was ready. This time, Su Yan didn't step on his double-winged divine tiger because the sect master directly rushed into the sky after throwing out an object. This object turned into a cloud in the sky. Su Yan, the double-winged divine tiger, and elderly Si Ming all stood on it. The speed of the cloud's flight was really terrifying. Even the double-winged divine tiger's full speed couldn't compare. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the entrance of the Dark Abyss. At this time, the Dark Abyss was very quiet again. It was quiet inside, as if there was nothing. Su Yan frowned slightly. Logically speaking, shadow creatures were rampant here, so this place shouldn't be so quiet. But there seemed to be nothing in this place, which was very strange. At this time, the sect master spoke. "There is indeed the aura of shadow creatures. Su Yan, can you still find Fang Wuhui?" Su Yan's heart calmed down a little. After all, he didn't feel the aura of shadow creatures. If the sect master thought he was lying to make fun of him, it would be a big trouble for him. This junior will do his best. This place was inexplicably dark, and there was almost no direction. However, when Su Yan first came here, he had spent a lot of effort. Although he couldn't completely grasp the direction, he still had some memory. The speed of Su Yan and the others was extremely slow. After a long time, they finally found the tower. When he arrived, Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, the tower was densely packed with shadow creatures. No wonder he didn't see a single shadow creature at the entrance. It turned out that they all ran here. Now, these shadow creatures looked like countless bats. They were densely packed in the cracked tower. At this moment, they were absorbing the energy. Such a dense group of shadow creatures made one's scalp tingle. If one had trypophobia, they would have probably exploded. As expected, it's shadow creatures. Li Siming's voice was trembling. Shadow creatures were terrifying to begin with, and now, there was such a dense group of shadow creatures. This was simply terrifying. Indeed, and this is only a small part of it. Su Yan said. He wasn't exaggerating at all. After seeing the terrifying door that connected the world with one's own eyes, one would understand the despair. Sect Master, what are these shadow creatures doing? Li Siming asked. At this time, the sect master's expression was ugly. He said, if this old man is not mistaken, these shadow creatures are absorbing the energy. But this is only secondary. Did you notice that at the top of the tower, many shadow creatures are disappearing? Su Yan was shocked. He said, Sect Master, you mean these shadow creatures are being absorbed and devoured? I understand now. These things were lured here by Heavenly Emperor Wuhui, and his goal was to eat them. At this time, Su Yan felt his scalp tingle. Great Emperor Wuhui wanted to eat all of these shadow creatures. How terrifying was that? If that was really the case, then Great Emperor Wu Hui's cultivation would increase in a short period of time. That is indeed the case. Sigh. At this time, King Tai raised his head and said, it would have been fine if we didn't know, but now that we know, we can't tolerate this. Those who should be destroyed, disappear from this world. Great art of destruction. As soon as the headmaster made his move, a boundless and terrifying power enveloped the tower. The densely packed shadow creatures began to disappear one by one. After all, these shadow creatures weren't truly powerful existences. They were as weak as ants in front of the Greater One Sect Master. However, Su Yan wouldn't be careless because he knew that ordinary people wouldn't fare much better against them. Chapter 776. Female Literature. Su Yan, this time my Greater One Sect is indebted to you. If it weren't for your warning and these shadow creatures all ran out of the shop, it would have been a great disaster for my sect. His words were calm, but there was some sincerity in them. The shadow creatures were all gathered on top of the tower, so it would have been easy for him to extinguish them. However, if the shadow creatures scattered, it would have been a huge problem. Even if he could kill all the shadow creatures in the end, the ordinary people in the vicinity would have suffered great damage. The casualties would have been disastrous. Senior, the biggest problem is still Fang Wuhui, Su Yan reminded softly. Although the shadow creatures were troublesome, they were only a problem. The true source of the disaster was Emperor Wu Hui, Fang Wuhui. Su Yan didn't know why the shadow creatures suddenly appeared in the ancestral land of the Netherworld race back then. However, just by listening to Emperor Wu Hui, he knew how much damage the shadow creatures had caused to the Netherworld realm back then. Originally, the door to the Dark Abyss was completely sealed. However, Emperor Wu Hui's appearance caused the ghostly creatures to reappear in this world. At that moment, Emperor Wu Hui's voice sounded, "This is King Tai's great illusion destruction art. Is it here so soon? Hee, it's quite fast. It's really beyond my expectations." This was Fang Wuhui's voice. Judging from his voice alone, this heavenly Emperor Wuhui's condition had improved. His voice no longer trembled in the slightest. At that moment, he seemed to be filled with an indescribably terrifying aura. King Tai closed his eyes and finally said softly, King Tai's current sect master, Guangcheng, greet Senior. Back then, this person was a well-known powerhouse in the sect. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have become one of the sect's legends. However, an accident really did happen. The previous Fang Yulua had become the current Fang Wuhui. This unforeseen event really made people sigh endlessly. This sect master's self-restraint was already very high. If it was an ordinary person, then at this time, they would have directly spoken ill of him. King Tai's sect master? Hee hee, so King Tai still exists in this world. This is really a happy and regretful thing. Then, sect leader King Tai, why did you come here today? Are you trying to kill me? He asked directly. At this moment, King Tai's sect master, Guangcheng, said softly, if it's possible, we'll naturally kill Senior so that you won't be a scourge for another 1,000 years. If it's not possible, we'll do our best to seal you up. This sect master's words were not polite at all. They were full of gunpowder. At this moment, the sect master laughed. Interesting, interesting. Back then, even Tai Xuanzi couldn't do anything to me and was seriously injured by me. Do you think a junior like you can kill me? His words were contemptuous, but Su Yan knew that he was indeed qualified to speak like this. Back then, he was so powerful and domineering that he single-handedly broke into King Tai's sect. It was hard to imagine how tragic the battle was back then. How powerful a peak emperor master was not something Su Yan could imagine at all. That was a power of another level, which could then stir up space and cause incomparably terrifying and even severe injuries. At this time, King Tai's sect master, Guangcheng, smiled and said, if Senior was still at his peak, let alone me, even if all the sect masters of the 10 great sects were here, they wouldn't be able to absolutely defeat Senior. However, Senior is not as good as you used to be. He raised his eyes slightly, and there was an incomparably solemn look in his eyes. Su Yan has already told me a lot of things. Senior, you've just been reborn. Although you've recovered a lot of your strength in a short time, I believe that you've reached a bottleneck. It's not that easy to increase your strength. That's why you need to lure out shadow creatures to devour them so that you can obtain the energy you need. Am I right? Great Emperor Wuhui did not deny it. He just nodded and said, you're smart. You are indeed very smart. You are right. The current me naturally cannot be compared to the previous me. The difference between our realms is simply unimaginable. Therefore, if you want to kill me, it is appropriate to take advantage of this opportunity. However, although he said so, his spirit did not fluctuate at all. Everything was so stable that it was frightening. Then, he smiled and said, but, Junior, do you really have the confidence to kill me? Just as he was smiling strangely, the space suddenly changed. Shadows appeared one after another, surging strangely. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared. Of course, they were not real humans, but shadow creatures. Each shadow creature was extremely terrifying. Su Yan could not sense their true aura at all. In other words, their strength had exceeded Su Yan's expectations. Such existences were at least venerables, and they were all extremely powerful 5 essences venerables. 6 essences venerables were Tao venerables, but now, 3 5 essences venerables had appeared. This is the world under my control. I can sense your cultivation. The realm of Tao venerables is not bad. However, you should know that Tao venerables are just the beginning. Although these 3 shadow creatures are not Tao venerables yet, they are very close to winning in this world. In this place, their strength can be displayed to the extreme. Even Tao venerables would not be able to handle them, let alone 3 against 1. Little Guangcheng, you still want to kill me now? Haha. You came a little too late. If you came earlier, I wouldn't have been able to control these shadowy creatures and it would have been very dangerous for me. But now, it's too late. At this time, his gaze fell on Su Yan. You're not bad, kid. It's a pity that Fang Yueshan is going to be destroyed by me. This time, not only did you fail to save him, but you also sacrificed yourself. Ha ha ha, what a pity, what a pity. He said with a chuckle. At this time, Su Yan said directly, in other words, Fang Yueshan's soul has not been completely destroyed? Hearing Su Yan's question, he laughed, interesting. His soul is naturally not completely destroyed because that coward Fang Yulua is still guarding him. However, I don't mind telling you that he won't be able to hold on for long. In the end, they are still too weak in front of me. Even if they can hold on until now, what's the use? Damn it, they will still die. Su Yan did not speak. His gaze fell on the 3 shadow creatures. He knew that their existence must be very dangerous, but he believed that King Tai's sect master Guanxing would solve this problem. Because at this moment, there was not even the slightest change in his expression. He said indifferently, "No matter what, as long as he's alive, there's hope." "Senior, you said that I came late, but in fact, I don't think it's too late. After all, you haven't completely controlled your body. Otherwise, what I need to face now is not these 3 shadow creatures, but your true body." After saying that, he took a step forward. At this time, Su Yan was shocked to find that this senior, who was clearly in front of him a moment ago, had suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the shadow creatures. This was space crossing. This was a true space divine ability, space crossing. Only a true powerhouse could do this. Otherwise, no one else would have such great ability. This was the exclusive skill of a venerable sovereign, controlling space. It was completely different from the Godslayer sword that he had previously used. He directly arrived in front of the 3 shadow creatures. The 3 shadow creatures immediately reacted. They began to attack Guanxing's sect master in an extremely strange way. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful sword chi suddenly appeared in this space. The moment this sword chi appeared, Su Yan's entire body shook. Such a powerful force simply shocked him to no end. His sword chi was already very sharp, but compared to this sword chi, it was still a far cry. Apart from the evil sword Cold Jade and the Godslayer sword chi, among all the people he had seen, only Zhang Zhe, the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, had such terrifying power when he used the Taihang divine sword. In this way, the long sword in his hand was ready to be drawn. It was a divine sword. There were 10 divine swords in the Jiuzhou continent, and one of them was King Tai's divine sword Taixian. It was no wonder that the sect master had made Su Yan wait for half an hour at the very beginning. King Tai's sect master was really farsighted. It turned out that he had already thought of what might happen here from the very beginning, so he directly asked for the help of the Taixian divine sword. As soon as this sword appeared, it swept up a boundless aura. The terrifying aura was simply terrifying. Under this sword aura, everything was directly destroyed. The 3 shadow creatures, which could almost kill a 5 essences venerable and even pose a threat to a Dao master, were directly obliterated at this moment. The power of this sword was so strong. It was no wonder that King Tai could still be ranked as one of the top 10 sects after all those years. The sect master of Guanxing pointed the Taixian divine sword diagonally forward. Killing intent gradually surged in his eyes, and then he said, "Senior, I've already said that I'm not too late." The divine sword diagonally pointed, and the killing intent was boundless. Chapter 777. Female Literature, It's Not Too Late. These were the words of the sect master of Guanxing, and he proved them with his actions. The Taixian holy sword had an unparalleled sword aura. If the holy sword did not appear, who could compete with it? When Su Yan saw the sect master of Guanxing display his invincible might, his heart was also stirred. There was no sword practitioner who did not want to reach such a level. At this time, Su Yan could feel a vibration coming from his body. This vibration came from the Godslayer sword. Su Yan immediately knew that this was the reaction of the Godslayer sword when it sensed a holy sword of the same level. At this time, Su Yan was really scared. He was afraid that the Godslayer sword would be agitated and directly explode. He was now only a scabbard, and a scabbard that was not strong enough. If the deity sword were to act strangely, there was nothing he could do. After all, the deity sword was sealed in the scarlet parting sword scabbard. The scarlet parting sword scabbard had been used by the seniors of the Stupa sect to put the deity sword into a deep sleep. However, the Godslayer sword was now in an awakened state. Fortunately, the Godslayer sword did not directly explode. Instead, it calmed down after experiencing a slight change. This made Su Yan relax a lot. His attention once again fell on the battle between the sect master of Guanxing and Great Emperor Wuhui. These 2 experts are definitely going to fight. I don't know which one is stronger, but judging from the current situation, the sect master of Guanxing has a higher chance of winning. After all, he even brought the holy sword. The power of the holy sword is terrifying. If the power of the holy sword can be maximized, it is possible to kill a holy venerable. The Godslayer sword is rumored to be a terrifying existence that has killed gods. At this time, Su Yan began to think. He was thinking about the odds of victory between the two sides, because at this time, he had not given up on one thing, and that was to save Fang Yueshan. From Fang Wuhui's words, it was easy for him to deduce that Fang Yueshan was still alive at this time. Even if it was like what Fang Wuhui said, and he could easily refine him, at least not yet. Although Su Yan couldn't figure out why Fang Yueshan was still alive, since he was still alive, there was still hope. Therefore, Su Yan's current idea was to save Fang Yueshan. Admittedly, this idea was a little crazy, but this was his honest thought. The sect master of Guangqing stepped forward again. This time, he was not far from Great Emperor Wuhui. He said, "Senior, you are indeed very powerful, but you are not the Great Emperor Wuhui of the past. Now, I still have a chance to kill you." He walked forward step by step, his powerful aura surging forward. The Taishan sword? Haha, I didn't expect King Tai to still be able to refine this divine sword. That's really impressive. No wonder King Tai is still alive. A semicircular light arc appeared in front of the two of them. This was the constant confrontation between the two of them. However, as King Tai moved forward, the light arc between the two of them became more and more intense. The confrontation between the two of them was simply the most terrifying place in the world. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. These were all trivial matters. During this confrontation of power, spatial cracks even appeared one after another. As these cracks appeared, a powerful suction force was constantly emitted. Li Siming retreated immediately. At the same time, he reached out his hand and protected Su Yan behind him. Little friend Su Yan, these inconspicuous cracks are all spatial power. Once you are sucked in, it is very likely that you will be killed directly. Li Siming was a good person. He didn't want Su Yan to die just like that, so he protected Su Yan. Previously, he had used the mirror image mystic ability to appear before Su Yan and use an extremely powerful aura to stop the double-winged sky tiger's attack. Of course, this didn't mean that he had directly suppressed the double-winged sky tiger. However, this aura was enough to make the double-winged sky tiger feel apprehensive. At the time, Su Yan hadn't been able to determine his cultivation base. However, now that he had made a move, Su Yan immediately sensed his cultivation base. 5 Origin Realm. This kind of strength was already extremely terrifying. Now that he had made a move to protect him, Su Yan no longer felt any fear in his heart. At the moment, his gaze was fixed on the place where the two of them were clashing. This kind of battle was truly unrivaled. How could such an intense and terrifying battle be seen anywhere else? Although the two of them hadn't really made a move and were only competing in terms of aura, this was already a battle of the absolute pinnacle. The strength of the two people fighting was naturally at the pinnacle of the current era. At the moment, King Tai's sect master Guangcheng was advancing step by step. Su Yan could clearly see that Guangcheng's current strength seemed to be above his opponent's. Therefore, at this moment, he was simply invading Fang Wuhui's domain. Although Fang Wuhui was smiling calmly at this moment, it was very obvious that at this moment, he was constantly being compressed. This was the result of the two of them not making a move. It was obvious that if the two of them really made a move, the one who would suffer would definitely be him. However, Su Yan really admired him. Under the circumstances, he was actually still so calm. Other things aside, just his calmness alone was enough to make Su Yan admire him. Although he could also remain calm in the face of danger, the situation that the two of them were facing was obviously different. At the moment, he spoke again. "Not bad, not bad. You're really impressive. The fact that King Tai's younger generation is led by someone like you actually means that there's hope for its revival. I just hope that you can really defeat me. You have to know that I'm not Fang Yuluo. I don't have any feelings for King Tai. On the contrary, what I have is a strong killing intent." He chuckled as he spoke. It was as if the one who had taken the initiative wasn't King Tai, but him. Moreover, Su Yan also discovered that the Greater One Sect's headmaster's face was very solemn at this time. He was clearly the one who had taken the initiative, but at this moment, his expression was so solemn. I've already said it, Senior. Since I'm here this time, I have to achieve something. Even if I can't kill you directly, I definitely have to hurt you badly. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he slowly raised the Taishian divine sword in his hand. As the Taishian divine sword swayed, the balance of power between the two of them seemed to be broken again. Everything in the world started to shake. At that moment, it was as if a rainbow had appeared between heaven and earth. It was so breathtaking, yet so lonely. At the moment, the shattering of space was even more severe. All the rocks under Emperor Wuhui's body were directly shattered. Su Yan could easily shatter the boulder if he wanted to. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that the boulder had to be under Fang Wuhui's body. Anything under him would naturally be protected by him. Under normal circumstances, the area around a powerhouse would be covered by his aura. It would definitely be very difficult to destroy it. However, with a gentle wave of the Taishian divine sword, all these things were shattered. This meant that Fang Wuhui had reached a critical moment. And this was only with a wave of the divine sword. At that moment, Li Siming said, "Senior brother's cultivation is really admirable. Back then, he wasn't a swordsman. Now, he can actually unleash the power of this sword to such an extent." If Li Siming hadn't mentioned it, Su Yan would never have thought that this expert wasn't a swordsman back then. He had just changed his path halfway through. An expert who had left home halfway through his life actually had such a sharp sword will at this moment. It was important to know that a swordsman wasn't just a matter of swinging the sword. A true swordsman could rely on the sword in his hand to condense his own will. Just like Su Yan, no matter what, his sword was his life. Of course, the sword referred to here wasn't the sword in his hand, but the sword in his heart. It was the sword will condensed from his own body, the sword's soul. Strictly speaking, the Taishang sword soul that existed in his sea of consciousness and suppressed everything wasn't his true sword soul. Swordsmen were almost always faithful to one thing. This was because once they cultivated other powers and switched to swordsmanship, it would be very difficult for their thoughts to be clear. If they couldn't let go of the past, how could they cultivate swordsmanship? Senior, does this mean that Great Emperor Wuhui will die here today? This was the question that Su Yan was currently concerned about. Would he be able to kill Great Emperor Wuhui today? If Fang Wuhui was killed, then Fang Yueshan's body would naturally be destroyed as well. If that was the case, Su Yan would feel very regretful. However, if he couldn't kill Fang Wuhui, then it would be a huge disaster for the Jiuzhou continent, or even the entire great world. He was a madman and an extremely powerful madman. If such a person could live calmly in this world, then it would definitely be the beginning of a disaster for this world. Li Siming was silent for a while before he sighed and said, "To be honest, I really hope that the sect master can kill him with his own hands today. However, he is Great Emperor Wuhui after all. Back then, he didn't die even when King Tai sent out all the powerhouses. I don't think that he will die here today." Li Siming's mind was actually unprecedentedly alert as he spoke. Su Yan didn't know that Li Siming was firmly ranked in the top 3 of King Tai. The sect master naturally had his reasons for bringing him here. If the battle between the sect master and Fang Wuhui reached its most critical point, then the final outcome of this battle would probably be decided by elder Li Siming. At this moment, the battle changed again. The sect master's sword finally slashed down. Chapter 778. Female literature, this sword will suddenly fell. At this moment, everything was cut apart at this moment. Fang Wuhui's powerful force field defense was shattered at this moment. This sword will was domineering and fierce. It explained the way of the sword to the extreme, but it had an extremely violent power. The boundless light kept flashing at this moment, and in the end, everything was swept away. Such power. At this moment, the entire space of the tower began to shake directly. The terrifying aura of the waves kept rolling, and everything turned into the last light at this moment. At this moment, Li Siming pulled Su Yan again and retreated directly. This was because he had already sensed that this power was too terrifying, as if it was going to directly cut off everything here. If he did not leave with Su Yan, both he and Su Yan would be affected by this power. This kind of battle between experts was the most taboo. This was because if one was not careful, one would be directly affected by this terrifying power. Naturally, the consequences of being affected by the shockwaves were obvious. It was a dead end. At this moment, countless blue lights suddenly fell, and each blue light turned into a ray of sword qi. The 180 rays of sword qi finally condensed into the Taishian divine sword that had been enlarged countless times. "Senior, please die." This was the voice of the Guangqing sect leader. "For the peace of heaven and earth, please die." This was his will. Under such a strong will, the sword intent naturally became incomparably powerful. At this moment, Fang Wuhui suddenly let out a maniacal laugh. "Tai Xian is truly fortunate to have you. Unfortunately, it's impossible for you to kill me today." At this moment, a halo of light appeared between his palms. Su Yan recognized this halo. He knew that it was the light emitted by the Taishian bead. The Taishian bead was King Tai's sect treasure, and the Taishian divine sword in your hand was later refined by King Tai. Both of them are divine objects. I want to see whether your Taishian divine sword is sharper or my Taishian bead is stronger. As soon as the Taishian bead appeared, there were signs of ghostly wailing and howling. The space also began to tremble violently. At this moment, elderly Siming exclaimed, "Impossible. The Taishian bead is King Tai's treasure. How can it be so evil?" Back then, King Tai was the leader of the sect, the leader of the orthodox path. Such an existence naturally could not be so ghostly. However, the truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. It was truly hard for him to imagine that this supreme profound bead would actually reach such a level. "Old demon, how dare you defile the Taishian bead? You deserve to die." At this moment, Guangqing's expression became extremely serious. The Taishian bead was a divine object lost by King Tai, and it had an extraordinary meaning to King Tai. For more than 10 years, King Tai had never given up on searching for it. However, when he finally saw the Taishian bead, he realized that it was no longer the same as before, when it had great power. Instead, it had become a bead condensed by terrifying evil energy. "Deserve to die? Ha ha ha, what a joke. The one who deserves to die is not me, but you, King Tai. The sins were all planted by you. Back then, you should have been mentally prepared. You can kill people and hang their corpses, but can't you allow me to take revenge?" His expression became extremely ferocious. The previous amiability between the two of them disappeared at this moment. At this moment, the auras of the two of them were raised to the limit. "But it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you idiots who provoked Fang Yulua's spirit, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come to this world. Ha ha ha, Taishian bead, destroy for me." The two of them loved to collide at this moment, an extremely terrifying energy constantly tore at each other. At this moment, the two of them were in a deadlock. At this moment, Li Siming's eyes flickered, and he finally made up his mind. He directly said to Su Yan, "My friend, Su Yan, you must be careful. I'm going to help the sect leader." He was a 5-origin supremacy. However, whether compared to the sect leader, Guangqing, or Fang Wuhui, he was not strong enough. At this point, the difference of a single realm was extremely fatal. The current Su Yan could kill people above his realm at Dragon Realm level 6. Even experts at the 9 Dragon Realm were not his match. Even if his opponent was a 1-origin supremacy, he could still kill them. However, the difference between a 5-origin supremacy and a 6-origin supremacy was extremely huge. It was even more difficult for Su Yan to kill someone at Dragon Realm level 6. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Li Siming had no right to interfere in the battle between the two of them. But now, the situation was different. The two of them were in a deadlock. For Yi Shiwen, this was the best opportunity. His strength was not enough to decide everything, but even the slightest influence would be good. Of course, before he made his move, he already knew that even if he could affect the battle slightly, it was very likely that he would lose his life because of it. However, for the sake of his senior brother, for the sake of King Tai, his life was no longer as important. He took a step forward, and his entire body appeared not far away from the two of them. At this moment, elderly Si Ming had already touched upon the power of space. Although he could not control it, he had seen the path. As long as he could directly control it, he could take this step and become a Dao sovereign. If he could become a Dao sovereign, he would have a greater chance of winning today's battle. However, it was a pity that he had yet to take this step. Things in this world were often not so perfect. They would follow one's will. He no longer hesitated and directly struck out with his palm. Boundless heaven-shattering palm. This palm strike had almost condensed all of his life's cultivation into it. The violent power constantly tore at him, wanting to break through all of his defenses. The arrival of his power caused Emperor Wu Hui's expression to change. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Li Siming's attack was the worst thing that could happen to him. Damn it, King Tai, I will definitely turn you into ashes in the future. At this moment, the power of Sect Master Guang Cheng's divine sword skyrocketed once again. His entire body was suppressed. At this moment, he no longer spoke. Instead, he used his actions to prove his will. Humph, little thing, you are indeed powerful with a divine sword, but your junior brother doesn't have the same ability as you. Soul Catcher. At this moment, he suddenly roared angrily. Then, a ray of evil light burst out from his eyes. This ray of light directly enveloped Li Siming. Li Siming's expression changed. He immediately realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. The ray of evil light directly enveloped him. He only felt that the world he was in began to blur. Not good, junior brother. This is soul suppression. Quickly stabilize your soul and leave this place. Guangqing obviously didn't want his junior brother to die here. But Li Siming was now enveloped by this ray of light. There was no way to wake him up. At this moment, he wanted to directly attack and force Li Siming away from their battle. But how could Fang Wuhui let him do as he wished? Since he has already entered the battle, why not wait for the battle to end before leaving? Now you want to give up halfway, isn't this a bit too much of a pity? He sneered, and immediately, a dark power emerged from within the Supreme Profound Pearl. The appearance of this power immediately restrained Guangcheng's power. At this moment, it was very difficult for Guangcheng to save his junior brother. Old demon, you deserve to die. He was so angry that his aura directly rose to the limit. He wanted to directly break through the Taishian bead's power. This was because this old demon's soul catcher's power was too terrifying. As time passed, this old demon's power would become more and more terrifying, and his junior brother would become more and more dangerous. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Senior Guangcheng, please stabilize a space for me. I will save elderly Si Ming. This was Su Yan's voice. At this moment, he felt that it was a little ridiculous. He knew that Su Yan's strength was indeed not bad. However, that was only among the younger generation. Not to mention himself, the difference between him and Li Siming was like the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, he actually said that he wanted to save Li Siming. His first reaction was to not believe it, but Su Yan's words were full of confidence. Moreover, this was a matter of life and death for his junior brother. Okay. His decision was very decisive. For the sake of his junior brother, he decided to fight for Su Yan. At this moment, he shook the Taishian divine sword, and a ray of power immediately appeared. However, this power was not aimed at Fang Wuhui. Instead, it was used to stabilize the surrounding space power for Su Yan. The surrounding space power was too violent. If it was Su Yan who attacked, unless the Godslayer sword was willing to lend him its power again, he would die. However, with the help of the Tai sect leader, he immediately had more confidence. Almost in an instant, his body flashed, and then he rushed toward Fang Wuhui. When Fang Wuhui saw Su Yan coming, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. "You're courting death." Even a five essences supremacy could only die in front of him. What could a mere Su Yan do? However, at this moment, his body suddenly froze. This was because he felt a power invading him. It was a spiritual power. At this moment, Su Yan arrived in front of him and directly used the Tai Sword Soul. Taishang Sword Soul, merge with my divine will and invade. At this moment, Li Siming's soul was controlled by his powerful divine will. That was why he could not move and even die. Li Siming was already very dangerous, but in other words, this guy had to use most of his divine will to suppress Li Siming. Therefore, his own divine will was probably insufficient. Chapter 779. Female Literature. This was Su Yan's own conjecture. Although it was just a conjecture, Su Yan was somewhat confident. That was why he was willing to take this risk. Su Yan had always been a gambler, and this was still the case. At this moment, he was making a gamble. It had to be said that Su Yan was very greedy. He was not only thinking about saving Li Siming, but also another person. That person was Fang Yueshan. The revered sword soul directly pierced into Fang Wuhui's sea of consciousness. Fang Wuhui's sea of consciousness should have been extremely powerful, but this special situation gave Su Yan an opportunity. At this moment, Fang Wuhui was incomparably enraged. He shouted, "Brat, get the hell out here." However, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. The revered sword soul entered his sea of consciousness along with his consciousness. At this moment, Su Yan immediately realized how terrifying this sea of consciousness was. In this sea of consciousness, he actually saw countless shadows crying and roaring constantly. He immediately recognized that these were all shadow creatures. Fang Wuhui had actually absorbed so many shadow creatures into his sea of consciousness. Even with Su Yan's knowledge, he did not know what this guy's purpose was. At this moment, Su Yan activated his Eye of Truth. At the same time, his consciousness spread out in this world. What he needed to do now was to investigate. He wanted to see what exactly existed in this place. Of course, he also wanted to find Fang Yueshan's consciousness. "I hope your consciousness hasn't been destroyed yet. Otherwise, I really can't do anything." Su Yan prayed softly in his heart. It seemed that his prayer was really taken care of. Not long after, he found a faint golden light flickering in a corner of his sea of consciousness. He also found that the shadow creatures in this sea of consciousness were being driven towards that place. At this moment, Su Yan immediately speculated, could it be that the reason these shadow creatures exist is because of Fang Yueshan? He had heard Fang Wuhui mention that Fang Yueshan's consciousness would soon be destroyed by him. It turned out that he used this method. Not only did he devour these shadow creatures, but he also absorbed them into his sea of consciousness to destroy Fang Yueshan's soul. After understanding some things, Su Yan did not dare to stay any longer. The revered sword soul's powerful sword Qi immediately turned around and a powerful force immediately spread out. Now, Su Yan had to end the battle quickly. After all, this was Fang Wuhui's sea of consciousness. Now that Fang Wuhui's consciousness wanted to kill Li Siming, the two of them could be said to be restraining each other before Li Siming died. Therefore, Su Yan could almost run amok here, but he knew that Li Siming would not be able to hold on for long. If this continued, Li Siming would be killed by Fang Wuhui and his consciousness would immediately return. This was not good news for Su Yan. Therefore, he had to do things quickly. The revered sword Qi swept out and extinguished all the shadow creatures in the vicinity. He didn't stay any longer as he flew forward at top speed. "Fang Yueshan, I'm coming to save you." The revered sword soul was filled with a sacred aura. These shadow creatures were simply unable to withstand a single blow from the revered sword soul. In a short period of time, countless shadow creatures had died under the revered sword soul. At this moment, the curled-up soul suddenly opened its eyes. Su Yan immediately sensed that it was Fang Yueshan's soul. Compared to Fang Wuhui, his soul was clearly weak. However, at this moment, his soul was completely fine. In front of him, there was a faint golden figure standing there. When he saw Su Yan arrive, he suddenly said, "You really came. It seems that Fang Yueshan has a good eye for friends." When he saw him, Su Yan's heart thumped wildly. However, he finally calmed himself down and asked directly, "Are you Fang Yulua?" At this moment, Fang Wuhui's soul was entangled with Li Siming, so he had an opportunity to take advantage of it. The person in front of him should be Fang Yulua. At this moment, Fang Yulua looked straight at Su Yan and said, "Yes, I'm Fang Yulua. Of course, I'm also Fang Wuhui. However, the one you see now is no longer the real me." His voice was so calm, as if everything was just a trivial matter. Su Yan had no choice but to be on guard. Although he knew that Fang Wuhui and Fang Yulua were actually two completely different people, he also understood that whether it was Fang Yulua or Fang Wuhui, they were both colossal existences to him. Such people were very terrifying and powerful. Even if it was just as he said now, that he was only left with a remnant soul. "Are you protecting him?" Su Yan asked. The flashing golden figure said, "You're right, I'm indeed protecting him. However, strictly speaking, I'm waiting for your arrival." His words stunned Su Yan. He was waiting for his arrival. How did he know that he would definitely come in to save him? If one were to say that he could predict the future, that would be a little too exaggerated. Before Su Yan could speak, he had already said, "Actually, this is not my guess. It's Fang Yueshan's insistence. Since he's so insistent, I'm willing to believe him." This was Fang Yueshan's insistence. Su Yan didn't expect that this person who had just met him would value him so much. However, since he believed in him so much, he would come. "Senior, now is not the time to talk. Please tell me how I can save Fang Yueshan." This was the most important question, and also the reason why Su Yan came here. He came here to try to save Fang Yueshan. This was Su Yan. Once he made a promise, then he would definitely do his best to find a way to fulfill it. No matter how difficult it was, he would not hesitate to do it. Fang Yulua said, "You're right, this is indeed not the right time to talk. My will is already very weak, it's already not easy for me to hold on until you come here. So at this time, I won't waste any more time. I've observed that your sword spirit is already strong enough, and it's majestic. How about this, I'll directly throw myself into your sword spirit. Although my soul can't be compared to Fang Wuhui's, but I can still give your sword spirit a little more spirituality. This will be your reward." He spoke very calmly, but at this time, Su Yan was very shocked. One had to know that the consequences of doing this were very terrible, and that was to completely erase his traces in this world. Su Yan found it hard to imagine that this senior would actually say such words, but Su Yan directly said, "Senior, Su Yan didn't come here for a reward. This is because this is my promise to Fang Yueshan, so senior doesn't need to give me a reward." Fang Yulua said, "You're really a magnanimous gentleman, but it's your business if you want to keep your promise, but it's my business if I want to give you a reward. Moreover, at this time, I have indeed reached the end. Back then, I was filled with evil thoughts, and in the end, I let Fang Wuhui commit a sin. Now, I just want to do my part and hope to make up for some things. Well, this matter is decided." Before Su Yan could reply again, his body suddenly released a golden light. His body seemed to be burning, and in just a moment, his body directly leaned towards Su Yan. At this time, Li Siming was bitterly holding on. In his sea of consciousness, Fang Wuhui's divine sense was simply too violent. Although the current Fang Wuhui was no longer at his strongest state, this strand of divine sense of Fang Wuhui was still incomparably terrifying. With his realm, he didn't even have the strength to resist. He could only rely on his advantage in his sea of consciousness to bitterly resist. However, even so, he was now in the most critical moment. He was afraid that after a while, he wouldn't be able to hold on. At that time, his life would come to an end. But he was absolutely unwilling to accept this. At this time, Fang Wuhui's divine sense suddenly stopped. "Damn brat, you're courting death. His divine sense became extremely angry. At this moment, he actually ignored everything and immediately retreated from Li Siming's sea of consciousness. Li Siming's sea of consciousness finally returned to normal. At this time, Li Siming was simply escaping from death. The terrifying power from before had already made him despair. However, he didn't expect that at such a critical moment, there would be a turn for the better. What's going on? He actually spared my life? Is it because he doesn't want to kill me? No, that's impossible. If that's the case, why would he go through so much trouble to directly charge into my sea of consciousness? Damn brat, this is Su Yan. Li Siming's divine sense gradually returned. At this time, his face was pale and he didn't have a single bit of strength left in his body. This kind of battle between divine senses was the most terrifying. Although he didn't use all his strength, the slightest carelessness could directly determine life and death. Just now, he had almost been killed. However, at this time, he was even more certain that it was Su Yan who had done something. However, he couldn't understand how Su Yan, a person in the dragon realm, could play such a role in this kind of battle. At this time, Su Yan had gradually merged with the golden power. Chapter 780. Female Literature, The Revered Sword Soul. The revered sword soul condensed from the revered sword scripture was the foundation of Su Yan. It was Su Yan's most important core. At that moment, Fang Yulua had actually burned her own soul to complete the revered sword soul, causing it to become even more powerful. This was a huge opportunity for Su Yan. It was really difficult to improve the revered sword soul. The revered sword scripture was the most profound and powerful. It was even more profound than the great heavenly demon lord and the others. Furthermore, it was something that had fused with Su Yan's soul. It was even more difficult to improve it. At that moment, Su Yan had only learned and comprehended the first 4 moves of the revered sword scripture. However, after Fang Yulua's soul burned, the revered sword soul actually showed signs of improving again. This person was indeed worthy of Su Yan's admiration. He had actually burned his own soul completely. At that moment, his soul consciousness had completely disappeared, leaving behind only the purest soul origin. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan's revered sword soul could improve. It was at this moment that endless waves suddenly appeared in the sea of consciousness. Little thief, you are courting death. How dare you devour my soul origin? I'm going to kill you. Fang Wuhui's voice was transmitted directly. Fang Wuhui's words were not wrong. This was indeed his soul origin. After all, he and Fang Yulua were the same person. Back then, Fang Yulua had come to this place in order to suppress him. In order to kill Fang Yulua, Fang Wuhui had used the power of the Taishan bead and the shadow creature to separate the two of him. From then on, Fang Yulua was Fang Yulua, and Fang Wuhui was Fang Wuhui. However, after separating them, it did not mean that the two of them would go their separate ways. To the other party, the two of them were the most delicious food. This was especially true for Fang Wuhui. He was someone who wanted to become a god. It was very difficult for an incomplete soul to do so, so he needed to devour Fang Yulua's soul again. This was also why after waking up this time, he once again let Fang Yulua's soul return to Fang Yuashan's sea of consciousness. According to his original plan, he would slowly refine Fang Yulua's soul. But at this time, Su Yan's appearance immediately disrupted his plan. He would never have thought that his other self would actually make such a choice. He directly burned his own soul and then came to help Su Yan. How could he not be angry? At this time, his killing intent towards Su Yan had risen to the extreme. The power of his sea of consciousness directly condensed into a monstrous cyclone, which immediately rushed towards Su Yan's body. You dare to devour his soul? Then I will directly disperse your soul and make you completely disappear from this world, you damn brat. After all, this was the sea of consciousness. If he could directly refine Su Yan's soul at this time, then it was not too late to do anything. At this time, a voice directly transmitted, Fang Wuhui, this is my sea of consciousness. It was Fang Yuashan's voice. Just as Fang Yuashan said, this was his sea of consciousness, and he was the real master of this sea of consciousness. At this time, his thoughts directly moved, and immediately, a boundless wave began to rise. This terrifying aura directly appeared and directly suppressed Fang Wuhui's power. You have become so powerful. Good, very good. Fang Yulua is really good. He naturally understood that if it was only Fang Yuashan himself, it would be impossible for his soul to become so powerful in such a short time. Then, it could only be Fang Yulua. This damned coward. He had been against him thousands of years ago, and now he was still the same. He deserved to die 1,000 deaths for his crimes. At this moment, his anger was simply soaring to the sky. However, at this time, he had to face a problem, and that was Fang Yuashan's obstruction. Fang Yuashan's sudden attack directly dispersed his attack. At this time, Fang Yuashan's divine thought directly floated over. At this time, he was much, much more powerful than before. He directly walked in front of Su Yan, and then said with a smile, "My soul is, after all, weak. Even though it has become much stronger with the help of my ancestors, it has reached its limit and can't become stronger again. So, my hope is on you, Su Yan." He was truly grateful to Su Yan. Originally, he was a person who only knew how to eat and wait for death. He didn't have any real friends. However, Su Yan actually killed his way here for a simple verbal promise. He even directly entered a dangerous place like his sea of knowledge. Such a person was worth making friends with. Since Su Yan treated him so well, he naturally had to repay Su Yan. This was Fang Yuashan's principle. Moreover, at this time, he and Su Yan were already on the same front. If he could not buy time for Su Yan, he would still fail. Don't look at how awe-inspiring he was right now, able to directly block Fang Wuhui's attack. However, he was very clear that as time passed, he would definitely not be able to block Fang Wuhui's attack. Just as he had said earlier, his nature was too backward after all. And to a certain extent, the essence of the soul determined everything. Fang Wuhui was really angry. He was willing to give up on killing Li Siming and directly return to his sea of consciousness to fight for his other self, which was Fang Yulua's soul origin. However, the current situation was much worse than he imagined. At this time, Fang Yuashan actually had the strength to fight with him. His other self really knew how to create trouble for him. However, it did not matter. He would definitely be the final victor. He was Emperor Wu Hui, a peak earthly venerable powerhouse. Even in the long river of history, he was an absolute powerhouse. Therefore, he would definitely be the final victor. Fang Yuashan, I am your ancestor. Are you going to stop me? He asked directly. With this question, he integrated his spiritual pressure into it. The powerful pressure directly pounced on Fang Yuashan. He was indeed Fang Yuashan's ancestor. In addition, he integrated his spiritual pressure into this question. A simple question was a huge pressure for Fang Yuashan. However, Fang Yuashan shook his head and said directly, "You're wrong. You're not my ancestor at all. My ancestor is Fang Yulua, not Fang Wuhui. You're just a devil. Therefore, I want to kill you." His voice was calm, but there was incomparable determination in this calmness. "I want to kill you." These 4 words were so crisp and clear, so powerful and resonant. At this time, Fang Wuhui laughed. "Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? That's the best joke I've ever heard. Why? What are you going to use to kill me? With your pitiful strength?" His spirit moved forward again and directly pressed on Fang Yuashan. At this time, Fang Yuashan did not give in at all. He looked straight at the other party and said, "I know that my current strength naturally can't contend against you, and I've never thought of killing you with my own hands because I've seen myself very clearly. How can a person like me, who's just waiting to die, kill a super demon like you?" He continued, "It's just that I can't do it, but someone can. That's Su Yan. I believe that he can definitely kill you. Since he can kill you, I naturally have to help him. Moreover, I've already promised to be loyal to him, so I naturally have to do something for him." It had to be said that Fang Yueshan's mentality was really good. At this time, he spoke so calmly as if everything had been thrown to the back of his mind. Everything had nothing to do with him anymore. His gaze seemed to be calmer. However, this also meant that his beliefs were becoming more and more firm. This caused Fang Wuhui to be extremely unhappy. He directly said, "Fang Yulua is so weak, and you are the same as well. You have truly disappointed me. Forget it, I don't want to waste words with you. Originally, on account of the fact that you are my descendant, I would have spared your life. But unfortunately, you chose to give up. Since that's the case, I shall kill you." Another surge of energy flowed through his body. This power turned into two black snakes and directly entangled Fang Wuhui. This was Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness, so if he wanted to kill Su Yan and take back his origin power, he naturally had to kill Fang Yueshan first. With his strength, it was not difficult to kill Fang Yueshan. The two snake shadows directly appeared and then suddenly bit Fang Yueshan's divine soul. At this time, Fang Yueshan shouted angrily, "Tai immeasurable heavenly light." King Tai's supreme secret technique could only be cultivated by true core disciples. In this era, no one in King Tai could master this supreme technique. It was taught to him by Fang Yulua. At this time, he directly used it and immediately clashed with the two snake shadows. This was a confrontation between divine souls. Confrontation between divine souls had always been extremely dangerous. Sometimes, just an insignificant injury could be enough to determine victory or defeat, or even life and death. At this time, he desperately circulated his power, and the terrifying radiance was constantly condensing and being annihilated. The radiance of the thunderbolt was so dazzling at this time. This was the divine soul world, which was also the sea of consciousness. Within the sea of consciousness, there were endless possibilities. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's divine soul was continuously retreating. Now, he was trying his best to hold on, but the gap in strength could not be so easily made up. If this continued, he would definitely lose. At this time, the golden radiance in Su Yan's body became even more dazzling. The sudden rise of the golden radiance made Fang Yueshan pleasantly surprised. He knew that as long as he held on for a while, Su Yan would succeed. Chapter 781. Female Literature. Fang Yulua was disgusted. He had said that Su Yan was a terrifying person. His potential was enormous. As long as Su Yan was given time, he would definitely surpass him. In other words, Fang Yulua concluded that as long as Su Yan did not die, he could surpass the Venerable Emperor. Above the Venerable Emperor and below the gods was the Holy Venerable. History was long, but how many people had successfully become a Holy Venerable? Su Yan actually had the chance to become a Holy Venerable. This was a very high evaluation. Moreover, the person who gave this evaluation was not an ordinary person, but his ancestor, Fang Yulua. Fang Yulua had told Fang Yueshan to follow Su Yan in the end. If there was one person who could solve the situation today and let Fang Yueshan survive, it would definitely not be King Tai, Sect Master Guangcheng, nor would it be elderly Siming. It just had to be Su Yan, who had a low cultivation level. At this moment, seeing Su Yan's body shining brightly, Fang Wuhui was immediately filled with endless anger. This should have been his power, but at this time, Su Yan had already refined this power into his body. He could not forgive him. He had to kill Su Yan directly. However, Su Yan did not care about him at this time. This time, Fang Yulua had really given him a huge opportunity. Originally, he had worked hard to cultivate, but no matter what, his power was still limited. It was extremely difficult for him to go further with the regal sword soul. However, this time, with such pure and powerful soul power as a medium for communication, the connection between the regal sword soul and Su Yan had become even closer. Su Yan's power directly increased. Not only that, he even began to comprehend new sword moves. It was at this time that his spirit suddenly became even more divine. "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly moved and came directly in front of Fang Yueshan. He could see that Fang Yueshan was already at the end of his rope. After all, he had not obtained this power for long, so he was still unable to completely control it. If Fang Yueshan continued to fight, it would instead cause damage to his foundation. At that time, the losses would outweigh the gains. Moreover, he had rested for so long, so it was time for him to make a move. He gently raised his palm and a sword chi directly appeared at this moment. The moment the sword chi appeared, clouds appeared in his sea of consciousness. If this was in Su Yan's own sea of consciousness, it would be fine. He was, after all, he could control sea of his own. However, this place was his Fang Yueshan. But at this time, he actually directly used such a method. This was a very extraordinary thing. The method of creating something out of nothing was simply terrifying. At this moment, even Fang Wuhui's eyes had an extremely dignified look. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that Su Yan did indeed have the strength to threaten him at this moment. The power of this attack indeed made him feel extremely shocked. At this moment, the regal sword soul directly flashed and the clouds that were born began to condense directly at this moment. In the end, it turned into a long sword. At this moment, Fang Wuhui looked at Su Yan and was suddenly shocked. Destiny's child. You must be the legendary Destiny's child. I feel that there are many destiny entanglements on your body. No wonder you are so strange. I see, I see. At this moment, he suddenly said some words that Su Yan had never heard before. For example, Destiny's child was something that Su Yan had never heard of before. I don't know what Destiny's child is. I only know that I want to kill you today, not for anything else, but because I want to kill you. At this moment, his sword intent directly rose. The violent power immediately rose to the extreme at this moment. The aura on the regal sword soul's body rose to the peak directly. This kind of power, this kind of valiant strength, was simply too terrifying. At this moment, Fang Wuhui's soul began to retreat continuously. Previously, he had already overestimated Su Yan's attack, but he still did not expect that this attack would actually be terrifying to such an extent. Even he had no choice but to retreat continuously at this time in order to avoid the sharp edge. At this moment, Su Yan directly said, are you afraid? Of course he was afraid. If not, why would he retreat? Su Yan's regal sword soul had become sacred and inviolable at this moment. First sword, Dance of the Fish Dragon. In the dark sea of consciousness, an endless golden glow was immediately born, and within the golden glow, a fish dragon suddenly appeared. This fish dragon was different from the ones in the past. In the past, the fish dragon was also condensed by sword aura, and it even seemed to have some spiritual energy. However, this fish dragon was condensed by endless golden light, and it even seemed to have given birth to its own intelligence. The fish dragon rolled, and then directly charged towards Su Yan. Damn it! At this moment, Fang Wuhui directly cursed. He immediately pushed out a palm. A dark palm print appeared out of nowhere and blocked the fish dragon directly. Damn brat, if it weren't for the fact that I had just been reborn and my power was too low, if it weren't for the fact that I was restrained by the Taishian sword of that junior from Guangcheng, causing me to be unable to use most of my spiritual power, if it weren't for the fact that you received the gift of Fang Yuluo's power, how could someone like you be my opponent? He directly shouted. Su Yan sneered, and then said, the winner takes all, and the loser takes all. You talk too much nonsense. No matter what, I won, and that's enough. Why do you care so much? At this moment, his regal sword soul moved again. First sword, settle the universe. The second sword, settle the universe. It was clearly in the sea of consciousness, but Fang Wuhui's body had been directly fixed. At this moment, he couldn't even struggle even if he wanted to. Although the first sword, settle the universe, was powerful, it could only restrict the opponent's movements in a small area. How could it be so terrifying that it could directly freeze him? At this moment, Su Yan's sword momentum rose again, and the third sword suddenly fell. The third sword, regal sun-shattering slash. Light appeared, and a scorching sun appeared in the sky. The terrifying light shone, and the blazing light turned into a cage at this moment, directly locking Fang Wuhui in. Then, the scorching sun began to die out. The appearance of the scorching sun in this sword was already extremely powerful and terrifying, but the truly terrifying move of the scorching sun's death was the move. That was a terrifying and majestic light that was like the destruction of heaven and earth. Under such a sword, even a powerful person like him couldn't withstand it. At this moment, his body began to tremble, and he even began to spit out blood from his mouth. Damn it, really damn it. I can't believe I was bullied to this extent by such a brat. Damn it. He directly roared. Then, he continued to say, Su Yan, if you use such terrifying power, you will directly consume the power that Fang Yulua gave you. What a pity. Today, you and I will stop here. What do you think? I will let you leave safely. At this moment, Fang Wuhui actually said such words. In the past, everyone knew that Fang Wuhui was absolutely domineering, and he didn't know how to negotiate or compromise with others. However, at this moment, he actually began to say such words. It could be seen that he had really reached an extremely dangerous point. Or rather, at this moment, he already had to pay the price. However, this price was already beyond what he could bear, so he had to ask for peace. Unfortunately, although he said so, Su Yan didn't care at all. He just smiled coldly, then said, Are you asking for peace now? Humph, it's too late. Moreover, for me, power is meant to be used. If I get power but don't use it like a miser, then what's the point? He continued, Fang Wuhui, I know that for a character like you, you absolutely wouldn't give up so easily. There's no need to hide anymore. What other methods do you have? Just directly display them. I, Su Wendian, will receive them. If not, don't blame me when you die. Su Yan sneered, then the scorching sun shattered, and the supreme sun-shattering slash was directly released. Fang Wuhui was furious. Su Yan, well done. Since you are so shameless, this old man will let you know how to write the word regret. In an instant, his palm turned over, and a ray of light directly appeared at this time. At this moment, a powerful force condensed and turned into an extremely evil light. The appearance of this light directly suppressed the power of the supreme sun-shattering slash. Humph, you are right. This old man does have other powers, but this old man didn't want to use them at first. However, you just had to force my hand. In that case, go to hell. Descend of the evil demon. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a round ball. Su Yan immediately recognized it. It was the Taishian bead. At this time, the Taishian bead actually appeared. However, it was clearly using the Taishian bead to fight against the Taishian divine sword of King Tai's sect master Guangcheng. However, Su Yan quickly recognized it. No, this is not the real Taishian bead, but just a projection. Fang Wuhui directly said, yes, this is indeed not the real Taishian bead. However, even if it is just a projection, it is enough to deal with you. The Taishian bead was able to suppress the entire Jiuzhou continent in the past. His power is not something you can imagine. Humph, the Taishian divine sword is nothing. It is just a divine sword that was refined. How can it be compared to the Taishian bead? If I hadn't used so much of its power to resist the great path of the samsara of life and death, the Taishian divine sword would have been broken. Chapter 782. Female literature. This sentence allowed Su Yan to understand a lot of things. For example, the acquired heaven sword, and the Taishian bead's resistance to the samsara of life and death. These things were not things that he could come into contact with. At this time, the projection of the Taishian bead began to erupt with a terrifying power. At this time, Fang Yueshan said directly, Su Yan, be careful. The ancestor once said that the Taishian bead uses an extremely terrifying power, and this power has no attribute. If it is refined with the power of the righteous path, it will be the power of the righteous path. If it is refined with the power of the evil path, it will be endless evil. The Taishian bead has been contaminated by Fang Wuhui's endless evil and has become extremely terrifying. Therefore, even if it is just a projection, you can't be careless, because once you are implicated by this projection, you will definitely pay a huge price. This was what Fang Yulua told him at the last moment. The Taishan bead was an extremely powerful treasure. Back then, King Tai was able to use it to suppress the universe, which showed how powerful this treasure was. When Su Yan saw the Taishan bead, he felt very strange. Logically speaking, since the Taishan bead was King Tai's treasure, it should have an extremely powerful side. However, it was a treasure of the righteous path after all, so it should not be so terrifying. However, when Su Yan saw it, he felt that this treasure had an extremely terrifying aura. It was an awe-inspiring demonic aura. Such a terrifying aura was constantly roaring, and it was simply the most terrifying thing in the world. In the core of the Taishan bead, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying thing hidden. That kind of evil was something that even the evil sword Cold Jade could not compare to. Of course, Su Yan did not know what was inside. At this time, since Fang Yueshan said so, he must know something, but he did not say it at this time. However, at this time, he had no choice but to release the arrow. All the light had gathered at this point. The scorching sun had already shattered, which meant that dawn was coming. His daybreak sword had already reached its peak. No matter how strong the Taishan bead is, it's just an afterimage right now. If that's the case, then I'll just have to destroy it. Su Yan was at his strongest right now. At this moment, he was fearless. Since you want to fight, then I will fight with you. These were his thoughts at the moment. Great Emperor Wuhui. Today I will make you sink into this place forever. At this time, his sword intent had already risen high into the sky, and the shadow of a scorching sun had already slid down to this place. Under the illumination of the light, Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness began to tremble. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was simply too strong. It was so powerful that he was at a loss for what to do. If he did not have the Taishan bead in his hands, he might not have dared to fight at this time. However, he had now guided the power of the Taishan bead into this place. Even if it was just an afterimage, its power was still incomparably terrifying. After all, it was the Taishan bead. Back then, he stole the Taishan bead from King Tai and killed many of King Tai's experts. In the end, the King Tai's sect master was so furious that he led the sect's experts to this place to kill him. Back then, he was also vicious and merciless. He directly used the terrifying existence of the shadow world to kill the current sect master. At that time, he was also heavily rewarded by Fang Yulua. Fang Yulua seized the opportunity to regain control of his body and then sealed herself. At this time, Fang Yulua also did something else, which was to seal the terrifying existence in the shadow world. It was precisely because of this that the power of the Taishan bead was so terrifying and dangerous. At this time, although it was just a shadow, its powerful and evil power was still frightening. At this time, he directly summoned this afterimage and directly suppressed Su Yan's daybreak sword in one fell swoop. The supreme sword chi of the daybreak sword had already become extremely broken at this time. The powerful and terrifying power was even more frightening. Previously, Su Yan's aura was so strong that he had almost occupied everything. However, at this moment, Su Yan was like a lone boat in the middle of the ocean. He was being battered by this powerful and terrifying force, and was swaying unsteadily. Boy, today I'll let you know that you must be in awe when facing the strong. You think you can overturn the heavens just because you obtained a little power from Fang Yulua? So what if you're the child of destiny? In my eyes, you're nothing. Now, I'll kill you directly. I'll let you know that I'm the master of this world. At this time, he walked like a dragon and a tiger, and his divine consciousness suddenly expanded at this moment. He seemed to have begun to merge with the mysterious existence in the shadow of the Taishan bead. At this moment, his aura began to rise directly. The huge power seemed to be able to crush the entire world. His consciousness swept down directly. This was clearly Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness, but at this moment, he had become the master. At this time, Fang Yueshan was the most miserable person in his heart. Originally, he firmly believed that Su Yan could directly defeat his opponent after obtaining the inheritance and gift of his ancestor, Fang Yuluo. However, at this time, he was already somewhat shaken. Of course, he had no intention of blaming Su Yan. He was just beginning to feel a little desperate. Now, he was already regretting why he had been so mediocre in the past. If he could become stronger, perhaps he would not have been directly captured by Rosen back then. Of course, he also knew that at this time, there was no point in saying these things. At this time, he had to think of a way. Su Yan, I'm very grateful that you've come to save me. However, there are many things that can't be violated. I'll send you out of my sea of consciousness now, and then quickly escape. After a moment of silence, he directly transmitted his consciousness to Su Yan. With his current strength, there was no way he could resist Fang Wuhui. The only thing he could do was to send out Su Yan's consciousness. This was the last thing he could do. However, at this time, Su Yan directly interrupted his thoughts. It's not over yet. In the face of such a desperate situation, Su Yan was still so calm at this time. His consciousness was like a fallen leaf in a storm, but he did not give up. The Supreme Sword Soul, heaven is Tai, and life is above. Heaven's will, subdue demons. Fang Wuhui, you are now a demon. In that case, I'll subdue you. Take this sword, Supreme Demon Subduing Sword. At this moment, Su Yan's voice was like thunder. At this time, his body directly erupted with endless brilliance. The powerful force directly surged, and everything was reversed at this time. His eyes flickered with an incomparably intense brilliance. At this time, his aura was actually not inferior to Fang Wuhui's. This change was really sudden. Fang Wuhui did not expect that Su Yan would actually have such a change at this moment. Previously, he had clearly suppressed Su Yan, but at this time, Su Yan was still able to erupt with such terrifying power. His soul was trembling violently, and his consciousness was constantly rising in his eyes. He did not understand how Su Yan could have such a terrifying aura, but he knew that if he did not stop Su Yan at this time, then he would definitely be very passive in the future. The previous Daybreaker sword had already made him extremely wary, so he had no choice but to use the power of the Taishan bead to suppress Su Yan. The effect of this was naturally immediate. Su Yan, who was very arrogant before, was directly suppressed at this moment. However, this was actually a very risky thing to do. This was because he knew very well that King Tai's sect master Guanxing would definitely directly increase his power and ruthlessly suppress him at this time. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. However, in his calculations, since the power of the Taishan bead had been brought in, killing Su Yan would be just a matter of raising his hand. It would not take too long at all. This was why he dared to do this. However, he did not expect that at this moment, Su Yan would be so tenacious. Not only was he not directly killed by the power of the Taishan bead, but he also directly launched a counterattack. The Taishang Demon Slayer Slash. This sword was so terrifying that it was as if its power was born to deal with demons. He deeply understood that if this continued, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand such an attack at all. The sky as the Taishang, the life as the Taishang, and the position as the Taishang. He had never seen such a sword before. This terrifying sword aura seemed to be born to restrain him. In front of Su Yan, the shadow of the Taishan bead began to waver. Originally, he had already paid some attention to Su Yan, but now he realized that he was still too careless. Damn it, I already knew that he was the child of fate, born by many fates, a chess piece of fate in the hands of many big shots, but I still underestimated him. Damn it, damn it. He was now regretting it, but it was now too late. Su Yan's sword aura had already fiercely slashed down. When this sword was unleashed, heaven and earth would slay demons. There was no longer any hope for anything else. No, I can't fight against this sword. Otherwise, my divine consciousness will be directly destroyed, and it will also affect the power of the Taishan bead. Fang Wuhui's mind was spinning with thoughts. In the end, he decided to give up. This was because if he was hit by this sword at this time, not only his spiritual soul, but also the foundation of the Taishan bead would be shaken. If that happened, the price he had to pay would be too great. Originally, he wanted to directly seize the body of his descendant and resurrect himself. After all, Fang Yueshan had his bloodline. In this world, no one was more compatible with him than Fang Yueshan. Once he succeeded and solved the problem of Fang Yulua, he would be able to return to the peak in a short time. As long as his cultivation reached the peak, he would like to see who else in this world could compete with him. Back then, he was at the peak of the sovereign realm. This time, after his resurrection, he must enter the saint realm, or even the divine realm. Unfortunately, he was about to die before he could even take over this body. He was forced to such a state by Su Yan before he could completely take over this body. At this time, he was so angry with Su Yan. If it weren't for Su Yan, everything would not have happened. It was Su Yan who meddled in other people's business and called King Tai's sect master. It was also Su Yan who directly rushed into Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness, causing him to be in such a state. Su Yan. I, Fang Wuhui, will remember you. Very good. Today, I will consider you to have won once. However, you have to remember this. The next time I appear, I will definitely crush you directly. You worm, even if you are the child of destiny, I will kill you. He transmitted his thoughts with incomparable resentment. At this time, he was only left with endless unwillingness and anger. He kept swearing that he would tear Su Yan into pieces. Su Yan, who had used the Imperial Devil Slayer slash, was now in a strong momentum. He held the Imperial Sword Soul in his hand, and there was a terrifying aura of transcendence around him. He said directly, Fang Wuhui, are you running away? Humph, I can make you run away in a sorry state this time. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. At this time, Fang Wuhui's soul had begun to withdraw from Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness. After all, this was not his sea of consciousness. Therefore, Su Yan had no other choice but to let him go. However, since Su Yan had defeated him this time, he had full confidence in himself. He, Su Yan, had never feared his enemies. No matter who it was, the worst that could happen was to die in battle. At this time, Guang Cheng's sword became heavier. The Taishan bead began to hum softly. It seemed to be trembling. King Tai's leader, Guang Cheng, raised his eyebrows. He did not know why the Taishan bead was acting like this. However, he could feel that Su Yan seemed to have an effect on Fang Wuhui. This was because at that moment, the power of the Taishan bead weakened a little. This kind of power was nothing to him, but it was enough to kill a person in the dragon realm. In other words, Fang Wuhui actually needed to use the power of the Taishan bead. Although it was a battle of divine minds, Su Yan was able to force Fang Wuhui to this point. This was already beyond his expectations. Therefore, he pushed his power to the extreme. What he needed to do was to help Su Yan share the burden. At this time, the body in front of him trembled continuously. Then, a thick black shadow appeared from the body. He immediately knew that this was Fang Wuhui's soul. Die, old demon. Fang Wuhui's soul actually seeped out from his body. In that case, this little friend Su Yan actually had the advantage, causing the old devil to have no choice but to compromise. He was very surprised that Su Yan could do this. However, the most important thing now was to directly kill the old demon's soul. However, at this moment, the Taishan bead trembled again. It seemed that an extremely terrifying demon had appeared. It was a shadow creature. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful existence among the shadow creatures. When the shadow creature looked at Guang Cheng's heart was shaken. At this time, Fang Wuhui directly transmitted his thoughts. Guang Cheng, you little brat, King Tai's leader died in his hands. Kiki, just you wait. Soon, your soul will become his food. Let's call it a day. Chapter 783. Female Literature. At this moment, Fang Wuhui rushed into the Taishan bead. Then, the Taishan bead broke free from the power of the Taishan divine sword and turned into a long rainbow to leave. Li Siming wanted to stop the power of the Taishan bead, but Guangcheng's voice rang out. Siming, leave. Guangcheng could clearly sense the power of the Taishan bead. Although Li Siming's realm was not bad, he was not a Dao master. After all, he was still far from it. If he tried to stop the Taishan bead from leaving, he would only end up dead. Guangcheng immediately flew up on his sword. You want to escape? Dream on. He would never let Fang Wuhui leave just like that. No matter what, he had to kill Fang Wuhui. Therefore, he also flew up into the sky, turned into a long rainbow, and chased after the Taishan bead. At this moment, his eyes were filled with an incomparably determined light. The Taishan bead was flying very fast, but Guangcheng was even faster. The distance between the two was constantly closing. At this moment, Guangcheng suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Almost at the same time, a huge door that was 100 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of him. The appearance of this door immediately made the heart of the sect leader tremble. This is, obviously, he had recognized this thing. However, at this moment, Fang Wuhui's voice rang out again. Ha ha ha, little brat Guangcheng, it seems like you also recognize this shadow door. Humph, just you wait and see. Although I've retreated today, I've come back to life after all. This time, our debt will not be settled so easily. While he was speaking, the Taishan bead trembled, and unexpectedly, it charged straight into the door. If you have the ability, come in and kill me. Ha 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 ha. Guangcheng watched as the Taishan bead disappeared behind the shadow door. However, he still stopped in the end. This legendary shadow door actually existed. It was a taboo. Even someone as powerful as him would not dare to challenge such a taboo. At this moment, he fell into silence. Finally, he exhaled. Then, he said, what should come will come. Is the prophecy of fate finally beginning to come true? This is no longer a matter of King Tai's family. Guangcheng sighed and returned directly. When he saw this door, he deeply understood that this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. It was the shadow door, a door that connected the shadow world and this world. Of course, he wanted to destroy it directly, but he couldn't do it. That door wasn't built by a human. It was a projection of a world. How could his power have reached such a level? In the face of disaster, even a Dao master was insignificant and powerless. However, the fortunate thing was that Fang Wuhui still managed to escape in a sorry state this time. Although he had left, he did not know how long it would take for him to make a comeback. Moreover, he was forced to enter the shadow world, so it would not be so easy for him to come to this world again. If he could directly merge with the body of his descendant, it would be absolutely different. Perhaps it would only take half a year, no, even a month or two, for him to lead a large number of shadow creatures to kill everywhere and then directly begin to recover. When that time came, disaster would befall. And all of this was thanks to Su Yan. When the sect leader returned, Su Yan's spirit had also returned to his body. In the end, he had succeeded in taking this risk. Moreover, even though the power given to him by Fang Yuluo's spirit had been completely consumed in the confrontation with Fang Wuhui, he had still obtained great benefits. The most obvious one was his communication with the regal sword soul. That was his foundation. Now, his communication with the regal sword soul had become closer, so he had the capital to challenge a more powerful realm. Moreover, he had also comprehended a new sword move, which was the regal demon-slaying slash. The power of that sword was still fresh in his memory. However, that sword move was performed in his spirit. Now that he had returned to his body, he might not be able to use it at will. However, since he had already performed it once, it would not be difficult for him to perform it again. At this moment, Fang Yueshan also opened his eyes. This time, in terms of gains, no one could compare to Fang Yueshan. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Although he had narrowly escaped death, at this moment, he had already reached the venerable realm. He was a true venerable realm. Whether it was his physical strength or his spirit, they had both reached this level. Back then, his cultivation was too far away from Su Yan's, but now he had already left Su Yan in the dust. Moreover, the Taishan bead had already left his body. The Taishan bead was directly passed on to their bodies by Fang Yulua using a secret technique. The Taishan bead was a precious treasure of the time, but to them, it was a curse. But now, the curse had been broken. From now on, he did not need to worry about that anymore. To him, that was the biggest gain. Seeing that Guanxing had returned, Su Yan and Fang Yueshan quickly bowed. This time, Fang Yueshan could be saved because of Su Yan's desperate efforts, but more importantly, Guanxing had restrained too much of Fang Wuhui's power. Otherwise, with Su Yan and Fang Yueshan's abilities, they would have been crushed to death by Fang Wuhui. Fang Yueshan thanks the sect master for saving our lives, Fang Yueshan said respectfully. However, the sect master shook his head and said, Fang Yueshan, you don't have to be so polite. I won't hide it from you. According to my original plan, I would have killed you and Fang Wuhui together. Therefore, if you want to thank someone, you should thank Su Yan. Guanxing knew that the real key person in this battle was Su Yan. Su Yan, who was clearly so weak in front of him, actually decided the outcome of this battle. He did not know how Su Yan did it. However, since he could make Fang Wuhui retreat directly, and he himself was not injured in the slightest, then he naturally had his own ability. However, this was Su Yan's own business, so he would not pry into it. He said to Su Yan, thank you for telling me about Fang Wuhui. Otherwise, not only would this old demon have harmed Fang Yueshan, but he would also make a comeback and be a huge threat to me, King Tai. Moreover, you saved Si Ming's life. I, Guanxing, will remember this kindness. This is my Tai primordial token. Take this token and your status is equivalent to that of an elder of my sect. Guanxing threw an extremely exquisite token to Su Yan. When Guanxing took out the token, Li Si Ming's eyes were filled with disbelief. Obviously, it was because this token was a very precious item. However, he was also very happy. After all, Su Yan had saved him. Now he knew that when the old demon was about to kill him, it was because of Su Yan that he was forced to retreat from his sea of consciousness. In the end, he was scared but not in danger. Brother Su Yan, you've saved my life this time. I don't have anything good right now, but I'll remember this favor. From today onwards, you're my brother. Li Si Ming said in a serious tone. Su Yan immediately said, Big brother, you're too polite. This time, Big brother is very lucky. Then, the four of them talked again. Of course, the key was still Fang Wuhui. Fang Yueshan told King Tai's sect master, Guanxing, about Fang Yulua's words. After all, Fang Yulua was from King Tai. Back then, although he had fallen out with the Greater One sect to this point, he still couldn't let it go. At this time, Guanxing said, Senior Yulua is a senior of the sect. Fang Yueshan, you are his descendant. Then, are you willing to return to King Tai? A sect master directly invited Fang Yueshan. This should be a great honor. However, at this time, Fang Yueshan directly refused. He directly said, Ancestor and King Tai's entanglement is too deep. However, Ancestor has passed away and I don't want to be involved. Moreover, I have already told Su Yan that I will follow him in the future. Since this is the case, I can't change sides. Su Yan was surprised. At that time, Fang Yueshan had no choice but to say that he would follow Su Yan. He didn't expect that Fang Yueshan would still have such an attitude. One had to know that he was now a venerable. The status of a venerable was definitely a top figure in the Jianghu continent. No matter where he went, he would definitely be respected. Su Yan knew that Guanxing threw an olive branch to him because of Fang Yulua's karma. However, more importantly, it was because of his identity as a venerable. After all, the appearance of a venerable could directly improve the strength of a sect. Fang Yueshan, you were just threatened by me back then. You don't have to take what I said back then to heart. I think it's better for you to stay in King Tai. Although Fang Wuhui has retreated, I'm worried that one day, he will come back. Now that Senior Fang Yulua has disappeared from this world, there is karma between you and him. If he comes back, he will definitely come to you. Su Yan's meaning was very obvious. If Fang Yueshan stayed in King Tai, then with the existence of this sect master, even if Fang Wuhui returned, he would at least have a guarantee. However, Fang Yueshan followed him. Now, his strength was not as strong as Fang Yueshan's. Not to mention, before Fang Wuhui left, he had displayed an incomparable hatred for him. He knew that when Fang Wuhui returned, the first person he would look for would not be Fang Yueshan, who was related to him by blood, but him. Chapter 784. Female Literature. However, at this time, Fang Yueshan shook his head. Ha ha ha, well, brother Su Yan, this time you dared to take the risk to save me. I have already recognized you as a brother. Unless you really dislike me, I will be at your beck and call in the future. A venerable being at his beck and call, becoming his younger brother, Su Yan felt helpless in his heart. However, since this was his own choice, Su Yan naturally would not force him, so he said, since you think so highly of me, I will not refuse. He said to King Tai's leader, please take care of the shadow creatures here. Now that the gate has been opened, I am afraid this place will not be a safe place. They chatted for a while, then Su Yan and Fang Yueshan finally left directly. At this time, Li Siming looked at Su Yan who was leaving and said directly, Su Yan is really a dragon among men. He said this from the bottom of his heart. King Tai was one of the top 10 sections. Although their ranking was not good due to some reasons, there were still a lot of talents in the sect, and geniuses came out in large numbers. However, when Li Siming thought about it carefully, there was not a single person in the entire sect who could be compared to Su Yan. After all, Su Yan defeated a dragon realm expert with 9 dragons. Guangqing nodded and said, he is indeed a real top figure, but it's a pity. It's a pity that he carries too much fate. I only hope that he can survive. The gate to the shadow world has appeared, and the child of destiny has also appeared. Is the prophecy of chaos really going to come true? These last words were hidden in his heart and did not say out loud. When in Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness, Fang Wuhui said that Su Yan was the child of destiny, and this leader actually had the same understanding. However, Su Yan had already left. While the double-winged divine tiger was grieving, Su Yan's body continued to move forward. At this moment, his heart was somewhat heavy. Although he had managed to escape death this time, his strength had increased once again. But at this time, he also learned some things. Most importantly, the child of destiny was entangled by many different destinies, becoming a chess piece in the game of many experts. Before today, he had already vaguely had this feeling in his heart. However, it wasn't until now that Fang Wuhui had pointed it out, that he finally understood the situation. Indeed, it was as if he was just a chess piece. He had obtained the heart of the great demonic dragon, the phalanx of the great heavenly demon lord, and the inheritance of the Buddhist sect. In addition, he also had a demon god's heart. Was everything just a coincidence? No, it shouldn't be a coincidence. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? In that case, it was very likely that all of this was arranged by someone behind the scenes. It was just that he didn't know who the person behind this was. Destiny was something too mysterious for Su Yan. At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly asked, "What are you thinking about?" He could tell that Su Yan had a lot on his mind at this moment, so he asked directly. At this moment, Su Yan sighed and said, "I'm thinking about destiny." Destiny? He looked at Su Yan with a puzzled expression. Su Yan said, "Yes, fate. I'm thinking, why did I come to this world, and why did I walk step by step to where I am today? Is this the arrangement of the heavens, or the arrangement of others?" The original him had died of a heart attack in the original world. Everything about him should have come to an end with his death. However, destiny wasn't like that. He was resurrected and returned to this world. However, he really couldn't understand why this was the case. Of course, Fang Yueshan didn't understand what he was saying, but he chuckled and said, "What's the point of thinking about destiny? You can't figure it out no matter how hard you try. You're just looking for trouble. How could anyone know why they were born in this world? If you wanted to ask, perhaps you should ask the Creator. But did such a thing really exist in this world? How did this fish get to where it is today? That's even more ridiculous. Look at me, I'm walking back and forth, step by step, because I'm bored. I want to take a walk, that's all. According to what you're saying, the so-called paragon is bored and wants to see me take a few steps, so he arranged this? At this moment, Fang Yueshan's thought of living a bad life was better than dying a good death was displayed to the extreme. That's why it's important to live a good life. When it's time to die, it's better to be quick. What's the point of thinking so much? The reason you're here today is because you want to leave. Think about it, the world is so big, and there are so many people. If the Creator really wants to arrange things one by one, whether they're going to walk left or right, whether they're going to drown or burn to death, then wouldn't he be a pain in the ass? Su Yan looked at Fang Yeshan, although this guy's words were very rough. However, Su Yan had no choice but to admit that these words were very reasonable. He shook his head, then said, "What you're saying is nonsense, but I have to admit it makes a lot of sense." Fang Yueshan immediately said, "Of course, I used to be a great captain, leading a group of brothers on the sea. Forget it, it's all in the past, I'll be your little brother from now on, ha ha ha." Su Yan couldn't help but admire his mental fortitude. This guy seems to be on par with a godlike existence like Meng Yang. The double-winged celestial tiger flew very quickly, and in 10 days they crossed several continents and returned to Singapore. Singapore was the base of the Taihang sword faction. For Su Yan, the entire Kyushu continent was a foreign land, but this was the first place he set foot in, and he felt a little bit of a sense of belonging to the Taihang sword faction. "Where are we going now?" "Boss." The double-winged celestial tiger had already left, and the two of them walked. Fang Yueshan had now begun to call Su Yan boss. Su Yan was very uncomfortable with this kind of gangster-like title, but Fang Yueshan liked it very much, so Su Yan couldn't do anything about it. After all, his little brother was a venerable, and if the two of them fought, Su Yan was probably not his match. But there was one advantage to being with this guy, and that was that he could forget a lot of troubles. Su Yan finally arrived at the mountain gate of the Taihang sword faction. "This is the Taihang sword faction. Next, we'll need to stay in the Taihang sword faction for a while, and then I'll go on a long trip." Now that he had understood these things, Su Yan had to get busy with his own matters. The demonic sect's plan to capture the demon's son was getting closer and closer, and now there was only about a month left. There was also the trip to the star-shifting sea, and he had to find Shu Linger. These two things were things that he could never forget. However, the most important thing right now was still the demon's plan. This damned limitless demon sect actually wanted to sacrifice Lu Lan to the demon. This was something he couldn't allow no matter what. Since they dared to treat Lu Lan like that, Su Yan would definitely take revenge. This time, it was just the beginning. In this battle, the limitless demon sect had suffered heavy losses. 6 venerables had died, and among them were 4 origin venerables. Even the vice sect master had been directly dealt with. However, the vice sect master was powerful, and he had left unscathed in the end. At the same time, Su Yan's name had spread throughout the demonic sect. Su Yan had now entered the demonic sect's wanted list. However, Su Yan didn't care about this. Right now, he didn't care about anyone below the venerable realm. He was even confident that he could kill a 9-dragon realm expert. Even if a venerable realm expert came, he had enough methods to deal with them. If the opponent wasn't too strong, he could even kill them directly. Su Yan had just arrived at the mountain entrance when someone immediately recognized him. After all, Su Yan had fought Wang Baichuan to a draw. Back then, Sect Master Zhang Zhe had personally stopped the battle between the two of them. Furthermore, Su Yan's name had become very extraordinary recently. This caused him to have many admirers in the sect. Senior brother Su Yan is back. Today, someone from the Shui family was on duty. The Shui family was very proud of Su Yan. After all, Su Yan had admitted that he was a part of the Shui family. This was the decision of the Shui family ancestor. Senior brother Su Yan, I'm Shuejiao from the Shui family. It's great that you're back safely. The family head said that when you came back, you should go see him immediately. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. The current family head of the Shui family was naturally Shui Xingchuan. He didn't expect Shui Xingchuan to have made arrangements in advance. However, it was good. The battle at sea last time allowed him to see Shui Xingchuan's terrifying strength. Even the Dao Master Vice Sect Master couldn't gain an advantage in front of him. After this guy was released from the restraints of the evil sword Cold Jade, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. It was terrifying. It just so happened that Su Yan had a lot of questions to ask him. After all, only someone like him could answer his questions. Su Yan quickly stepped into the Shui family's ancestral hall. The current family head of the Shui family was cultivating in the ancestral hall. There was nothing special about his cultivation. He just sat there quietly. It was like an old monk in meditation. As soon as Su Yan stepped into the hall, he felt a sense of peace in his heart. At this moment, Fang Yueshan was waiting outside. After all, this was the Shui family's ancestral hall. Without permission, even the sect leader, Zhang Zhe, would not easily enter. Chapter 785. Female Literature. Su Yan saw that the memorial tablet of the Shui family's ancestor had been added to the memorial hall of the Shui family's ancestral shrine. After all, this ancestor had taken good care of him, so Su Yan directly burned an incense stick. Shui Xingchuan did not speak during the entire process. It was only when Su Yan put away the incense stick that he said, "Last time, I was in a hurry and didn't realize that you had already begun to search for your true self." Not bad at all. Searching for one's true self was a path that every expert would definitely walk on. But generally speaking, this would only begin when one's cultivation reached a certain level. And every person who could find their true self would go very far if they did not die prematurely. And at this time, Su Yan had already taken this step at such a young age, so Shui Xingchuan was naturally very surprised. One had to know that many people only started to take this step after reaching the Venerable Realm. And some extremely special geniuses were only at the 9 Dragons realm. Shui Xingchuan was so talented, but he only started to search for his true self when he was at the 8 Dragons realm. But now, Su Yan had already stepped on this path. Su Yan was even more outstanding than he was back then. And among the younger generation of the current generation, neither Feng Yuhai nor Wang Baichuan had been able to take this step. When Su Yan first came to the Taihang sword faction, he was actually behind Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan. But now, he had caught up and walked directly in front of them. At your level, there are very few people among the younger generation of the 9 provinces who can match you. Perhaps the 2 sons of demons of the Limitless Demon sect can fight you. Shui Xingchuan continued. Sons of demons? Su Yan had come into contact with sons of demons before. Back in the secret realm, Hua Yunfei was one of the 3 sons of demons of the demon sect. At that time, he directly conspired to obtain the demon god's body, which could be said to be extremely bold. But in the end, he still fell, but Su Yan had to admit that he was strong. In every generation of the devil sect, there will be 3 sons of devils. Then, these 3 sons of devils will directly compete for the position of crown prince. I know you've seen Hua Yunfei, and even his death is more or less related to you. However, you have to know that he really is the weakest of the 3 demon sons. Shui Xingchuan had already stood up. As far as I know, this generation's son of demon, Hua Yunfei, Sheng Guansheng, and Murong Wudi are all extremely powerful people. However, comparatively speaking, Hua Yunfei is slightly weaker. It is also because of this that he took the risk to devour the demon god's body. Su Yan's expression did not change, but at this time, he thought of a person in his mind. That was Sheng Guansheng. Back then, this guy stepped into the Su family in the 5 counties and took away his sister, Su Tian. After Su Yan came to the 9 regions, he naturally went to inquire about his whereabouts. However, this person was too mysterious, and he did not know where to find any news about him. However, back then, Sheng Wansheng and Su Yan said that they would wait for him during the devil's sex plan. Then, perhaps in a month, they would be able to meet. At that time, he and Sheng Wansheng had fought, and the two of them were tied. However, now that he thought about it, Sheng Wansheng did not seem to have done much. If there was a life and death battle at that time, the one who would die would definitely be him. As for Murong Wudi, he had never heard of him. However, from Xue Xingchuan's tone, this person was clearly ranked above Sheng Wansheng. "Senior, why did you let people wait for me at the mountain gate this time?" Su Yan asked. Xue Xingchuan smiled bitterly and then said, "Su Yan, I am very grateful that you took care of my son back then, but now, my Xue family needs you to do something." Su Yan was somewhat confused. Xue Xingchuan's change of topic was too unnatural. He should not be a person with such a temperament. At this time, a loud voice was heard, "Su Yan, it's Big Brother Xue Cheng." This loud voice was naturally none other than Xue Cheng. Back then, it was Xue Cheng who brought him into the Taihang sword faction, so his friendship with Xue Cheng was not shallow. "Ha ha ha, good, you brat really did not die. This is very good." It could be seen that this big brother was very excited at this time. However, Xue Cheng's enthusiasm made Su Yan a little scared. He didn't know why Xue Cheng was looking for him. At this time, Xue Cheng said directly, "Su Yan, it's good that you are here. Otherwise, my daughter would have been married off." His daughter was Xue Xinyue. Su Yan was inexplicably confused. His mind was suddenly a little confused. At this time, Xue Cheng had already pulled him out of the ancestral hall. "There's no time. Listen to me as we walk." Xue Cheng had always been so impetuous, but this made Su Yan feel a little helpless. At this time, Xue Xingchuan said, "Su Yan, you don't know, but the sect master has already agreed. In a few days, he will let you, or marry Wuya. *ck his grandmother, this is my daughter, and he actually agreed to it directly." Xue Cheng's temper had already risen. At this time, Su Yan more or less understood what was going on. He still remembered that back then, the Xue family's ancestor had already promised sword-casting Peaks Hai Chuan to betroth Xue Xinyue to Wuya. The Xue family's ancestor had also said that if Su Yan could gain something from the ruins, the Xue family's ancestor would consider canceling the engagement. Otherwise, he would have to borrow Hai Chuan's help to forge a sword for him, and then comprehend a new realm. After a series of events back then, Su Yan had somewhat forgotten about this matter, because at that time, the Xue family's ancestor had died in the world of extreme ice. This matter shouldn't have been brought up. However, not long ago, Hai Chuan had brought up this matter again to Zhang Zhe, and he had the marriage contract that the Xue family's ancestor had promised. In the end, Zhang Zhe had still agreed to this matter. Even if Xue Xingchuan wanted to object, he didn't seem to have a good reason. After all, Hai Chuan's status was completely different. In the Taihang sword faction, other than the three great clans and Zhang Zhe, his status was aloof. From a certain perspective, even the rulers of the three great clans might not be as important as him. This was because he was a swordsmith, and an ultimate swordsmith who had the potential to forge a divine sword. To the Taihang sword faction, this kind of person was simply a clown. Now that he had the marriage contract in hand, and the Xue family's ancestor had unexpectedly died, Zhang Zhe could only make the decision for him. Xue Xingchuan had almost fought with Hai Chuan back then, but because of Zhang Zhe's intervention, they didn't fight. In the end, Xue Qing directly said that the Xue family's ancestor had already betrothed Xue Xinyue to Su Yan. This matter wasn't without reason. After all, the Xue family's ancestor had indeed made such a decision in order to win over Su Yan. Thus, this matter was related to Su Yan. Zhang Zhe directly said that if Su Yan didn't return within 10 days, then Xue Xinyue would have to marry Wuya. If Su Yan returned within 10 days, then he would have to fight with Wuya, and the winner would marry Xue Xinyue. Although this matter was a little serious, it was still the faction leader's decision. Thus, in these few days, the Xue family had been frantically searching for Su Yan. It was also because of this that when the Xue family's disciples saw Su Yan, he was so affectionate, as if he had seen his own father. After all, Xuecheng had given a huge reward to anyone who could provide him with Su Yan's whereabouts. At this moment, Su Yan was speechless. He didn't think that he would end up in such a situation. Originally, he wanted to rest in the Taihang sword faction for a few days before setting off for Panzhou. However, this matter was related to Xue Xinyue's lifelong happiness. No matter what, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. Brother Xue, don't worry, I won't stand by and do nothing. Su Yan pulled Xuecheng back. If he didn't stop Xuecheng, he felt that this old thing might directly drag him to Sword Forging Peak to fight with Wuya. Xuecheng said, "Nonsense, my daughter has her heart set on you. If you dare not fight with that bastard Wuya, this old man will fight it out with you first." "Ha ha ha, boss, this old man is clearly determined to stick to you, ha ha ha." At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly laughed, and he laughed very loudly. Xuecheng immediately glared at him. F***ck, this old man is talking to Su Yan, and as a little brother, you actually dare to interrupt. This is outrageous. He was a hot-tempered person. If he could solve things with his hands, he definitely wouldn't want to use his mouth. Although this was Su Yan's little brother, he still decided to let him know his dignity. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't beat Su Yan, but couldn't he teach a lesson to a little brother? After all, after Xue Xingchuan returned, he had given him many peaks. His current strength had increased by a lot. However, at this moment, the aura of a venerable one flashed in Fang Yueshan's body. Before Xuecheng could make a move, he took a few steps back. Then, his eyes widened as he looked at Fang Yueshan in disbelief. Su Yan shook his head helplessly, then said, "Brother Xue, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Fang Yueshan. He's now a venerable one." Su Yan understood Xue Xingchuan's temper. Of course, he didn't have any ill intentions, but he shouldn't think about showing off. Otherwise, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Chapter 786. Female Literature, Supremacy. A supremacy actually addressed Su Yan as boss. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan only felt that his brain was not enough to process the situation. What exactly was going on? He looked at Su Yan as if he had seen a ghost. "Alright, big brother Xue, help me settle down Fang Yueshan first. As for me, I'll go and see Xinyue now." Su Yan knew that since this had happened, Xue Xinyue would definitely be in the worst mood right now. It would have been fine if he had not returned, but since he had returned, he should go and see her. She was also very helpless towards Xue Xinyue. Su Yan naturally knew of her feelings towards him. However, Su Yan did not want to shoulder too much anymore. He had not even repaid all the love debts he had. If he added Xue Xinyue to the list, it would be too much of a sin. Therefore, Su Yan did not want to get involved in these matters at this moment. However, there were many times when things were out of one's control. Just like now. At this moment, he would definitely not sit by and do nothing. He did indeed hope that Xue Xinyue could find a good home, but this Gue Su was definitely not boundless. This person was too extreme. Of course, the most important thing was that Xue Xinyue seemed to dislike him very much. Moreover, no matter what, Xue Xinyue should be willing. This method of forcing a marriage was really too much. Ever since she had returned from Divine Devil Island, Xue Xinyue had been cultivating in seclusion. If there was no need, she would not walk around outside. For example, this time, even if the matter concerned her lifelong happiness, she was still so calm and indifferent. This was the main reason why Xuecheng was so anxious. His dear daughter did not seem to be in the right situation. However, among so many people, there was one person who was closer to Xue Xinyue. Even now, when Xue Xinyue was practically in seclusion, she would still visit her frequently. This person was Feng Yueyu. In the past, Feng Yueyu disliked Xue Xinyue very much. Although the two of them couldn't be described as mortal enemies, there wasn't much difference between them. But since then, the relationship between the two of them had become very good, as if they were real sisters. This made everyone feel surprised. However, there was a saying that girls were fickle. It was a matter between girls to be close to each other, so it wasn't a big deal. After a few days, everyone had gotten used to this. Su Yan arrived in front of Xue Xinyue's courtyard. As soon as he stepped into her courtyard, he felt a sense of relief. Another year's spring had arrived. Those beautiful flowers were in full bloom, full of vitality. Su Yan suddenly realized that he had been in too much of a hurry recently. Unknowingly, he had overlooked so many things. He called out softly, "Junior sister Xinyue, I'm Su Yan. Are you there?" Of course, she was inside. If Su Yan released his divine will, he would be able to find her in a short time. However, this was a girl's courtyard. It wasn't good for him to do so. After he called out, the courtyard was silent. There was no movement. "Xinyue, I'm Su Yan." "I'm coming in," Su Yan said again. "Come in then." "Why are you so loud? Are you afraid that others won't know?" At this moment, an extremely beautiful voice was heard. The person who could speak like this naturally wasn't Xue Xinyue, but Feng Yueyu. Su Yan smiled bitterly. "Senior sister Feng, why are you here?" Ever since Feng Yueyu's attitude towards him changed on Divine Devil Island, Su Yan was speechless. After all, Feng Yueyu was much bolder than Xue Xinyue. She dared to say anything. Her desire to attack was too strong. What made him even more speechless was that this woman seemed to have teamed up with Xue Xinyue. It was said that 3 women made a show. However, 2 women were already very impressive. At this moment, Feng Yueyu had already walked in front of him. Then, she smiled and said to him, "Junior brother Su Yan, we haven't seen each other for so many days. Senior sister misses you very much. Don't you have anything to say to me?" At this moment, she had already leaned forward like a little bird. At this moment, Su Yan naturally couldn't say anything. Other than smiling bitterly, he could only lean back gently. His every move naturally couldn't escape Feng Yueyu's eyes. Feng Yueyu said directly, "Humph, you heartless thing. Forget it, sis Xinyue is waiting for you inside. You have to comfort her properly. She thought that you didn't want to come. Then, she's going to get married." Su Yan immediately broke out in cold sweat. He really couldn't stand Feng Yueyu. At this moment, Su Yan directly entered Xue Xinyue's room. At this moment, Xue Xinyue had just finished her cultivation. She was waiting for Su Yan's arrival. If it wasn't for Feng Yueyu stopping her, she would have come out. Many times, forgetting was the most powerless word. The more she wanted to forget, the more she missed him. She suppressed her emotions with great difficulty. Then, she looked at Su Yan and said, "Big brother Su Yan, you're here." She actually needed to muster up the courage to say these few words. She really missed Su Yan too much. Feng Yueyu told her to be as calm as possible and not express her thoughts. She had already tried her best. But when she spoke, her voice couldn't help but tremble. Her eyes were still filled with endless gentleness. This was a woman as gentle as water. Su Yan sighed in his heart. "Yes, I'm here. Xinyue, I heard that you've been working hard in seclusion recently." Su Yan didn't know how to start the conversation. Finally, he found a topic to talk about. Xue Xinyue said, "I could only be a burden the last time on the Demon Island. I don't want to be a burden to you in the future. Naturally, I have to work harder in my cultivation." Su Yan said, "It's not a problem to work hard in your cultivation. After all, this world isn't peaceful. Even in the Taihang sword faction, there are still waves. Your own strength is the foundation of everything. But don't force yourself too much." After saying this, Su Yan went silent for a moment. Then, he said again, "Xinyue, don't worry. If you don't like it, then no one can force you. Don't worry. Since you're not happy to marry Wuya, then I won't let anyone force you." At this moment, Xue Xinyue said, "Big brother Su Yan, actually, you should know that I don't want to marry Wuya. But you won't marry me either. Since that's the case, let me handle some things myself." Her tone was so firm and calm. This calm sentence actually made Su Yan's heart waver. At this moment, he really didn't know how to face this woman. Finally, he sighed and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Don't worry, I won't let anyone force you. I'll go out first." He and Xue Xingyue would only be more awkward if they stayed together. Therefore, he didn't dare to stay any longer and could only leave. At this moment, a ray of light descended from the sky. This light was so intoxicating that it made people's hearts yearn for it. Su Yan's eyes had a trace of helplessness and melancholy. He could kill his enemies without hesitation, but in the face of this kind of love, he could only feel melancholy. One had to know that in this world, the hardest thing to let down was the grace of a beauty. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beauty. However, since Xue Xingyue was fine, he felt much more at ease. Now, he should go and do some things. Just as he said earlier, if Xue Xingyue wasn't willing, then he wouldn't allow this to happen. According to Xue Qing, there were still a few days before the date set by sect leader Zhang Zhe. However, Su Yan wasn't prepared to wait any longer. After all, he still had a big battle in the near future. It was a battle that he didn't know if he could survive. Since that was the case, he would bring this matter forward. After leaving Xue Xinyue's room, he saw Feng Yueyu looking at him with a smile. She walked in front of Su Yan and said to Su Yan, "You're really a heartless man. Sister Xinyue is hanging on to you like this. Even I feel the same way. You're just going to leave like this?" Su Yan said, "Senior sister Feng, you shouldn't joke with me like this. With senior sister Feng's qualifications, who knows how many young geniuses would flock to you like a flock of ducks. Why do you need to do this?" In Su Yan's impression, Feng Yueyu was a shrewish and somewhat mischievous woman. Therefore, at this time, he didn't think that Feng Yueyu was serious. Feng Yueyu only smiled and didn't explain. Then, she asked directly, "Then, what are you going to do next? How are you going to deal with Sister Xinyue's matter?" Su Yan said, "Now, I'm going to Sword Forging Peak." At this moment, Feng Yueyu's eyes flashed with brilliance. She was a woman who liked excitement and she also understood the meaning in Su Yan's words. Therefore, she was even more interested at this time. "Ha ha ha, Su Yan, do you know what I like about you the most? I like that you're so responsible. You're not like some cowardly guy who can only ask the seniors of the sect for help." Su Yan felt helpless again. At this moment, Feng Yueyu suddenly thought of something, so she said, Actually, I'm usually very gentle." Su Yan was sweating in his heart. "You're already calling yourself an old lady, where did the gentleness come from?" However, Su Yan deeply understood a principle, which was to not reason with a woman, even if you were really reasonable. Although this sentence was very awkward, it was very reasonable. After leaving Xue Xinyue's courtyard, Feng Yueyu rushed in. Xue Xinyue was feeling melancholy when she saw Feng Yueyu rushing in. Chapter 787. Female Literature, Senior Sister Feng, has Big Brother Su Yan left? Feng Yueyu said, "Yes, of course he has left." She looked at Xue Xinyue with a smile. She could see that Xue Xinyue's eyes were filled with disappointment. Then she said, "You little girl, you're really hopeless. Su Yan has gone to Sword Forging Peak now." Hearing this, Xue Xinyue raised her head and said, "Why is Big Brother Su Yan going to Sword Forging Peak?" Feng Yueyu said, "What else can he do? Of course he's going to be jealous." No, he's going there for your engagement." At this moment, Xue Xinyue's eyes were filled with joy, but then she revealed a look of worry. Sword Forging Peak was the key point of the sect, and there were many experts on it. She knew that Su Yan was very powerful, but no matter how powerful he was, could he be compared to Great Elder Hai Chuan of Sword Forging Peak? Great Elder Hai Chuan's cultivation was extremely terrifying and unfathomable. If he really angered that person and he directly attacked, Su Yan's life would be in danger. "No, I have to go and take a look." She was naturally happy that Su Yan had stood up for her, but she definitely could not let Su Yan take the risk for her. Why couldn't Big Brother Su Yan wait a few more days? Su Yan was very fast. He had been to Sword Forging Peak once, so he was very familiar with this place. When he arrived at Sword Forging Peak, he saw that the other people on Sword Forging Peak were constantly busy. Sword forging required the ability to penetrate a stone with dripping water. A true sword forging master usually did not care about other things and would definitely not be affected by any distracting thoughts. The further one went into Sword Forging Peak, the hotter and more terrifying the temperature of the flames became. Su Yan didn't know how this other environment was formed. When he first stepped into this place, he was filled with curiosity. Su Yan's footsteps finally landed. At this time, someone from Sword Forging Peak came down. Which elder's disciple are you? Don't you know that Sword Forging Peak has been closed for the past few days? Hurry up and leave. Sword Forging Peak had a very special status within the Taihang sword faction. The disciples here did not need to be wary of other disciples. Even the disciples of the three great clans did not dare to offend them, because if the disciples of the three great clans wanted a good sword, they would have to come here. The people of Sword Forging Peak were usually very united. If you offended one of them, you would offend everyone. Of course, the people of Sword Forging Peak would not easily provoke others. However, Sword Forging Peak had been sealed off for the past few days. Ordinary people did not dare to barge in. Unless the big shots in the sect came, they wouldn't buy it at all. At this time, the two disciples had already recognized Su Yan. However, they were doing this on purpose. They wanted to disgust Su Yan. This was because they knew very well that their eldest senior brother had an unpleasant relationship with Su Yan. To Sword Forging Peak, Wuxia was their idol. This was because their eldest senior brother could forge famous swords by himself. The divine sword was the most powerful existence in this world. In the entire Jianghu continent, only the 10 great divine swords were known. Even their peak master, Grand Elder Hai Chuan, could not forge a divine sword. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to forge a divine sword. As for the divine sword, it was already the most powerful blade below the divine sword. Back then, Peak Master Hai Chuan had directly forged a divine sword from a piece of meteorite metal brought back by Xuecheng. This sword had ended up in Xue Xinue's hands. In the entire Sword Forging Peak, no one except Hai Chuan could forge a divine sword. Under such circumstances, the divine sword was the sharpest weapon. It was already extremely difficult to forge a divine sword. In the entire Sword Forging Peak, the number of people who could forge a divine sword was definitely not more than 10. Moreover, the divine sword forged by eldest senior brother Wuxia was the pinnacle of divine swords. All the disciples of Sword Forging Peak regarded eldest senior brother as their goal. For a sword forging master, the most honorable thing was not how profound his cultivation was, but how powerful the sword he forged was. Wuxia was their idol. However, Su Yan and their eldest senior brother had a conflict. Especially recently, the sect master had made the decision to let Su Yan and Wuxia directly duel. This made them hate Su Yan even more. At this time, Su Yan's appearance was definitely not the right time. They looked at Su Yan with malice in their eyes. Su Yan looked at these two disciples. He could naturally see the malice in their eyes. Of course, he did not point it out. He only said very politely, "Junior brothers, I'm here to see senior brother Wuxia. Please help me pass on the message." Su Yan's words were definitely very polite. No matter what, he was at least one of the 10 taxing swords. Moreover, he was the head of the swords. Even if he was the head of the swords, he was still the head of the swords. This was personally sown by Zhang Zhe. In the Taihang Swords faction, the 10 taxing swords had an extremely special status. Even ordinary elders could not compare to them. Therefore, since Su Yan was here, these disciples should not stop him. However, the people of Sword Forging Peak had always been arrogant. Moreover, Su Yan was their enemy. A disciple at the front said, "You can leave. Senior brother Wuxia won't see you. He's currently in seclusion forging a sword. If you want to beg senior brother Wuxia for mercy, then I think you should forget about it." This disciple's words were already very overboard. However, Su Yan did not expect the other disciple to speak even more overboard. He said directly, Su Yan, so what if you are the head of the 10 taxing swords? I'm not afraid to tell you that senior brother's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. A few days ago, even Wang Baichuan was defeated by senior brother's sword. Hehe, if you are really afraid, I think senior brother will allow you to beg for mercy. However, I'm afraid you will have to kneel all the way from sword forging peak. Ha ha ha. Ah. This disciple was laughing proudly. However, before he could finish speaking, he was kicked out by Su Yan. Su Yan said directly, I also know that I am the head of the 10 taxing swords. Then, you should know the consequences of insulting the head of the 10 taxing swords. Even if I kill you, what can sword forging peak do? This kind of small fry was nothing in front of Su Yan. If it was under normal circumstances, Su Yan would not even bother to make a move. However, Su Yan knew that sometimes, these wild dogs were the most annoying. If you did not give them a good beating, then they would take a mile after taking an inch. They might even think that you were easy to bully and bite you every time they saw you. Su Yan did not have the heart to waste time on these things. Therefore, he immediately made a move. Su Yan's power directly suppressed the bodies of these two disciples. At this moment, they could not even move or speak. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about these things. He directly said, Wuya, I am Su Yan. I am waiting for you at the foot of sword forging peak. If you have the guts, then come out. Of course, if you don't, then I will directly kill these two people who dared to offend the head of the 10 taxing swords. At this moment, Su Yan was actually so impolite. His aura was so strong that it was as if there were two words written on his forehead, domineering. This time, he did not have the slightest intention of restraining himself. At this moment, his voice directly spread. In just a moment, almost the entire Taihang sword faction could hear Su Yan's voice. In the distance, Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were walking towards this place. When they heard this voice, Xue Xinyue's expression immediately changed. Oh no, why did Big Brother Su Yan do this? He is definitely going to become enemies with Supreme Elder Hai Chuan. After all, she was not as brave as Feng Yueyu. Her first reaction was to worry for Su Yan. However, Feng Yueyu said, Silly sister, Su Yan always has his own plans. Since he is willing to stand out and compete with sword forging peak for your matter, you should be happy. I feel that this kind of Su Yan is the one I like. Xue Xinyue suddenly said, but senior sister, have you ever thought that Big Brother Su Yan is not doing this because he likes me? This. She felt bitter in her heart. At that time, Su Yan had clearly told Xue Xinyue his thoughts. He treated her as his younger sister. Su Yan was only doing this for his younger sister, not to compete with Wuya for her. Feng Yueyu said, Little you, do you know why I hated you so much in the past and always went against you? Xue Xinyue didn't expect Feng Yueyu to suddenly bring this up. But then again, she really wanted to know because when they were young, they were very close. However, as they slowly grew up, Feng Yueyu actually started to go against her. This was something she would never have thought of. At this moment, Feng Yueyu said, It's because I don't like your personality. You are too weak and sentimental. I feel that why do people have to put shackles on their thoughts when they live in this world? If you like something, then do it. If you want something, then fight for it. Isn't this a very simple matter? Moreover, haven't you heard that there is no such thing as a pure friendship between a man and a woman in this world? Hee, sibling love is just a lie. Listen to me, follow me. We will go and pick him up together. Feng Yueyu was truly a bold and fierce person. She could actually say such words. If it was Xue Xinyue, she would never say such words. Chapter 788. Female literature, however, for the sake of Su Yan, her thoughts were being influenced by Feng Yueyu. At this moment, she was slowly accepting Feng Yueyu's methods. Finally, she nodded resolutely and said, Senior sister, I understand. I won't be afraid anymore. At this moment, her gaze became resolute. Thus, the two women continued onward. At this moment, Su Yan stood at the foot of the mountain, waiting for Wuya's arrival. He had interacted with Wuya before and naturally knew his personality. He was very extreme and impulsive. Perhaps he was a very good swordsmith, but in many aspects, he was lacking. Su Yan was certain that after his provocation, Wuya would definitely come down. Time passed quietly. In just a short while, many people had appeared around Su Yan. Most of the people here were from Sword Forging Peak and immediately rushed over when they heard the news. After all, the people from Sword Forging Peak were very united, so when they saw Su Yan, they were abnormally angry. This was because their two senior brothers were wailing on the ground below Su Yan's feet. Under such circumstances, they naturally could not tolerate it. As a result, more and more people were wailing below Su Yan's feet. In the end, no one dared to go up and ask for a rebuff. Then, the people from the other factions also directly arrived. They were all here to watch the show. After hearing Su Yan's voice, they naturally could not sit still and all rushed over. After all, it was human nature to watch a show, no matter which world it was in. Elsewhere, Feng Yuhai sheathed his sword once more. He had heard Su Yan's voice. At this moment, he could only bitterly smile because he could hear that Su Yan's realm had increased by a lot again. It was really hard for him to imagine that Su Yan was like a monster. Every time, his strength would be able to obtain a huge increase. Back then, his realm and strength were actually above Su Yan's. However, at that time, neither he nor Wang Baichuan had displayed their true realm. This was because he and Wang Baichuan had started a special kind of cultivation at the same time. Even if Wang Baichuan directly used the eerie state, he could not use the sealed part of his power. However, as time passed, his and Wang Baichuan's cultivation gradually came to an end. His strength had become more and more powerful, but even under such circumstances, Su Yan's strength still caught up with him. By the time of the last battle on the sea, Su Yan had already left them behind. In particular, the appearance of ghost-faced Su Yan made them feel even more terrified. After returning, Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai did not tell anyone about this matter. However, they suddenly realized that Su Yan had already left a shadow in their hearts. Su Yan in ghost-faced state was too terrifying. He had killed 2 venerables in a row. How terrifying was that? Those were venerables. Every venerables had been tempered by laws and were fundamentally different from powerhouses in the dragon realm. However, at that time, Su Yan had directly killed him in front of the 2 of them. Such a person was really terrifying. Therefore, after returning from the battle on the sea, he and Wang Baichuan began to cultivate in seclusion at almost the same time. Today, their strength had increased again, and their realms had also made new breakthroughs. However, at this time, they realized that Su Yan's strength had increased again. At this time, Feng Yuhai continued, since Su Yan has returned, it is only natural for him to challenge Wuya. He was very interested in this matter. After all, he knew some of the entanglements in this matter. What was more interesting was that Wuya's strength had also increased greatly. Previously, he had directly challenged Wang Baichuan and defeated Wang Baichuan. That was a real defeat. Although it was a very difficult victory, he had still won in the end. Wuya's talent was not bad. It could even be said that he was extremely talented. In the Taihang sword faction, he was definitely a top figure. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the Taihang 10 swords. However, before that day, no one would have believed that he had defeated Wang Baichuan. However, it had happened just like that. Wuya had directly defeated Wang Baichuan in front of so many people. At that moment, his name had spread throughout the entire Taihang sword faction. Of course, Feng Yuhai had never fought with him before. After all, he was only the eternal number 2. For ordinary people, if they defeated the number 1, they naturally did not need to pay attention to the number 2. Feng Yuhai did not know whether this was a good thing or not. Although he had never fought with Wuya before, he could see that Wuya was really very powerful at this time based on his fight with Wang Baichuan. Although he couldn't imagine how Wuya did it, this time, he was really powerful to an inconceivable extent. He was so powerful that even Wang Baichuan had been defeated by him. Feng Yuhai did not have absolute confidence in defeating him. Feng Yuhai did not know how Wuya had done it, but he had directly reached this level at this time. However, at this time, Su Yan appeared. Moreover, he directly challenged Wuya in such a manner. Naturally, Feng Yuhai was very interested. I just don't know if Wang Baichuan will go and watch this battle. After saying that, he directly left the Feng family and went to Sword Forging Peak. Shui Baichuan was still cultivating in the ancestral land. His battle prowess was already very terrifying. In the last battle, he had directly suppressed Yan Shao, one of the vice sect leaders of the Limitless Demon Sect. Although Yan Shao was able to escape in the end, his battle prowess was already evident. There was no doubt that Shui Xingchuan's strength had surpassed the great ancestor of the Shui family. His appearance had also eased the situation of the Shui family. After all, unlike the great ancestor of the Shui family, he was still very young and had great potential. After he took over the Shui family and became the head of the Shui family, neither the Wang family nor the Feng family dared to easily provoke the Shui family. At this time, he was still cultivating in seclusion in the ancestral land. Now, no one knew his current realm. Maybe he had already taken that step and become a Dao Lord, or maybe he had not yet. At this time, he also heard Su Yan's voice. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then he said, "Haha, good boy. You really have a temper like mine. This is good. Let me see the strength of that old man Hai Chuan." Where there was the underworld, there would be conflicts. Now that he was in charge of the Shui family, he naturally had his own ideas. For so many years, Sword Forging Peak status had been extraordinary. Everyone thought that it was because of the special status of the swordsmith. However, he knew very well that the most fundamental reason for Sword Forging Peak's extraordinary status was because of Great Elder Hai Chuan. Because of Great Elder Hai Chuan's existence, when others treated the disciples of Sword Forging Peak, they were naturally restrained. This also made Sword Forging Peak's status even more extraordinary. Perhaps many people thought that this was very normal, but the real higher-ups and the real experts all had their own ideas and plans. They could see that this old man seemed to be very restless. He had his own plans. If Sword Forging Peak continued to develop like this, how different would it be from the three major families? As a group, their status was extraordinary, and no one dared to provoke them. They were the fourth most powerful faction in the Taihang sword faction. And because of sword forging, they would be even more special than the three major families. This old man's ambition was not small. However, whether it was Shui Xingchuan, the Wang family's patriarch, or the Feng family's patriarch, they were all unwilling to see such a scene. Although Sword Forging Peak was very special now, they were still not independent. At the very least, Sword Forging Peak was currently serving the entire Taihang sword faction. They were still forging swords for the three major families. However, once they truly became the fourth major family, there would probably be a reshuffle within the Taihang sword faction. At that time, whether they were willing or not, the current situation would be directly broken. Resources would be redistributed, and the territory of power would probably be directly distributed. This was something that they did not want to see no matter what. Of course, this was also something that sect leader Zhang Zhe did not want to see. For Zhang Zhe, in such a precarious time, the stability of the sect was the most important. The appearance of the fourth major family would definitely cause unrest in the Taihang sword faction. Even if it could be resolved peacefully in the end, it would definitely hurt their vitality. Therefore, the root of all this was Supreme Elder Hai Chuan. Headmaster Zhang Zhe had arranged the competition between Su Yan and Wuya. He most likely had his own intentions. Although he didn't know what exactly his intentions were, he didn't know. However, he had always been a scheming person. Shui Xingchuan was naturally not bad either. He also needed to know Hai Chuan's strength. As for whether or not he could really see Hai Chuan's strength, that would depend on Su Yan. At the foot of Sword Forging Peak, Su Yan's figure stood straight. At this moment, no one dared to come within 100 meters of him. It was as if the place he was standing in was a forbidden area. Just as everyone began to feel anxious, an angry and deep voice was suddenly transmitted directly to them. "Su Yan, how dare you?" The voice sounded, and then directly rushed towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan raised his eyebrows. He knew that Wuya was here. At the peak of Sword Forging Peak, a figure directly jumped down. His speed was extremely fast, and it was simply terrifying. At this moment, everyone could feel his anger. At this moment, Wuya's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Chapter 789. Female literature. Although they had already guessed that Wuya would be very angry, they didn't expect him to directly attack without even saying a word of nonsense. At this moment, Su Yan smiled coldly. He looked at Wuya and said, "Wuya, you actually attacked directly? Why, you don't even want the lives of your junior brothers?" If he attacked like this, with such power, even the aftermath would be enough to take the lives of these junior brothers. Previously, they did not realize it, but when Su Yan said this, they immediately realized this point. However, at this moment, Wuya was completely unrestrained. Not only did his aura not weaken, but it became even stronger. "Su Yan, die." This was his will at this moment. Su Yan smiled again. Then, he leaped lightly and rushed directly into the sky. Then, he flew out with a whip kick, and the powerful force exploded at this moment. The powerful force exploded and immediately collided with Wuya's power. However, at this moment, he had already leaped into the sky. The collision of the two forces was in the air, so for those on the ground, the aftermath was naturally much lower. Although there were still a few people who were injured, their lives were not in danger. At this moment, many people had different thoughts. They were originally very dissatisfied with Su Yan's arrogance, especially the people from Sword Forging Peak. However, they never thought that their eldest senior brother would be so heartless. The battle between him and Su Yan this time was already very terrifying. Just by looking at how the aftermath of their confrontation in the sky could still injure people, one could see how terrifying this power was. Then, what if this confrontation happened on the ground? Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? They respected and loved their eldest senior brother so much, but their eldest senior brother was actually so indifferent to their lives. Even Su Yan, who was a stranger, chose to drag the battle to the sky at the last moment. After the two of them clashed, they both retreated. Although Su Yan had heard from the disciples of the Sword Forging Peak that Wuya had defeated Wang Baichuan, he did not believe it because he had not seen it with his own eyes. However, at that moment, he personally sensed that power. His expression immediately changed. That was because boundless power was really too strong. Even the current him felt a little numb after the first clash. He didn't know boundless very well, but he believed that if it was a normal cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for a person's strength to rise to such a level in such a short time. He steadied himself and turned his gaze to boundless. At this time, he activated his divine will as if he wanted to see through boundless. Looking at boundless, he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. At this moment, Wuya spoke, "Su Yan, you actually dare to appear in front of me?" Wuya's voice was always low, and he didn't like to talk. However, at this time, his voice was more sinister than before. It was not low, but sinister. This was a completely different concept. Su Yan said, "Why wouldn't I dare to appear in front of you?" Now that I'm here, what do you want?" "The sect leader arranged for us to fight, but I'm in a hurry, so I came early." Wuya said, "Su Yan, it's good that you're here. I'll definitely defeat you, definitely. Xinyue is mine. I'll prove to her that I, Wuya, am the most powerful person. You, Su Yan, are nothing in front of me." His hatred was so strong. At this time, Su Yan was more and more certain that there was something strange about Wuya. Wuya was indeed an extreme person. Back then, he confessed to Xue Xinyue, but was rejected by Xue Xinyue. And Xue Xinyue was so close to him, and her heart belonged to him, so he hated her because of love. This was easy to understand, but his current state was still too surprising. It seemed that Wuya's body had merged with a devil. At this time, Su Yan said, "Do you think I came here to compete with you for Xinhue? Do you think you can get Xinhue if you win, and I can get Xinhue if I win? Ha, you idiot, I came here today to beat you up, that's all." Su Yan's words were so arrogant, but everyone knew that not long ago, Wuya had defeated Wang Baichuan. Back then, Su Yan had barely fought Wang Baichuan to a draw. Those powerful people knew that Zhang Zhe had personally taken action back then because he didn't want Wang Baichuan to interrupt his cultivation. Su Yan had disappeared from the Taihang sword faction for too long, so except for a few people, their impression of Su Yan was still stuck at that grand competition. In their impression, Su Yan was indeed very strong, but it seemed too naive to think that he could defeat Wuya with such strength. Of course, there were also some real experts who had already noticed that something was wrong. The previous attack had already explained everything. Su Yan had actually taken on Wuya's angry attack, and he was still able to talk and laugh at the moment. At this moment, Feng Yuhai had already walked over. He had seen the previous scene directly. Then, he sighed in his heart and said, "Wuya is really unlucky to have met Su Yan. They haven't even fought, and Su Yan has already shaken his position in the hearts of the disciples of Sword Forging Peak." Su Yan's previous words, which seemed to be mocking, were actually a nail in the hearts of many disciples of Sword Forging Peak. However, Wuya obviously didn't care about this. He didn't want to care at all, and he didn't care about it. At this moment, after hearing Su Yan's words, he became even more furious. He didn't speak anymore, and his entire body disappeared from the spot. Then, he directly charged towards Su Yan. A thick light directly appeared. It was a pitch-black sledgehammer. This sledgehammer was definitely not ordinary. It contained an extremely terrifying aura. An ordinary famed sword, or even a top-notch famed sword, could not be compared to this sledgehammer. Even a sacred sword would find it difficult to block this sledgehammer's attack if it couldn't unleash the true power of the sacred sword. Moreover, at this moment, Wuya's power was simply terrifying. Even Su Yan's freakish body trembled, so there was no need to say anything else. The combination of the two was simply flawless. It was no wonder that even Wang Baichuan was defeated by him. Such a person was simply a freak. Go to hell. Above his hammer, a terrifying light shadow appeared. This light shadow suddenly bombarded, and the violent power directly went berserk, as if it was going to sweep everything away. The spectators were already a little far away from them, but at this moment, they still felt the almost oppressive power. At this moment, Su Yan's expression became solemn. What a terrifying power! His heart skipped a beat, and then he channeled his spiritual qi. The spiritual qi of the Regal Sword Codex was directly activated, and then merged with every muscle in his body. He did not take out the scorching sun sword. At this moment, he actually wanted to rely on his strength to directly receive this sledgehammer. Feng Yuhai's face directly twitched, and then he subconsciously said, "How exactly does this Wuya cultivate? Although I know that this guy has been forging iron and swords every day, and his power must be extraordinary, this kind of power is too beyond common sense. Moreover, this power seems to be even stronger than when he fought with Wang Baichuan back then. However, Su Yan actually wants to use the most direct confrontation. I'm really looking forward to it." Back then, Wang Baichuan had received Wuya's sledgehammer head-on. At that time, Wang Baichuan paid a great price for his actions, and after that blow, he was directly injured. After that, although he tried to play to his advantage and fight in a cold state, he was eventually defeated after a bitter battle because he was already injured from the first blow. Wang Baichuan was naturally not someone who would underestimate his opponent. At the very beginning, since he chose to take this sledgehammer head-on, it meant that he had enough confidence. However, after the sledgehammer, he was directly injured, which meant that when the sledgehammer came into contact with Wang Baichuan, his power instantly increased. This sudden burst of power almost crushed Wang Baichuan. At this moment, Su Yan had made such a choice. So, what would this battle be like? Feng Yuhai was looking forward to it. Would Su Yan repeat Wang Baichuan's tragedy, or, under everyone's expectant eyes and gloating eyes, Su Yan's fist finally directly bombarded Wuya's sledgehammer? At the place where the two collided, a layer of shock wave directly appeared. The shock wave directly rolled up a cloud of dust and then spread to the surroundings with an extremely terrifying momentum. He caught it. At this moment, they were all surprised. Su Yan actually took advantage of this blow. He was not sent flying, but he caught the blow. Back then, Wang Baichuan could not block this blow, but Su Yan actually blocked it with his bare hands. It was not until this moment that they finally realized a problem. It seemed that they had not seen Su Yan for a while. During this period of time, Su Yan's strength had directly increased to such a level. However, was this period of time really that long? It did not seem to be. However, this guy had actually reached such a level. Was he still human? He was a freak. At this moment, everyone's hearts were trembling. Chapter 790. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan lifted his head and looked at Wuya. He was so close to Wuya at this moment. His divine consciousness could clearly sense Wuya. Sensing Wuya's breathing, Su Yan's frown deepened. Of course, the previous attack was indeed terrifying. Su Yan had already channeled his power, but he still felt a huge impact. Let's not talk about him for now, but this Boundless had indeed undergone a change. The current him was like a completely different person. The reason why this was so was because of his aura. Everyone had their own unique aura. Of course, this was not the aura of a person, but the aura of one's soul. This kind of power was very unique. Generally speaking, as long as a person's soul was not destroyed, his aura would not change. This was the record of the Stupa sect. The Stupa sect was really powerful during that era. They were even more terrifying than King Tai 3,000 years ago. If not for the great calamity that befell the Stupa sect in order to protect this world, they would probably still be at the peak of their power. It was a pity that everything in this world was predestined. Even a powerful sect like the Stupa sect had to face a calamity in the end. However, Su Yan had obtained many things from the Stupa sect's inheritance. Among them were things related to the aura of the soul. In the beginning, Su Yan did not pay much attention to it, but now he grasped the crux of the matter. This guy's aura of the soul still belonged to him, but compared to before, it was a little different. This aura of the soul was very foreign to Su Yan, but he could feel an incomparably scorching power within it. At this moment, Su Yan was sure that something was wrong with this guy. Of course, Su Yan could not say this to everyone right now, because he did not have any evidence at all. Many things still needed to be kept secret at his level. For example, he was the successor of the Stupa sect. The inheritance of the Stupa sect was too tempting. After all, it was a powerful force in the ancient times. If news of this spread, Su Yan would immediately become the target of public criticism. Not only would the Taihang sword faction not protect him, they would even directly attack him. Although Su Yan's strength wasn't bad, he was self-aware. Compared to those truly powerful experts, he was still too far away. For example, if Xue Xingchuan really did attack him at this time, then he would undoubtedly die. Even if he let Ghoul Su Yan appear, it would still be the same. However, Su Yan didn't need to let everyone know about Wuya's current situation. In fact, Su Yan wasn't interested in Wuya's situation or whether he would live or die in the end. What he needed to do now was to give him a good beating, just as he had said earlier. Of course, he wasn't doing this just to vent his anger. Instead, he was doing it for Xue Xingyue. Although Su Yan was a member of the Taihang sword faction's Xue clan, he clearly knew that he wouldn't stay in this place forever. Soon, it would be time for him to part ways with the Taihang sword faction. This was because although the Taihang sword faction had already fought with the Limitless Demon sect, it could be said that they were taking revenge for the Limitless Demon sect's ambush on the Taihang sword faction in the ruins. However, it wasn't time for the two sects to start a real war yet. Su Yan was indeed a genius. His future was very bright. However, if he died before he could mature, then he would be nothing. No one would go against the Limitless Demon sect for a dead person. Su Yan knew this clearly. Therefore, in this war between him and the Limitless Demon sect, he didn't take the Taihang sword faction into his calculations. It was inevitable that he would leave. If he left, he wouldn't be able to continue killing Xue Xingyue. When that happened, if Wu Yi still had any thoughts about Xue Xingyue, Su Yan wouldn't be able to find out. Therefore, for the sake of Xue Xinyue's future, he chose the most direct method. Of course, he didn't want to kill Wu Yi directly. He wasn't that crazy. After all, this was the Taihang sword faction, and they were on sword forging peak. He was willing to bet that as long as he had the slightest intention to kill, Grand Elder Hai Chuan would immediately know. Relatively speaking, the feeling that this Supreme Elder gave Su Yan could only be described as mysterious. He seemed to be able to see through everything in this world. Nothing could escape his eyes. Therefore, Su Yan thought of a method. It was the stupidest but the best method. He was going to beat Wu Yi up. He was going to beat Wu Yi up. He was going to make Wu Yi lose his drive and confidence. He was going to make himself Wu Yi's nightmare forever. Only in this way would Wu Yi think of him whenever he had thoughts about Xue Xingyue. It had to be said that Su Yan's method was really violent. However, from a certain point of view, it was the best method. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan chose the most violent method. He didn't use his own sword Dao at all. If he defeated Wu Yi with his sword, although it would make Wu Yi feel pain, it wouldn't leave a shadow in his heart. If he wanted to completely destroy someone, he had to defeat him in the area that he was best at. Furthermore, he had to defeat him in a crushing manner. This was Su Yan's idea. At this moment, he was indeed doing this. At this moment, Wu Yi was simply filled with endless anger. If he were a giant beast, he would definitely be roaring crazily at this moment. The two of them didn't separate after the bombardment, but at this moment, he was incomparably furious. Su Yan actually caught his attack. More importantly, Su Yan didn't use his sacred sword. Instead, he caught his heavy hammer with his bare hands. Not long ago, he used his heavy hammer to defeat Wang Baichuan. The Taihang swordmaster finally lost in front of him. At that moment, Wu Yi was filled with pride. Ever since he stood out in the Taihang sword faction, people remembered him as a swordsmithing genius. He was the goal and idol of many swordsmiths in Swordsmithing Peak. All the young disciples were extremely respectful towards him. However, they never knew that this wasn't what Wu Yi wanted. What was the use of being a swordsmithing genius? So what if he could forge a famous sword? People would always remember him as an expert who could defeat his enemies, not a blacksmith who only knew how to forge weapons. However, unknowingly, he had fallen into a passive state. He had begun to accept and even adapt to the compliments and worship. However, he really didn't want to be like this. As a result, he gradually fell silent with this unwillingness. He even began to feel that he was born to forge swords and had forgotten his original dream. However, one day, the dream he weaved for himself was shattered. That day, he finally forged a famous sword. It was the most perfect famous sword he had ever forged. Although it couldn't compare to a sacred sword, it already had a weak spirituality. Moreover, it was incomparably sharp and could easily cut through the enemy's weapons. What was even more rare was that under his meticulous design, the famous sword was still very beautiful. Therefore, he named this famous sword Mu Yu and gave it to the woman he loved the most. However, that was the beginning of his dream being shattered. Xue Xingyue actually rejected his gift in front of everyone. That was also rejecting him. This filled him with incomparable pain. Then, the thought that he had buried appeared in his mind, his heart, and the depths of his soul. Unfortunately, many things didn't change according to his will. No matter how hard he tried to cultivate, he couldn't make himself stronger. It was as if he had reached a bottleneck. This made him feel incomparable pain. During that time, he stopped forging swords and gave up on himself every day. During that time, the Wu Yi that everyone was familiar with had disappeared. It was at that time, when he was in despair, that hope suddenly appeared. A voice appeared in the depths of his soul. Then, under its guidance, his strength began to increase. Not long ago, he reached the Seven Dragons realm. Then, after coming out of seclusion, he went straight to challenge Wang Baichuan. This was because Wang Baichuan was publicly recognized as the strongest person in the Taihang sword faction. As long as he defeated him, it was equivalent to defeating all the young people in the Taihang sword faction. As for Su Yan, it was only by luck that he was able to fight Wang Baichuan to a draw. At that time, everyone believed that if Zhang Zhe didn't intervene and let the two of them fight, the final winner would definitely be Wang Baichuan. Since he could even defeat Wang Baichuan, what was Su Yan to him? And it was also after he defeated Wang Baichuan that another thing that made him happy happened. His master actually directly proposed an engagement to the sect leader, asking Xue Xinyue to marry him. What made him even happier was that the headmaster had actually agreed to it. Although the headmaster's final decision was for him to fight Su Yan, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to crush Su Yan. He wanted to kill Su Yan in front of everyone. He wanted everyone to know that Su Yan was nothing in front of him. Last time, he was only able to become the Taihang swordsman by luck. Under his invincible hammer, Su Yan's body would be smashed to pieces. Accidentally killing someone in a battle was nothing. At that moment, he felt that the entire world was taking care of him. All the good things were taking care of him. Since that day, he had been waiting for Su Yan's arrival. His heart was filled with excitement and passion. What was even rarer was that ever since he received guidance from that mysterious voice, his strength had actually become more and more powerful. His strength was constantly increasing. Chapter 791. Female Literature. Finally, Su Yan's voice came from the foot of Sword Forging Peak. Although it wasn't the day that sect master Zhang Zhe had set, since Su Yan had arrived, it was enough. His mood was so hot, and at the same time, the killing intent in his heart was so strong. Therefore, he directly swooped down from the peak. He wanted to kill Su Yan in the first instant regardless of everything. As long as he killed Su Yan, everything else didn't matter. Junior brother's life? So what? What did it have to do with him? However, at this time, he didn't realize that he was completely different from before. In the past, although he was a more reclusive person, he was still very kind and amiable to his senior brothers. If a junior brother asked him for advice, he would never be stingy and would directly impart what he knew to them. However, at this time, he actually ignored his junior brother's life. As the saying goes, those closely involved can't see clearly. He didn't realize that he had quietly changed. Just like that, Su Yan's palm dragged his heavy hammer. As for Wuya, he was actually unable to press down his heavy hammer. At this moment, veins had already appeared on his forehead. Perhaps it was because he had used up all his strength, or perhaps it was because he was too angry, but at this moment, he began to tremble. No, impossible. How did you become so strong? This is impossible. At this moment, he was constantly roaring in his heart. He was simply unwilling to believe the truth in front of him. Just as he was in disbelief, Su Yan's voice was directly transmitted over. Wuya, is this your greatest strength? It doesn't seem to be much. Are you that powerless? Huh, you want to kill me, but you only have this little strength. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Su Yan's words were so heartless that they ruthlessly tore his heart apart. In fact, at this moment, he wasn't as relaxed as he looked on the surface. Wuya's strength was indeed terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already fused spirit qi into every single muscle in his body, and if it wasn't for the fact that his body had been tempered by the lightning tribulation and become incomparably terrifying, he would have been in a terrible state. If it wasn't for the demonic dragon's blood in his body, even if he could withstand this attack, he would have been seriously injured. At this moment, he raised his head and looked into the other party's eyes. Everyone was stunned. They had seen the battle between Wuya and Wang Baichuan. During the battle, Wang Baichuan had been sent flying by this heavy hammer. Even with the protection of the holy sword, Wang Baichuan was still bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Even if Su Yan blocked the heavy hammer with the holy sword, they already felt that it was inconceivable. But now, Su Yan actually blocked the heavy hammer with both hands. Of course, they could tell that when Su Yan was saying these words, he was already struggling a little. But that was all there was to it. Compared to Wang Baichuan, who was directly sent flying, he was much, much better. What's going on? Could it be that Wuya's strength suddenly became weak? They really couldn't understand why such a situation would happen at this time. Impossible. Go to hell. Wuya roared. At this moment, in the deepest part of his eyes, a faint red light flashed. Even Su Yan didn't notice this red light. At this moment, his strength suddenly became stronger. Su Yan's expression changed, and he immediately let go of his hand. At this moment, he had already felt the change in this power. It was impossible that Wuya didn't use all of his strength before, but at this moment, his strength became stronger again. Under such a sudden situation, Su Yan didn't dare to resist this power head-on, so he directly pulled away. Seeing this situation, everyone felt a little better. If Su Yan directly defeated Wuya as soon as he came, that would be strange. But now, the rhythm was slightly more correct. Su Yan's divine thought was locked on Wuya. He suddenly realized that boundless strength had indeed become stronger, but his soul aura seemed to have undergone some changes. Although this change was very slight, Su Yan still felt it. The soul aura that belonged to him became a little thinner, and that unknown aura became a little stronger. Something is strange, there must be something strange. At this moment, Su Yan took a deep breath. Since he had already decided to directly crush his opponent, he didn't want to use the scorching sun sword. At this moment, his heart trembled slightly, and his blood directly flowed. His muscles didn't obviously expand, but the density of his muscles had become much stronger. His aura also increased a lot at this moment. He looked at Wuya, and then directly said, "What, Wuya, you're finally willing to show your true strength? Then come at me. Let me see how powerful you are when you unleash your full strength." Su Yan provoked Wuya again. Everyone was speechless at Su Yan's provocation. Was he crazy? He just wanted to completely enrage Wuya. The most unacceptable thing was that he didn't intend to use his sacred sword at all. At this moment, Feng Yuhai was watching the battle from afar. He thought to himself, he's become stronger again. He's become stronger again. Feng Yuhai was also a genius. Although his name had always been behind Wang Baichuan, no one would look down on him, not even Wang Baichuan. However, such a person could only smile bitterly at this moment. At this time, Su Yan had become even more powerful. However, how long had it been? A few days? A round trip would probably only take half a month. What exactly had Su Yan experienced? He shook his head gently, completely convinced by Su Yan in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly saw a figure. This person was floating in mid-air, watching the battle between Su Yan and Wuya from a hidden corner. Previously, Feng Yuhai had felt that this person was very unfamiliar. However, he finally recognized him now. This person was none other than Feng Yuashan, who had been taken away by Rosen that day. Feng Yuhai frowned. How is this possible? How is this possible? At that time, this fellow was clearly weak and pitiful. But now, his aura has become so strong. Feng Yuhai was not sure whether Feng Yuashan had reached the venerable realm or not, but he was sure that Feng Yuashan's aura was already above his. He could not truly sense Feng Yuashan's aura at all. At this moment, Feng Yuashan turned his head and nodded at Feng Yuhai with a smile. Feng Yuashan was a very open-minded person. He didn't feel angry because Feng Yuhai had left him in the lurch. This was because he knew that this was a very normal thing to do. Wuya's heavy hammer kept spinning before it suddenly fell from the sky. At this moment, a jet-black whirlwind appeared directly. The jet-black whirlwind immediately swept towards Su Yan. As long as one's cultivation was slightly stronger, they could feel the terrifying aura from this whirlwind. This power was frightening. Perhaps only a venerable realm expert could resist it. This was what many people thought. However, Su Yan didn't have any intention of dodging at all. In fact, his raging flame sword still hadn't appeared. Is this fella crazy? If that's the case, he'll be directly crushed. He'll definitely die under this attack. This fella actually dares to be so arrogant. He actually dares to ignore eldest senior brother's attack. He'll definitely die. Someone from Swordcasting Peak said. Although Wu Ya's previous indifference was chilling, as the battle continued, these people's attention was quickly diverted. After all, Wu Ya's position in their hearts was very stable. As for everything that had happened before, it was just a seed. This seed wouldn't germinate immediately at this time, and it might never germinate. The current Wu Ya was still their idol and legend. Swordcasting Peak had never produced a true top powerhouse. Other than Great Elder Hai Chuan, it was already very rare for Wu Ya to become one of the 10 Taixing swords. After all, the people from Swordcasting Peak had completely devoted their minds to swordcasting. After a long time, they had already adapted to this reality. However, when Wu Ya suddenly erupted and defeated Wang Baichuan, they still felt proud and elated. At this time, they naturally hoped that Wu Ya could win the battle between Wu Ya and Su Yan. The black whirlwind finally arrived in front of Su Yan's body. Su Yan took a deep breath and adjusted the spiritual qi in his body to the best level. He said directly, "Is it really that powerful? Is that all you've got?" As he spoke, he suddenly pushed his hands forward. As his palms came into contact, the violent power directly exploded at this time. Just like that, he directly blocked in front of the black whirlwind. Soon, the black whirlwind directly swallowed him. At this moment, Xue Xinyue, who had arrived at this place, was burning with anxiety. The others were also attracted by this. They wanted to know if Su Yan was really going to be killed like this. At this moment, Fang Yueshan was very relaxed. He yawned lazily and muttered to himself, "Looks like Su Yan wants to trample on someone. He actually wants to use such a method to defeat someone." At this moment, his realm was completely different. Since his realm was different, his vision was naturally different as well. The things he could see were naturally much more than others. Su Yan had fought with Fang Wuhui before, and he was best at his sword path. Back then, the battle happened in his sea of consciousness, so he was very familiar with that battle. Su Yan's sword was definitely incomparably terrifying. At that time, Su Yan consecutively attacked with his sword. In the end, he even performed the Imperial Demon Slayer slash and finally forced the powerful soul of Fang Wuhui to retreat. This was Su Yan's strongest point. He believed that if Su Yan took out his holy sword and then fought with his sword path, then at this time, Wu Ya might have lost or even died. However, at this time, Su Yan did not use his sword path but brute force. There was only one purpose for doing this, and that was to trample on others. For so many years, he had been fooling around, so he was naturally very familiar with all of this. He was not worried about Su Yan's safety at all because he knew that Su Yan would definitely be the final victor. Just as he was deep in thought, the whirlwind suddenly changed. At this time, the terrifying black whirlwind was directly torn apart and then split into 2 halves. Su Yan actually tore this black whirlwind apart. At this time, he was directly facing this terrifying power and moving forward. How is this possible? Those who had previously mocked Su Yan for overestimating himself or hated him for being too conceited were now speechless. They felt that they must have gone crazy at this time. Could it be that Su Yan has already become a venerable? It seemed that this was the only explanation. At this time, Su Yan of course did not care about the shock of the crowd. At this moment, although he seemed to be infinitely glorious, he was very dangerous at this time. His spiritual power formed a stream of air and directly resisted the whirlwind. Then, he directly charged forward against this stream of air. However, if his power was slightly weaker, then this whirlwind would mercilessly bombard his body. "Wu Ya, you're too weak." At this moment, Su Yan's speed suddenly increased, and the black whirlwind was directly torn apart. At this time, Su Yan's body had already appeared in front of Wu Ya. He raised his fist and then fiercely punched down. Boundless only felt a flash of light, followed by a fiery pain. His entire body was sent flying backwards. Until now, he still did not understand how Su Yan could be so powerful. His body did not stop, but Su Yan's body came to his side again. He was not willing to give up. He directly waved his heavy hammer and then fiercely smashed it down. At this time, Su Yan's ferocity was surging. The blood in his body became even more hot. He directly punched down. His fist directly collided with the heavy hammer. Clang! At this time, unexpectedly, the sound of metal colliding was heard. At this time, Wuxia was directly hit and sent flying again. In the following time, Wuxia was completely turned into a sandbag. Su Yan's power was too strong. Under Su Yan's crazy bombardment, Wuxia was simply unable to resist. No, go to hell. This was Wuxia's angry and unwilling shout. Such a mournful shout, at this time, was so desolate. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded, "Stop." After these 4 words fell, Su Yan's body directly froze in the air. Chapter 792. Female Literature, Stop It. These 4 words were extremely simple and plain. However, Su Yan's body actually froze on the spot after these 4 words were spoken. It was as if there was a huge invisible hand that had pinched him. What's going on? What's wrong with Su Yan? Su Yan was the only one who had heard the previous words, because they had been directed at Su Yan. Therefore, many people were confused when they saw Su Yan's body suddenly freeze in the air. At this moment, Boundless raised his head. His eyes flashed with a ferocious light. A crazy killing intent was constantly surging. At this moment, he immediately understood that his chance had come. At this point, he was so crazy that he no longer cared about whether it was fair or not. His mind was filled with thoughts of killing Su Yan. At this moment, his body suddenly flashed and directly rushed in front of Su Yan. He also didn't use his heavy hammer, because his heavy hammer had already been destroyed by Su Yan. At this moment, his fists were his weapons. At this moment, he suddenly blasted out a punch and directly hit Su Yan's chest. Su Yan's expression immediately changed. Even though Su Yan's defense was amazing, Boundless was definitely not a weakling. On the contrary, his strength was terrifyingly strong. At this moment, Su Yan had to bear the brunt of this attack, which was naturally very painful. "Hai Chuan, this is a fair duel between Boundless and me. How dare you interfere like this?" Su Yan endured the pain and shouted angrily. This was a fair duel, and Hai Chuan should not have interfered. But now, he had secretly made a move. Soon, Su Yan discovered something. Supreme Elder Hai Chuan was far more shameless than he had imagined. Not only did this old man secretly confine his own power, but he also directly isolated the surrounding sounds. At this moment, Boundless grinned maliciously. Then, he launched another attack. At this moment, Su Yan had become a live target. At this moment, many of the onlookers at the foot of the mountain had already discovered that something was wrong. Previously, Su Yan had clearly taken the absolute initiative. Boundless was already an arrow at the end of its flight and was constantly being ravaged by Su Yan. However, at this moment, Su Yan's body strangely froze, and Boundless made a move. Su Yan did not even have the strength to fight back. At this moment, someone from Sword Forging Peak immediately said, "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Big Senior Brother was just letting this kid win. Big Senior Brother is a man who even defeated Wang Baichuan. How could he lose to Su Yan?" Following his words, many people from Sword Forging Peak began to agree with him. At this moment, the shadow over their hearts had begun to dissipate. However, other than those from Sword Forging Peak, many people realized that something was wrong. They were not blind. Previously, Su Yan suddenly froze in the air. That was too strange. It was so sudden that no one was prepared for it. Furthermore, at this time, Boundless was unceasingly attacking, but Su Yan actually could not even defend. At this moment, Fang Yueshan looked at the 2 people fighting in the sky and said softly, "How shameless." He actually disregarded his status and launched a sneak attack. Should I make a move against this old man? At this moment, Fang Yueshan had already thought of making a move. However, he had been hesitating. After all, this was the Tai-Hang sword faction. Although he was Su Yan's friend and, in his own words, Su Yan's follower, he was still an outsider. Furthermore, he was no match for the old man who was attacking from behind. If he made a move forcefully, not only would he not be able to help Su Yan, but he would also bring trouble to himself. That would not be worth the loss. Therefore, the wisest choice now was to wait. Wait for the other powerhouses to make a move. In a short period of time, Su Yan had been punched 13 times in a row. Every punch seemed to have hit his vitals. At this moment, Boundless had already become incomparably hardy. There was nothing more delightful than this. It was a pleasure to be able to bombard an enemy like this. His entire being seemed to be burning like a raging flame. No, this old man is treating me like this. If this drags on, I will die. I have to think of a way to get out of this. Su Yan's mind was constantly thinking of a solution. That old man Haichuan was too much. How could he trick him like this? If this continued, he would most likely die. At this moment, the other powerhouses of the Tai-Hang sword faction had no intention of making a move. Su Yan would not place his hopes on others, because it was completely useless. In this world, the only person he could trust was himself. Old man, since you are so shameless, don't blame me for this. Su Yan could not directly transform into Ghost Face, because the cost of doing so would be too great. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to summon his monster. Oriole, show yourself. At this moment it was more appropriate to summon the double-winged sky tiger. However, the double-winged sky tiger was still unknown. It would be a very good trump card, and the Oriole had already appeared in the last battle. When Su Yan was punched 7 times in a row, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a golden light directly hit where Boundless and Su Yan were. At this moment, someone naturally noticed this light. What is that? Someone immediately exclaimed. Su Yan and Boundless were in the middle of a battle. If they were suddenly attacked by this light, both of them might die. At this moment, a light directly appeared in front of the Oriole. This light directly blocked the Oriole's front. Obviously, it was to prevent the Oriole from moving forward. However, the Oriole's strength was extremely strong. How could it be so simple to block it? Under the Oriole's wings, an extremely terrifying whirlwind immediately erupted. The whirlwind violently began to tear this light apart. The power of the two directly went berserk. At this moment, the binding on Su Yan's body finally lessened a little. At this moment, he directly used all his strength. At this moment, Boundless was charging towards Su Yan. Su Yan directly laughed sinisterly, "You are courting death." Previously, he had been attacked by Boundless like this, and he was already angry. Moreover, in order to resist the binding power from Haichuan, his 3 hearts had long been beating to the extreme. Under the stimulation of this power, his strength at this moment was naturally incomparably strong. At this moment, he suddenly threw a punch at Boundless. Boundless obviously did not expect such an unforeseen event to happen. Before he could react, he was directly sent flying by the punch. Su Yan ignored him and directly met up with Acheron. Then, he directly shouted angrily, "Boundless, you old bastard. Your disciple can't beat me, and you dare to secretly kill him?" Previously, Su Yan's voice was sealed by this old bastard. However, the Oriole's appearance directly broke this seal. Su Yan directly shouted angrily. His voice had already spread throughout the Tai-Hang sword faction. At this moment, the disciples looked at each other. Wasn't Su Yan and Boundless fighting just now? However, more people immediately reacted to the situation. What? It was Supreme Elder Haichuan who secretly attacked? No wonder it was so strange just now. These people were not fools. Naturally, they could naturally see that at the very beginning, Su Yan directly gained the upper hand with absolute strength. Boundless' weapon was directly knocked out of his hand. However, in an instant, the situation was reversed. And Su Yan actually couldn't even resist. It turned out that someone had secretly attacked him. If that was not the case, why would he be like this? Humph, Junior, you're courting death. Don't think that you can be so presumptuous in my sword-forging peak just because you have a demonic beast. My sword-forging peak just happens to be lacking a demonic beast guarding the mountain. I'll let you take over then. As he spoke, a figure directly appeared in the air. The appearance of this person immediately caused an uproar. Supreme Elder Hai Chuan had appeared. In this case, what Su Yan had said before was actually true. While Su Yan was fighting with someone, Supreme Elder Hai Chuan had attacked. This was cheating. However, at this moment, no one said anything. Although they felt that it was unfair, they would not offend the Supreme Elder for Su Yan. It was actually not difficult to make a choice. Su Yan looked at the Supreme Elder. There was no anger in his eyes. Instead, there was only calmness. At the moment, the aura of his entire body was surging. Evidently, the simultaneous beating of his 3 hearts had already caused him to reach a critical point. If at this time, he was still unable to directly control this power, then it was very likely that ghost face Su Yan would appear again. Humph, stay here. The Supreme Elder said bluntly. At the moment, he immediately attacked with a sword light. The blazing sword light moved unhindered as a terrifying power rose continuously. This was a veteran legendary powerhouse. He had not made a move in a long time, so no one knew exactly what level he was at. When the Shui family's patriarch had still been alive, everyone had thought that he was the strongest powerhouse besides sect master Zhang. However, later on, the Shui family's patriarch had realized that this was definitely not the case. At the very least, Supreme Elder Hai Chuan was slightly stronger than him. That was why he had agreed to the marriage at the very last moment. He had hoped to find a backer for the Shui family after his death. Of course, he knew that after his death, the Shui family's decline was inevitable. However, he still hoped that the Shui family's decline would be slower. At the very least, he would still be able to leave some hope for the Shui family. Later on, Shui Xingchuan had actually appeared from the small world of extreme ice. Chapter 793. Female Literature. His appearance made the Shui family ancestor realize that the Shui family would not decline just like that. Back then, the relationship between the Shui family ancestor and Shui Xingchuan was very complicated. If one had to talk about it, the Shui family ancestor was the main culprit behind Shui Xingchuan's disappearance. However, in the end, the Shui family ancestor completely realized that his choice back then was wrong. In order to make Shui Xingchuan stronger, he sacrificed the last of his life so that Shui Xingchuan's power would increase again and he would be able to see the future. After Shui Xingchuan returned to the Shui family, he took control of the family. He was already very strong, and he also received a final gift from the Shui family ancestor. Although he had not reached the level of a Dao sovereign, it was obvious that his strength had surpassed his master. This caused the Shui family not to decline, but to become even more prosperous. The disciples of the Shui family all felt proud and elated. However, Shui Xingchuan was not relaxed. This was because the Shui family ancestor had told him before he died, "Be careful of Hai Chuan." Supreme Elder Hai Chuan was too famous in the Taihang sword faction. When Shui Xingchuan was still a child, this Supreme Elder was already in charge of sword forging peak. Back then, Shui Xingchuan's first famous sword was even made by this elder. His strength was undoubtedly terrifying. It was just that this person's style of doing things was too low-key. He had almost completely hidden himself in sword forging peak. For so many years, he had not made a move. Many people knew that he was very strong, but they did not know how strong he was. After so many years, not to mention the ordinary disciples, even the elders in the sect only remembered him as the elder of sword forging peak, the most outstanding swordsmith in the Taihang sword faction. They had forgotten that he was also a very powerful venerable. However, this time, this powerhouse actually made his move at this moment. However, no matter what, his move was not very honorable. This was supposed to be a fair duel. This was a matter between Su Yan and Wuya, but now that he had made a move, this duel became extremely unfair. Now, they finally understood why Su Yan was acting so strangely. At that time, he was clearly roaring something, but his voice could not be transmitted out. It turned out that Supreme Elder Hai Chuan had not only made a move, but he had also blocked Su Yan's voice. It sounded unbelievable, but given the means of a mighty venerable one, it was naturally possible for him to do that. However, this was supposed to be a fair duel. However, no matter what, they would not bring it up at this time. Because that person was Supreme Elder Hai Chuan. Hai Chuan's status in the Taihang sword faction, he was almost unreachable. Even the sect master was extremely courteous to this Supreme Elder. At that moment, Supreme Elder Hai Chuan's attack was even more terrifying. He directly raised his hand, and countless sword chi accompanied him. At this time, the violent power directly turned into a terrifying whirlwind, and then directly rushed towards Huang Ke and Su Yan. This power was already extremely terrifying. When that powerful power directly pressed down at this moment, even the Oriole felt an enormous pressure at this moment. At this time, his wings flapped repeatedly, and his body began to move at lightning speed. Obviously, the Oriole was not confident that he could withstand this attack, so he could only escape. But at this moment, Supreme Elder Hai Chuan sneered and said, "Escape? What a joke. Unless you've become a sacred beast, you won't be able to escape in front of me. Little monster, how dare you cause trouble in my sword-forging peak? I said that I'll make you my mountain guardian beast, so you won't be able to escape." His power surged again, and the intense sword chi directly soared into the sky. The whirlwind directly separated at this time. First, it split into two, and then it split again. In just an instant, the whirlwind had swept in all directions, blocking the Oriole's path. At this moment, the Oriole had no choice but to stop in its tracks. At this moment, his huge eyes were full of seriousness. At this time, Su Yan directly transmitted his thoughts to the Oriole's mind. That old man wants us to be turtles in a jar and then take us down directly. Huang Quan, transfer your monster power to me. I'll cut a path out. After hearing Su Yan's words, the Oriole did not hesitate. Because of the contract, the Oriole and Su Yan could transfer their power directly. Of course, this was extremely dangerous for Su Yan. After all, his current strength was too far away from the Oriole's. When the Oriole's power was instilled, he would suffer an extremely terrifying pressure. If his body could not withstand this pressure, he would immediately die. Moreover, it would be an extremely miserable death. However, since Su Yan dared to say this, he must have his own confidence. The Oriole also had absolute confidence in its master. At this time, his monster power surged and was immediately instilled into Su Yan's body. The moment the power arrived, Su Yan immediately felt an enormous pressure. Even if it was him, it would not be so easy for him to bear the enormous pressure. If his body had not been tempered countless times and become extremely tough, even he would not have had any confidence. However, even with that being the case, the intense pain still caused him to tremble non-stop. He immediately knew that his body had reached its limit. If he was careless, he would probably be seriously injured. However, he had no choice at this time. The old bastard Hai Chuan's power was too strong. At this moment, he felt Supreme Elder Hai Chuan's murderous intent. If he was really hit by this attack, he might die. The old dog was greedy for the Oriole. Generally speaking, if the owner of the monster pet died, the monster pet would most likely die as well. However, nothing was absolute in this world. The Supreme Elder had lived for so long, so perhaps he had a way to break this rule. Therefore, he could only take a risk. Even though he was in great pain after receiving the infusion of demonic energy, he felt extremely powerful at the moment. He even felt that he wasn't any weaker than ghostly face Su Yan right now. One sword to decide heaven and earth. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly roared and all of his strength gushed out. Although the feeling of gathering power in his body was really good, he knew very well that he absolutely could not linger on this feeling. Otherwise, he would very likely be stuffed to death by this power. After all, Ghostface's state was the result of his three hearts directly riding to the extreme. At that moment, his body had undergone a temporary and powerful evolution, allowing him to control such a terrifying power. However, he was not able to do so at the moment. Therefore, at this moment, he did not hesitate to integrate all his power into his sword. At this moment, the berserk sword directly went berserk. The terrifying power turned into endless light, and the terrifying power rolled out at this moment. The intense light was so terrifying at this moment. This sword was the most terrifying sword strike Su Yan had ever unleashed. The blazing sword radiance shot forward. At this time, the Oriole also rushed forward without hesitation. He believed in his master, so he didn't hesitate in the slightest at this time. His speed and power had already reached the extreme. In an instant, the sword radiance unleashed by Su Yan and Supreme Elder Hai Chuan's sword aura storm collided. If the power of these two collided directly, Su Yan would not have any chance of winning. However, Su Yan was using this opportunity to break through. In order to prevent the Oriole from escaping, Supreme Elder Hai Chuan transformed his power into many terrifying storms. Then, he used this opportunity to trap Su Yan and the Oriole. Originally, it would have been very difficult for the Oriole to break through his power. However, at this moment, Su Yan actually borrowed the Oriole's power and forcibly transformed it into a single point. As a result, the sword aura whirlwind was directly broken. The Oriole suddenly rushed out of the sword aura whirlwind's encirclement and looked down coldly. He had forcibly used the Oriole's power in the previous attack, which had been very strenuous for him. Being stared at by Su Yan in such a manner, the Supreme Elder's anger rose even more. "How dare you be disrespectful to me, kid?" His angry roar echoed throughout the sky as he directly soared into the sky. Su Yan immediately felt an enormous pressure. This time, it was completely different from the previous one. Previously, it was a beam of sword aura that rushed over, but this time, it was his own body that was directly pressuring. That formless pressure was completely different from the one from before. At this moment, Su Yan had no confidence at all. Even so, he would not back down. He would not back down at any time. Just as he was about to go all out, a beam of sword aura suddenly surged up. This beam of sword aura was extremely domineering and filled with a terrifying aura that pressed forward courageously. Su Yan was very familiar with this beam of sword aura, because the owner of this beam of sword aura was none other than Xue Xingchuan. Xue Xingchuan had actually woken up at this moment. "Supreme Elder Hai Chuan, this is just a competition between juniors. Even if you're itching for a fight, you shouldn't joke around with a junior. Why don't you let me play with you instead?" His rough voice resounded throughout the entire area. "Supreme Elder Hai Chuan, this is just a competition between juniors." As soon as Xue Xingchuan appeared, he directly faced Hai Chuan. Moreover, his previous words were already very rude. After all, his tone was clearly reprimanding. Chapter 794. Female Literature. After Xue Xingchuan's return, he showed his strength. Whether it was the Feng family or the Wang family, he did not compromise or retreat. It was also because of his toughness that the Xue family's disciples had become more aggressive during this period of time. However, even so, during this period of time, Xue Xingchuan had never had any conflicts with this person from Sword Forging Peak. Even when the Sword Casting Peak's Grand Elder brought up this old matter and asked Wuya to marry Xue Xinhua, this person did not say anything else and just kept silent. At that time, Xue Qing even quarreled with his brother. However, today, Xue Qing finally spoke. Moreover, he spoke like this as soon as he spoke, which was simply disrespectful to the Grand Elder. Hai Chuan was so angry that he laughed. His gaze fell on Xue Xingchuan. Although they were both his juniors, Xue Xingchuan was completely different from Su Yan. Su Yan had unlimited potential, but in the end, he still had not grown up. As far as he was concerned, Su Yan was still not strong enough. However, Xue Xingchuan was different. Xue Xingchuan had completely grown up. His strength was extremely terrifying. In the entire Taihang sword faction, how many people dared to say that they could defeat him? More importantly, Xue Xingchuan was still very young. He still had unlimited potential. If possible, Hai Chuan would rather offend the ancestors of the Wang family and the Feng family, or even the headmaster, than offend Xue Xingchuan. However, Shueshingchuan was too arrogant. As soon as he spoke, Haichuan was forced to fall out with him. Shueshingchuan, I'd like to see how capable you are to dare to interfere in my affairs. His anger could be imagined. Being reprimanded by Shueshingchuan in public, he was already unable to restrain his anger. However, Shueshingchuan did not care at all. He only said, Supreme Elder, this was originally a fair battle between Su Yan and your disciple. Not only did you interfere, but you also acted in such a despicable manner. This junior is truly unable to accept this. This junior's temper is well known, so I ask you to be more tolerant. However, as this junior has said, if you want to fight, I can accompany you. He was so unyielding that he didn't even take half a step back. At this moment, Su Yan was standing on top of the aureole. He had not expected Shueshingchuan to directly attack. However, at this time, Shueshingchuan's intervention was a good thing for him. If Shueshingchuan did not act at this time, then he would be in big trouble. Once 2 of the 3 hearts were fully activated, or if he borrowed power from the Godslayer sword, he would have to pay a huge price. At this moment, Shueshingchuan's voice rang out once more, the duel between the disciples of the Sublime Flow Sword faction should be fair and square. Before one side concedes, this duel is sacred and absolutely no one is allowed to interfere. Therefore, Su Yan, before the outcome of this duel is decided, you should not shrink back. Shueshingchuan's attitude was actually so unyielding. Although he said that Su Yan should not cower, everyone knew that if the Supreme Elder had not interfered, Su Yan would have been the stronger person. The one who should cower was definitely not Su Yan, but Wuya. Su Yan naturally understood Shueshingchuan's meaning. He nodded and said, I understand. Su Yan had never been a magnanimous person. Since the other party had gone overboard and wanted to force him to his death, he would definitely not be courteous. In fact, there was still a bit of friendship between him and the Supreme Elder. Back then, Su Yan helped the Supreme Elder with the bellows, and in the end, the Supreme Elder was able to forge a basic holy sword. In the end, the Supreme Elder gave the holy sword to Su Yan. At that time, Su Yan thought that it would be a good karma. He did not expect it to turn out like this. However, this was all in the past, and Su Yan would not have any thoughts about it. If Supreme Elder Haichuan had treated him with kindness, then he would naturally return the favor. But now, this old man wanted his life, so he could not be blamed for being impolite. Moreover, he also wanted to verify some things at this time. When he faced Wuya, he only felt that it was very strange, but after Haichuan appeared, Su Yan had a guess. He wanted to know if his guess was correct. Su Yan took a few breaths, then he left the back of the sparrow and floated in front of Wuya. His eyes were very calm, without any anger or other emotions. He only said calmly, now, let us begin the second round. At this moment, Haichuan's aura became even more powerful. He naturally knew that Shueshingchuan was forcing him. It was very clear that Wuya was no match for Su Yan, but he still spoke, allowing the battle between Su Yan and Wuya to continue. At this point, Wuya naturally could not admit defeat, and he would not allow Wuya to admit defeat. The battle between him and Shueshingchuan seemed to be unavoidable. Shueshingchuan, you're very good. At this moment, he waved his arm, and sword chi swept out. Following the surge of his will, the sword chi in the area actually rose up directly. The violent sword chi boiled into the air. At this moment, sword forging peak seemed to have been set ablaze. Shueshingchuan began to retreat. This light retreat took him dozens of meters away, and then his body suddenly froze. At the same time, he raised his sword. Unlike Haichuan's sword chi, his sword was very straightforward, as if it was the most basic sword move, without any complexity. However, the Great Tao was simple. When he slashed out with his sword, a mark appeared in the sky for no reason. The existence of this mark was too dazzling, as if the sky had been torn apart. The sword chi of the two merged. A terrifying aura rippled, forming a rain of swords at this moment. Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. His sword was actually so powerful. Su Yan glanced at the battle between the two experts. After that, he turned to Wuya and said, "Their battle has already started. In that case, let's not drag it on any longer. Don't worry, I won't borrow the strength of the Oriole. This time, no one can interfere. We will definitely be able to proceed fairly." At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Wuya. At this moment, Wuya suddenly roared. At this moment, he was actually somewhat similar to a wild beast. He did not care about anything, and directly punched forward. At this moment, a glint flashed across Su Yan's eyes. Then, he directly transmitted his power. The violent power suddenly descended at this time, and the terrifying power turned into endless light at this time. This was like a wild beast going berserk after being violated. This kind of power was naturally very terrifying, and it was also abnormally dangerous. If one was not careful, it was very likely that one would be directly injured by the wild beast, or even killed. Therefore, only a good hunter would know that an injured wild beast was the most dangerous existence. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not care, because he had enough confidence. At this moment, his power directly converged to one point at this moment. Then, he directly punched out. Just like at the beginning, Su Yan still chose the most primitive and most violent way, which was to fight head-on. Their way of fighting was no longer the swordsman's shadow, but a duel between two power cultivators. After one punch, Wuya was directly sent flying. At this moment, when facing Hai Chuan, Su Yan had already activated his most powerful power, and he almost could not control his body. At this moment, because Shuexingchuan directly blocked Hai Chuan, the pressure on him was greatly reduced, so his power had already returned to the range of his control. However, in this state, he was undoubtedly incomparably terrifying. Whether it was power or speed, he was faster than before, and much faster. After one punch, Su Yan's body flashed again. He directly went to the top of the sky, and then directly pressed his hand on Wuya's head, and just like that, violently smashed him to the ground. Compared to the battle between Hai Chuan and Shuexingchuan, Su Yan and Wuya's battle was undoubtedly unremarkable. After all, their actions could not be compared to those of the other two. However, there were still many people who paid attention to Su Yan. At this moment, they saw what Su Yan did, and their hearts trembled. If Su Yan's attack were to land, Wuya would definitely be in a miserable state. This kind of power was really too terrifying. Su Yan, is he going to kill Wuya? At this moment, finally, someone said. At this moment, Hai Chuan directly noticed this situation, and his eyes were filled with boundless anger. At this moment, he did not care about Shuexingchuan, and was about to attack Su Yan. However, at this moment, Shuexingchuan said, "Senior Hai Chuan, this is between the two of them, let them settle it." Shuexingchuan chose to stop him. At this moment, Shuexingchuan directly displayed his cultivation, and the vast power almost made everyone feel terrified. Even Hai Chuan's eyelids kept twitching at this moment. The patriarch of the Wang family and the patriarch of the Feng family, who were watching the battle from the side, also twitched their eyelids. This madman has already stepped into the realm of Dao Master. If this was really the case, then the situation was very bad. Of course, at this moment, they were also thinking about whether they should intervene to stop Su Yan. Chapter 795. Female literature. After all, as long as they could save Wuya, it would be equivalent to giving sword crafting Peak some face. This small face might be very convenient for them in the future. However, they had to take Shuexingchuan into consideration when they attacked. At this moment, the biggest difference between them and Shuexingchuan was reflected. They were already old, but Shuexingchuan was still very young. This seemingly insignificant point was, in fact, of utmost importance. Because they were older, they would naturally want to win in a stable manner. This way of thinking was not wrong, but most of the time, they would be stuck in their old ways and block their path of advancement. However, Shuexingchuan was different. He was now in the prime of his life, and more importantly, his cultivation was already very strong. He could still continue to improve. Just as they were hesitating, Shuexingchuan's power burst out again. His entire body turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning, and a huge pressure pressed down on Haichuan. At this moment, although Shuexingchuan had a disdainful smile on his face, his heart was extremely heavy. At this moment, although he seemed to have the upper hand, Haichuan was a veteran expert. If he could be defeated so easily, then the Shui clan's great ancestor would not be so serious and warn him before his death. "Old man, are you still not going to show me your true strength?" he said softly in his heart. At this moment, Haichuan was full of anger. In all the years he had been in the Taihang sword faction, he had never been forced to do anything like this. "Shuexingchuan, you little brat, you've gone too far. Since that's the case, then give me your life." At this moment, his entire body went berserk, and a ray of light burned out of his body. The light condensed into the shape of a terrifying ferocious beast. The beast looked like a tiger, but it was not a tiger, but it had an extremely strong aura. It was like the king of beasts in the human world. At this moment, the Oriole let out an uneasy cry. Obviously, this aura made him very cautious. The Beast King sword. Shuexingchuan's face turned cold. Obviously, he had recognized the origin of this sword. The Beast King's sword was one of the most terrifying sword techniques in ancient times. This Beast King's sword took the King of Beasts as its sword intent. However, it was not easy to cultivate this sword. He had to hunt down a powerful Beast King and then fuse it into his body. Only then could the Beast King's sword's power continue to increase. However, the Beast King's sword was a forbidden technique in ancient times. This was because once one cultivated this sword, one's body would change. Back then, the most famous Beast King Di Zun had cultivated this sword. At that time, as soon as he used his sword technique, 10,000 beasts would gallop. It was incomparably terrifying. However, it was also because of this that he became neither human nor ghost. Behind their backs, others would call them beastmen. This was very similar to Su Yan's method of using the blood essence of monsters to cultivate, but there was an essential difference. No wonder you worked so hard when you saw the Oriole. So it was for the Beast King's sword. The Beast King's sword was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, the Beast King's sword appeared. Shuexingchuan's previous attack was immediately suppressed. After the Beast King's sword broke through his power, it didn't stop and continued to rush toward him. This momentum was incomparably vast. Although it couldn't reach the legendary state of 10,000 beasts galloping, it already had some momentum. At this time, Wuya, who had been suppressed by Su Yan in all aspects, suddenly flashed a demonic red light when he was about to fall to the ground. At this time, hair and scales appeared on his late autumn surface. It wasn't like Su Yan, who had obtained the dragon transformation talent and obtained the dragon scale armor. Instead, it was hair that grew directly from his own body. Ao. A low roar was heard. Su Yan immediately felt a huge power. What? At this moment, even Su Yan was somewhat in disbelief. This guy was clearly powerless to struggle, but at this time, he was still able to burst out with such a terrifying power. Although victory seemed to be in front of him, Su Yan didn't have the slightest bit of reluctance. His powers suddenly shook, and then he directly rushed into the sky. The moment he left, a blood-red ripple spread out. This ripple also turned into a beast-shaped pattern. This move was exactly the same as Haichuan's. The only difference was that Haichuan's was more realistic, while Wuya's was only terrifying in appearance. That was all. At this time, Su Yan directly floated in the air. At this time, he already knew that he was about to face a new enemy. This enemy was completely different from the previous Wuya. Previously, although he was violent, he still had a human nature. Humans were powerful creatures, but they were also weak creatures. In battle, humans possessed intelligence. However, intelligence could also be a weakness. That was the weakness of character. Powerful people could continuously become more powerful because they could restrain their own weaknesses. But now, Wuya was indeed crazy, but he was still in the category of a human. At this time, he seemed to have become a ferocious beast. He had endless power, and at the same time, he had the battle awareness of a super strong beast. Without waiting for Su Yan to prepare, he had already directly rushed towards Su Yan. At this time, his speed had indeed increased a lot. Su Yan had already consciously put some distance between them. However, it only took a quarter of an hour for this guy to reach Su Yan. The Beast King's sword. In that case, Wuya is also like this. It's just that his soul is so strange. Could it be that he did not completely subdue the Beast King and instead suffered a backlash? This thought flashed through Su Yan's mind. If that was the case, everything seemed to make sense. But he still felt that something was wrong. Unfortunately, even at this moment, Su Yan had not grasped the crux of the matter. But at this time, he was not in the mood to think about it, because what he should do now was to deal with the attack in front of him. Such a powerful attack was not inferior to his previous one. Whether it was speed or power, it could be said to be decisive. Most importantly, at this time, Wuya's reaction speed could be said to be abnormal. His speed was simply too fast. In the previous battle, it was Su Yan who had taken the lead. But at this time, the two people's roles had quietly changed. His reaction was simply too fast. When his attack arrived, Su Yan immediately responded, but at that moment, he had already begun to change his move. In the distance, Feng Yuhai watched the battle between Su Yan and Wuya with an extremely solemn expression. At this time, the two people's combat strength had directly soared. Now, he was thinking about how to deal with one of them if at this time, one of them was his opponent. But he could not think of a good way to deal with it. He switched his position with Su Yan. He even felt that under Wuya's crazy bombardment, he might not be able to withstand it. I'm really unwilling to accept that the two of them have surpassed me just like that. Although his tone was extremely calm, his unwillingness could be imagined. Compared to Su Yan and Wuya, the battle between Great Elder Hai Chuan and Shuexingchuan had become even more terrifying. Under the confrontation between the two of them, countless sword chi surged. The entire sword-casting peak was filled with the sound of sword chimes. It was as if the entire sword-casting peak was about to explode. These two were great figures at the Venerable Realm. Moreover, they might even be Dao Venerables. At this time, even if the Wang family's patriarch and the Feng family's patriarch wanted to give Great Elder Hai Chuan some face, they no longer dared to make a move. This was because the strength that Shuexingchuan displayed at this time had already exceeded their imagination. This kind of strength had probably completely surpassed the Shui family's patriarch. Although they were unwilling to admit it, the Shui family had really produced a Qilin son. Back then, although the Wang family and the Feng family were afraid of the Shui family's patriarch, they all knew that this patriarch was already at the end of his days. At that time, they only needed to continue waiting. As long as the Shui family's patriarchs will died, the strength of their two families would increase tremendously. Unfortunately, Shuexingchuan's return had caused their plan to fail. And in this battle, Shuexingchuan had directly displayed his strength. Brother Wang, what should we do now? At this time, the two powerful family heads were communicating with each other through telepathy. The Wang family's patriarch said, "The strength of these two people has already surpassed ours. In my opinion, it's no longer suitable for us to intervene. Let's wait and see. At the same time, we should protect those disciples." At this moment, the choice to wait and see had become such a helpless choice. At this time, a third sword chi suddenly appeared in the sky. The moment this sword chi appeared, it forcibly suppressed Shuexingchuan's sword chi and Great Elder Hai Chuan's Beast King sword. In the entire Taihang sword faction, there was only one person who could do this, and that was Zhang Zhe, the sect leader. At this time, Shuexingchuan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, the sect leader's strength is actually so terrifying. It's even more terrifying than I expected. Although he had not broken through to become a Dao Venerable, his strength was already very strong. However, his combat strength was already so terrifying that even a Dao Master would not have an easy time in front of him. In the past, Yan Shao was directly suppressed by him. In fact, Great Elder Hai Chuan had not reached the level of a Dao Master. However, he had cultivated the Beast King sword, so his combat strength was so terrifying. Today, Shueshingchuan attacked with the intention of testing the strength of this great elder. He wanted to know how powerful this great elder was. At this time, he had a rough idea. Of course, the sect leader's attack was also expected. The only thing was that the sect leader's strength had already exceeded his estimation. Chapter 796. Female literature. Strictly speaking, sect master Zhang Zhe was actually of the same generation as him, and the age gap between them was not that big. However, Zhang Zhe's seniority was extremely high, so no one compared him to Zhang Zhe. Of course, when Shueshingchuan was young, he swore in his heart that he would surpass Zhang Zhe. However, as time passed, Zhang Zhe's strength became more and more terrifying. Although Shueshingchuan's improvement was very fast, he could not catch up to Zhang Zhe. Now, more than 10 years had passed. Shueshingchuan seemed to have wasted more than 10 years, but in fact, these 10 years of experience were very precious to him. His battle strength had increased to an extremely terrifying level. Therefore, this time, he wanted to take the opportunity to see the sect master's strength. After all, although the sect master made a move in the small world of ice last time, he was only watching from afar, so he could not clearly feel it. However, this time, he clearly felt it. This sect master was truly a terrifying person. His strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Even if I directly become a Dao sovereign now, I'm afraid I won't be a match for him. This is really a terrifying person. He sighed sadly in his heart. This time, Zhang Zhe did not come personally. After the sword intent passed, a person appeared in the sky. Sect Master's decree, the battle between Su Yan and senior brother Wuya will officially begin in 2 days. During these 2 days, no one is allowed to fight privately, otherwise, they will be punished according to the sect rules. This disciple of the sect master had never been famous. In the taxing 10 swords, he was only ranked 5th. If it was anyone else, the 5th sword would naturally be high enough. However, he was the sect master's disciple, and he could not even enter the top 3. This was somewhat unacceptable. Of course, at this time, no one would pay much attention to him, because the most important news at this time was the battle in 2 days. At this time, Shueshingchuan laughed and said, "All right, that's all for today." Great Elder Hai Chuan, this junior's temper is indeed a little bad today, but I really hope to be able to receive the Great Elder's guidance. Although his words were polite, anyone could tell that he was just provoking them at this moment. Grand Elder Hai Chuan didn't say much. He only said, "Sword forging peak is closed. No one is allowed to enter unless they are disciples of the peak." Then, he waved his hand, and an aura appeared and swept boundless away. Shueshingchuan chuckled, then said to Su Yan, "All right, kid, it's time for us to show up, or else we'll be disliked by others." Shueshingchuan immediately left. At this moment, Su Yan nodded. He jumped onto the back of the sparrow and returned to the Shui family. When Su Yan first arrived, the disciples of the Shui family were extremely unfamiliar with him. At that time, some of them even plotted against him. At that time, Shueshingchuan's son, Shui Dong, had also participated. But now, this matter was simply a joke. Back then, Shui Mingyuan thought that he was strong enough. It was only because the Shui family ancestor was biased that Su Yan was allowed to enter the ancestral land. Then, he directly went to stop Su Yan. There was no need to mention the consequences. Of course, he was asking for trouble. After that, of course, he also thought of cultivating properly and then getting back at them for what they had done. But now, he didn't even have the right to appear in front of Su Yan. Back then, he and Su Yan weren't far apart. But now, he and Su Yan were on 2 completely different levels. When a person reaches a height that he can never reach, then this person may become his idol. Therefore, Su Yan had become the benchmark of the younger generation of the Shui family. At this moment, they were extremely impressed by the Shui family ancestor's insight. Back then, the ancestor was so powerful that he could see that Shui Mingyuan was different. Su Yan's deeds that were known by others were already enough to become a legend. And today, the scene of him fighting Boundless was an unforgettable scene in everyone's hearts. What's more, Su Yan was riding on a terrifying Oriole. Among the Shui family's disciples, there was no lack of knowledgeable people. They immediately recognized the origin of Su Yan's demonic beast. Because they understood, they were even more shocked. Su Yan was so powerful that he could subdue a powerful demonic beast that could rival a venerable one. To them, this was something that was so far away. Shui Dong became the center of attention again. Back then, due to Shui Xingxuan's disappearance, Shui Dong did not have a good life in the Shui family. He could not become a powerhouse like his father, so everyone was disappointed in him. In the end, he was also disappointed in himself. This was also the reason he stopped striving for self-improvement. Instead, he relied on pleasing others to live a better life. Fortunately, he met Su Yan. Through his contact with Su Yan, he began to work hard to become stronger. Since then, his life seemed to have been a lot more bitter, but he was much happier. Some time ago, with the return of his father, he directly became the core figure of the Shui family. And now, he had become the person that everyone wanted to be on good terms with. Everyone knew that he had a good relationship with Su Yan. If it was in the past, this kind of support would have definitely made him feel smug. But now, he was not like that. This was because he knew that what this world needed in the end was his own strength. Only when he was strong could it become his capital. Instead, he relied on other people's identities to show off. That was nothing. After Su Yan returned to the Shui family, he settled the Oriole down and went straight to the Shui family's ancestral hall. This was because earlier, Shui Xingxuan sent him a message, asking him to come over to discuss something. In the ancestral hall, Shui Xingxuan directly said, "Kid, your growth and strength is really amazing. Even I find it hard to believe." Su Yan did not take his praise to heart. He just directly said, "Senior, you didn't call me here just to say these words, right?" Seeing Su Yan so directly cut to the chase, Shui Xingxuan could only helplessly smile and say, "Fine, young people these days are really impatient. But what I said just now was completely sincere. Even the sect master of the past could not compare to your growth and strength. But since you're so impatient, let's cut to the chase. I think that you should have discovered something in today's battle." His first words made Su Yan's expression freeze. Then he said, "Senior, which aspect are you referring to?" Shui Xingxuan said, "Of course it's that old thing Hai Chuan and Wuya. Their soul qi seems to be a little strange." Su Yan looked at Shui Xingxuan and said, "Great Elder Hai Chuan, I naturally can't sense it, but I do feel a trace of strangeness from this Wuya. However, I can't tell exactly what it is." Shui Xingxuan said, "Yes, I also feel the same way. However, it doesn't matter. There will come a day when the truth will be revealed as the water recedes. However, I keep feeling that something is about to happen. But today, thanks to your help, I was able to find out a lot of things." Su Yan said to himself, as expected. When Great Elder Hai Chuan had made his move, Su Yan had already had a plan in mind. He was sure that Shui Xingxuan must have noticed this place, but he did not attack. At that time, he had already guessed that Shui Xingxuan might want to use him to observe this Grand Elder. Since he had already thought of this point, then he might as well cooperate with him, so that he could see the Grand Elder's background even more clearly. At this time, Su Yan said after pondering for a while, "Then Senior, what did you see?" Su Yan felt that Wuya was very strange, and he directly told him that this strangeness was not because of the Beast King's sword, but because of the qi of his soul. If his calculation was not wrong, then this strangeness was very likely related to the Grand Elder. Of course, he could not see the problem with the Grand Elder, but Shui Xingxuan might be able to. After all, Shui Xingxuan's cultivation was far from what the current him could compare to. His vision was also much higher than his own. Shui Xingxuan smiled bitterly and said, "Forcing this old guy to use the Beast King's sword is actually a very good thing, but I don't think it's that simple. It's just that there are still many things that I can't be sure of, so I need your help in this matter." Su Yan thought for a while and said, "My help? I'm not the Grand Elder's opponent, even if I count myself as an Oriole. It's already not bad that I could barely escape. Today's battle had clearly shown that when an expert close to the Tao Master level wanted to kill him, he really did not have a good way to do so. Of course, if he summoned the blood-winged wyvern or the double-winged sky tiger, then it would be a different story. After all, these two monsters were much stronger. After all, they were the existences of saint beasts. The battle strength of saint beasts, broadly speaking, was on the same level as a Tao Master. Of course, it might be a bit stronger. Of course, I'm not asking you to fight that old guy Hai Chuan. In fact, what you need to do is very simple. Xue Xingchuan said. Su Yan tilted his head slightly, then smiled and said, boundless? His opponent naturally could not be Grand Elder Hai Chuan, so it could only be one person, Hai Chuan's disciple, Wuya. Unlike the other disciples, Wuya was undoubtedly very important to Hai Chuan. Chapter 797. Female literature, yes, that's right, Wuya. Then, we will see your performance in 2 days. However, you can't be careless. Don't fail miserably. The headmaster has given you 2 days. So, in these 2 days, Wuya naturally won't be sleeping. I think you should understand what I mean. Xue Xingchuan warned. Su Yan nodded, indicating that he understood. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't just Xue Xingchuan who was afraid. Even the headmaster seemed to be interested in Hai Chuan. If Hai Chuan didn't want Wuya to be beaten by Su Yan again in 2 days, then he would definitely do something in these 2 days to increase Wuya's strength. 2 days wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. The timing was just right. The headmaster's arrangement had a deeper meaning. After leaving the ancestral hall of the Xue family, Su Yan returned to his room. The small courtyard that the ancestor of the Xue family had given him was still preserved. And it was very clean and tidy. After Su Yan entered, he refused to be disturbed and began to cultivate in seclusion. In these 2 days, he also wanted to adjust his state of mind. Of course, if possible, he hoped that his strength could improve by another step. At this time, Xue Dong walked into the ancestral hall. Xue Xingchuan looked at his son. Although his expression was calm, there was a rare tenderness in his eyes. Father, why did you call me here? Xue Dong asked respectfully. At this time, Xue Xingchuan said, Dong, how is your cultivation? Xue Xingchuan had naturally spent a lot of effort on his son's cultivation. Xue Dong said, I've reached the threshold of dragon transformation. At Xue Dong's age, reaching dragon transformation was actually quite good. However, in this place with so many geniuses, this was clearly mediocre. After all, at his age, both Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai were in the dragon transformation realm, and they weren't in the one dragon realm. Even Xue Xinyue was better than him. However, there was not the slightest bit of disappointment in Xue Xingchuan's eyes, nor was there the slightest bit of criticism. He only said, it's not bad. Donger, you have to remember that cultivation must be done step by step. You absolutely cannot be impetuous and impatient. Talent is determined by the heavens, but cultivation requires hard work. Being a little slow now is not a big deal. Many people are late bloomers. Xue Dong said, don't worry, father. I understand. I won't be impetuous. Xue Xingchuan was very satisfied with his son's attitude. He more or less knew about the matter between Su Yan and his son, and he knew that his son's current attitude was all thanks to Su Yan's enlightenment. Thus, he felt a faint sense of gratitude towards Su Yan. You have to take a good look at the battle between Su Yan and Wuya the day after tomorrow. Oh right, if something happens on that day, don't panic, understand? Xue Dong didn't understand what he meant by if something happened. However, since his father said so, he naturally understood what his father meant. Thus, he said, Father, don't worry. I know what to do. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. This time, the battle was still taking place on the Taihang Sword Faction's sword battle arena. With the foreshadowing from 2 days ago, the battle this time around was particularly eye-catching. Everyone knew that today's battle would definitely be a fierce battle between two giants. Naturally, they were well aware of Wu Ya's strength. Defeating Wang Baichuan was already a terrifying achievement. And Su Yan's return was even more shocking. It must be known that at the beginning, Su Yan had completely suppressed Wu Ya. It wasn't until Wu Ya used a special method that the situation was reversed. Unfortunately, at that time, the sect master appeared and directly interfered with the battle, preventing it from continuing. However, this wasn't bad for them, because they could clearly see every detail of the battle on the sword battle arena. At this moment, a ray of light shot up into the sky. It was a shadow, the sect master Zhang Zhe. For the Taixing Sword sect, this person was the absolute soul of the sect. He didn't need to speak. All he had to do was stand there, and naturally, he emitted a dignified aura. At this moment, he said calmly, "All right, I think everyone knows the whole story. Since Su Yan has returned, the battle between him and Wu Ya will be set for today. Today, the two of them will fight on the sword battle arena. The winner will be able to determine the ownership of Xue Xinyue's engagement. This is Senior Xue's final wish." Of course, he also said that after the battle, if little Yu is unwilling, she can cancel the engagement. The sect master's words caused many people to whisper to each other. The most important thing was that if Xue Xinyue was unwilling, she could cancel the engagement. If that was the case, then the battle on the stage with no regard for personal safety would be meaningless. The two of you can also give up on this battle. This is your own choice. After he finished speaking, Grand Elder Hai Chuan's voice rang out. How little Yu chooses is her own business, but since it has been decided, then the battle must be fought. Of course, sect master, you also know that uncontrollable accidents during the battle are unavoidable. However, if this old man remembers correctly, at least the winner will have an advantage, right? The sect master said, "That's right. According to the Xue family's ancestor, the winner will have the opportunity to spend half a month alone with Xue Xinyue." The sect master wanted to say something, but Hai Chuan cut him off. "That's enough. I believe that my disciple will be able to win little Yu's heart in half a month. Since that's the case, let the battle begin." The Grand Elder's words were unexpectedly full of confidence. It was as if Wu Ya had already become the victor. This time, the new leader of the Xue family, Xue Xingchuan, didn't say anything. Su Yan stood quietly on the stage. He was really very quiet. Without a sound, he had already reached the stage. Many people didn't even know how he appeared. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were as calm as flowing water. The calmness in his eyes indicated that his heart was also very calm. Xue Xingchuan looked at Su Yan. At first, he was slightly surprised, but then he smiled helplessly. This kid seems to have grown a little. He didn't praise Su Yan casually a few days ago. He really did compare Su Yan with sect master Zhang Zhe when he was young. Even he was surprised by Su Yan's progress. However, Su Yan's progress was a good thing for him. At this moment, Wu Ya also walked up. Unlike Su Yan's calmness, his whole body was emitting a very uncomfortable aura. He was like a terrifying monster that had just broken free from a cage. Around him, even the disciples of sword crafting peak retreated. They didn't dare to get close to this senior brother that they used to respect very much. At this moment, Wu Ya didn't care about his junior brothers at all. When he reached the Grand Supreme, he didn't even say a word. The moment he stood in front of Su Yan, his aura had already surged towards Su Yan. If it wasn't for the sect master's aura suppressing him, perhaps it wouldn't just be his aura that rushed over, but his entire person. No one had expected that this person would become like this. He was really a terrifying monster now. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan suddenly said, "Aya, senior, your disciple seems to be in a bad mood. Is this really okay?" Xue Xingchuan's strength was already known by everyone, but they didn't expect him to have such a poisonous tongue. Hai Chuan's expression became even more gloomy. He was provoked by a junior like this, but he couldn't do anything about it. This naturally made him very unhappy. He said directly, "Whether it's okay or not, we'll see after the battle." Obviously, he was very confident in this disciple of his. Then, he said to the sect master, the two of them have arrived. Let's start, so we won't waste everyone's time. After he finished speaking, he moved and directly sat on the spectator stand. At this moment, Sect Master Zhang Zai's figure lightly touched the ground. At the same time, he said directly, "In that case, let's start." Following his words, the formless qi that had existed between Su Yan and Wuya from the very beginning disappeared without a trace. Without the obstruction of this force, Wuya immediately rushed towards Su Yan. His speed was indeed fast, and it had reached an unimaginable level. In just an instant, he had already appeared in front of Su Yan. He didn't use a sword, nor did he use the giant hammer that he used last time. He simply punched towards Su Yan's face. Su Yan's eyes flickered. Then, he also punched out. The two forces suddenly met. At this moment, Su Yan was actually sent flying. An extremely terrifying and domineering force was wreaking havoc in his body. This made Su Yan's expression become extremely ugly. What's going on? His strength has become so strange and terrifying. Su Yan immediately became incomparably dignified. The last time they fought, Wuya had already displayed an extremely terrifying strength. However, Su Yan was clear that a good grandmaster swordsmith would definitely be very powerful. This was because only powerful strength could use the 1,000 tempering 100 skills to directly extract the impurities of the sword. For Wuya to be valued so highly by Hai Chuan, he must have his outstanding points. Moreover, he also cultivated the Beast King sword. However, the power that he displayed this time was almost completely different from the last time. This terrifying power was actually something that even he couldn't withstand for a while. Chapter 798. Female Literature. Fortunately, Su Yan immediately made the most correct response. He directly let himself fly backwards. At the same time, he directly activated the power in his body, and then used the power of flying backwards to dissolve the terrifying power in his body. Zzz. A series of friction sounds were heard. At this time, Su Yan was actually standing at the edge of the sword battle arena. At this time, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. They simply couldn't imagine that Su Yan would be forced to this point by a single attack. However, in the last battle, Su Yan clearly had the absolute advantage, and in the end, Hai Chuan had no choice but to intervene. Why, in just 2 days, had Su Yan become so weak? No one could understand. At this time, suddenly, a voice sounded, "Did Great Elder Hai Chuan use underhanded means to injure Su Yan last time?" No one could understand why Su Yan looked like he couldn't even withstand a single blow this time. In that case, his conjecture wasn't impossible. After all, at that time, Su Yan was indeed imprisoned by Hai Chuan's power and couldn't move. If he hadn't directly summoned the Oriole and broken the power restriction, he might have been beaten to death by Wuya. At this time, all the disciples had a kind of disdain for Hai Chuan. In order to let himself win, a great elder actually did such a thing. This was really disappointing. He was actually this kind of grand supreme elder. At this time, there were even people who guessed that during the battle between Wuya and Wang Baichuan, this great elder also did something. What kind of person was the great elder? As long as he was willing, there were many things in the Taihang sword faction that couldn't escape his divine sense. At this time, he naturally heard the whispers of the crowd. However, at this time, he didn't care in the slightest. After all, he was a person with a cultivation base. If he lowered himself to the same level as these ordinary disciples, it would be too much. Of course, it was impossible for him to swallow this resentment. Therefore, he had to find a good target to vent his anger on. And this target was naturally Xue Xingchuan and Su Yan. Now that the head teacher was present, he could not directly attack Xue Xingchuan. Therefore, he could only hope that Wuya could get back some interest from Su Yan. You're actually not bad. It's a pity that you appeared a bit too late. I've already poured too much into Wuya, so... At this moment, his fingers lightly tapped on the chair as he sank into deep thought. For a person like him, it was naturally impossible for him to lose control over such a small matter and even launch a sneak attack on a junior. Back then, he was very optimistic about Su Yan. He even gave the newly forged holy sword to Su Yan. However, Su Yan and Boundless were already on opposite sides, and he had already chosen Boundless. To him, Boundless was not just a simple disciple, but also his hope. When he thought of his plan, a fire seemed to burn in his heart. He had waited too long for this day. Therefore, no matter what, he would not allow failure. This matter concerned his future. No matter who it was, if anyone dared to stop him, they would have to pay with their lives. His eyes flickered with incomparable haze. Of course, there was also an indescribable determination in them. Taihang's sword faction, Taihang's sword faction. After the exchange of blows between Wuya and Su Yan, Wuya's body didn't stop moving. He did not even think of giving Su Yan a chance. Therefore, he once again pounced on Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was standing at the edge of the arena. If he was hit like this, it was very likely that he would fall. However, what he wanted was not such a victory. At this moment, the thoughts in his mind were boiling and burning. There was only one word he wanted, and that was to kill. His desire to kill was surging. At this moment, he heard Su Yan's breathing, so he immediately became excited. Su Yan, Su Yan. In the end, he directly roared these two words. He was so hoarse that he did not care about anything else. This guy had already lost his mind. At this moment, Su Yan's expression had already calmed down. In everyone's opinion, Su Yan was extremely dangerous at this moment. If this continued, it was very likely that he would be knocked out of the arena by this lunatic Wuya. In any case, the power of Wuya's previous attack had already been displayed to the audience. Why isn't he dodging? Could Su Yan really not have the strength to dodge? This thought appeared in many people's minds. At this moment, Feng Yuhai suddenly sighed. That's really fast. The reason why he sighed like this was because he knew that he couldn't do it. Ordinary people might not have been able to see it, but Feng Yuhai could clearly see that Su Yan's body had already flown into the sky while everyone was sighing nervously. However, because his speed was too fast and he had used a secret technique, his afterimage was still in place. At this moment, Wuya's body suddenly stopped in front of Su Yan's afterimage and flew straight into the sky. This shocked Feng Yuhai even more. After all, he had been able to see it clearly because of the phrase, onlookers see more clearly. However, Wuya had actually been able to react in an instant. His reaction speed was really terrifying. Of course, his battle instincts were even more frightening. However, Feng Yuhai also felt that something was strange. Wuya's improvement is really too fast. Yes, this kind of improvement was simply shocking. Of course, if Wuya had always been this strong, then it would have been fine. However, the strange thing was that although Wuya had not been unknown in the past, he had never displayed any extraordinary talent in terms of cultivation. However, the power that Wuya displayed now was simply terrifying. Both Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were no longer his match. If it had not been for the appearance of Su Yan, there was no doubt that Wuya would have been the most powerful person right now. Wuya quickly caught up to Su Yan, who was in the sky. At the moment, he seemed to have transformed into a killing god. He immediately sneered and said, Su Yan, you won't be able to escape. As he spoke, he had already raised his fist and smashed it fiercely at Su Yan's face. This was what he had always wanted to do the most. He wanted to smash Su Yan's face right away. He wanted to see Su Yan's pained expression. He wanted to let Su Yan know that he was the real victor. In front of him, Su Yan could only be incomparably dim. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly pushed his palms forward and directly blocked his fist. The powerful impact continued to bombard his arm. It caused his hand to tremble unceasingly. Such a huge power seemed to be on the verge of directly collapsing his body. At this moment, a fiery vortex slowly appeared. This was the terrifying light caused by the impact of the two people's power. Such a power impact could only be described with one word, and that was terrifying. Whether it was Su Yan or Wuya, at this moment, they were both engulfed by the fiery light. For the crowd, such a battle had already exceeded the limits of their understanding. They knew that these two people were very powerful, but they could not imagine that their combat strength had actually soared to such a level. Feng Yuhai was silent. On the other side, Wang Baichuan was also watching this battle. After the previous battle with Wuya, he directly went into seclusion. The reason for that was because he had actually been injured in that battle. At this moment, he had already broken out of seclusion, which meant that his injuries had already recovered. His gaze was fixed on the two people in the sky. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Of course, no one saw that the former Taihang swordmaster was standing there. The fiery red light finally disappeared. The two people's bodies were directly revealed. Wuya still looked crazy, but at this moment, Su Yan had already changed. The dragon wings on his back had already appeared. At the same time, a layer of densely packed dragon scales had already appeared. Dragon scale armor. When facing Wuya, Su Yan finally summoned his dragon scale armor. Because he knew very well how terrifying this madman was. The appearance of the dragon scale armor caused Su Yan's aura to soar. This time, he did not wait for the opponent to attack, but directly charged forward. His speed was very fast. In almost an instant, he had already arrived in front of Wuya. At this moment, Wuya laughed sinisterly and also directly charged forward. The fierce battle between the two began again. However, from the beginning of the battle until now, although Su Yan had counterattacked, he was almost always suppressed by his opponent. Wuya's strength seemed to be a level higher. Of course, many people did not think so, because Su Yan had yet to use his scorching sun sword. At this time, he's still not using what he's best at. This guy, what exactly is he trying to do? Feng Yuhai sighed. In such a battle, Su Yan actually did not use his best sword principle. What exactly was he trying to do? Under the dragon scale armor, Su Yan was crazily attacking. At this moment, his expression was incomparably solemn. He naturally had his own considerations. On one hand, he wanted to continue this battle to improve his physical strength once again. On the other hand, he wanted to know the situation of Wuya at this time. Wuya's strength had become even stronger than before, but that strange soul aura had also become even more terrifying. Such a change made him a little uneasy. Chapter 799. Female literature. After his dragon scale armor appeared, his combat power increased by a lot. Even so, he was still at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Wuya's combat power was still increasing. His speed and power were both increasing. He was like a beast that was awakening. Die, die. The violent power continued to grow in the sky. At that moment, Su Yan's power was still increasing. At that moment, Su Yan's expression changed. His heart began to beat. 3 hearts. The power of the 3 hearts fluctuated once. They were not operating separately, but operating at the same time in an extremely orderly manner. He would never forget such a rhythm. It was the same when ghost-faced Su Yan appeared last time. Initially, Su Yan only wanted to train his physical body as much as possible. However, he never expected that under the stimulation of his opponent's aura, Ghost-faced seemed to be about to wake up. That was a classic rhythm of playing with fire. A blazing light flickered in his eyes. He knew that at that moment, he could not indulge himself. Therefore, he immediately suppressed his power. However, by doing so, his body's movements slowed down. Because of that, Wuya immediately seized the opportunity. Go to hell. This time, his punch directly hit Su Yan's head. Under the huge power, Su Yan was like a cannonball, falling directly from the sky. Is Su Yan going to lose? After being hit by such a direct hit, even if he did not die, he would pay a heavy price. Moreover, that punch was not the end, but the beginning. Wuya definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. His body also directly descended from the sky. The last time, Su Yan had treated him like this and had almost killed him. However, at that time, the power of the Beast King's sword burst out, which saved Wuya from danger. The current situation was so similar to that time. Woo! Accompanied by the terrifying sound of a sonic boom, he had already caught up to Su Yan. Just as he was about to punch, he was suddenly stunned. That was because he felt an extremely terrifying gaze locked onto him. At that moment, he had already fallen into a state of madness. However, under the gaze of that gaze, he still felt fear. For someone like him to feel fear, what kind of terrifying existence was this? How? In the end, he did not finish his sentence. That was because at this moment, Su Yan suddenly turned around and directly grabbed his head. Then, he immediately flew downwards. Such an unforeseen event happened in an instant. What a terrifying aura! At that moment, Xue Xingchuan frowned. As powerful as he was, he could naturally sense that aura. Moreover, he also discovered that the source of this aura was Su Yan. However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not understand because this aura was almost completely different from Su Yan's. Of course, at that moment, there was definitely more than one person who sensed this aura. Ah! At that moment, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The sound was so painful that it was as if one's bones were being broken one by one. What kind of pain could make someone let out such a sorrowful cry? Is that Su Yan? The previous change was really too fast. Ordinary people, no, even Feng Yuhai, did not really see it clearly. Therefore, at that moment, they still felt that the person who was in so much pain was Su Yan. However, after the smoke and dust dispersed, Su Yan stood there quietly. Apart from gasping for breath, there was nothing wrong with him at the moment. At that moment, Wuya was howling in pain. No one would have thought that this would actually be the result. Wuya, who had previously gained an obvious advantage, actually ended up like this at the final moment. They couldn't understand what was going on. Su Yan's clothes were all shredded, and his body was revealed in the air. Previously, it was really too dangerous. Of course, this danger did not come from Wuya, but from himself. At that time, he almost thought that he could no longer control himself. In the instant that the light enveloped him, his ghost mask had already taken over half of his face. At that time, Su Yan was incomparably anxious. Moreover, he was almost unable to control himself. However, at that time, the power of Wuya's Sword of the Beast King erupted, and that terrifying bestial nature actually triggered the power of Su Yan's demon blood. It was precisely because of this that the power of the demon blood directly suppressed the power of the ghost mask. At that moment, Su Yan felt a trace of familiarity in his own body. Su Yan. At that moment, someone suddenly started shouting. At that moment, it was as if the entire world started to boil. Su Yan, Su Yan. Cheers resounded throughout the Taihang sword faction. At that moment, Haichuan's expression was extremely ugly. At that time, Wuya's strength was already extremely strong. He did not think that Wuya would lose. However, at the moment when Wuya was preparing to kill Su Yan actually turned the tables and won. This was really something out of the ordinary. He could not understand, nor could he accept, that such a thing had happened. However, at that moment, regardless of whether he was willing or not, the truth was the truth. Su Yan had obtained the final victory. There's something strange about this kid. At that time, he had already felt that Su Yan was not normal, but at that time, he did not take it to heart. After all, in this world, it was normal to have some fortuitous encounters. However, now, how could Su Yan's aura be a simple fortuitous encounter? That was a powerful aura that even made him shudder. Of course, this power was reflected in his origin, not his current strength. If he could obtain it, his strength would definitely improve. He suddenly stood up and charged towards Su Yan. How dare you! With a furious roar, Haichuan's body shot forward. At that moment, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely dangerous aura coming towards him. The aura of Ghost Face, which had just been suppressed, exploded once again. At that moment, Xue Xingchuan also made his move. Grand Elder, do you want it to be the same as last time? The two people's powers clashed in the air. After a single exchange, the berserk power was immediately separated. Both of their powers were burning, as dazzling as the sun. Everyone was unable to open their eyes. At that moment, Su Yan was so small in front of these two people. Even if he directly used Ghostface's power, he would not be a match for these two people. The huge difference in cultivation level meant everything. These were not things that Su Yan's subjective will could change. At the very least, at this moment, Su Yan was no match for Grand Elder Hai Chuan. However, this was the Sublime Flow Sword sect. Moreover, it was under the watchful eyes of everyone. It would not be easy for this Supreme Elder to kill him like this. For example, Shueshingchuan had already stepped forward. In any case, the Grand Elder and I did not have a clear winner last time. Why don't we use this opportunity to determine who is better? Shueshingchuan did not hide his voice at all. He even deliberately spread his words to the entire Taihang sword faction. He was challenging Hai Chuan. His status was no longer the same as before. He was now the patriarch of the Shui family, the helmsman of the Shui family. In other words, his attitude directly determined the attitude of the Shui family. At this moment, what he did was equivalent to completely falling out with sword forging peak. In the Taihang sword faction, there was one thing that almost everyone needed, and that was a sword. If a sword cultivator did not have a sword, how could he be called a sword cultivator? Therefore, sword forging peak was the most important place in the Taihang sword faction. It was also because of this that no matter how domineering the Shui family, the Wang family, or the Feng family were, they would never offend sword forging peak. However, today, Shueshingchuan dared to openly challenge Grand Elder Hai Chuan. At this moment, the great ancestors of the Wang family and Shui family sneered in their hearts. In the end, he's still too young. He actually dares to offend Hai Chuan for a junior. It should be known that in the entire 9 regions, if there was anyone who hoped to forge a divine sword, then this great elder Hai Chuan was definitely one of them. In the current continent, the number of godly swords could be counted with one's fingers. If one could obtain a godly sword, the strength of the entire faction would instantly increase. Moreover, the sword wielder's realm could also increase due to the arrival of the godly sword. However, Shueshingchuan dared to challenge Hai Chuan at this moment. In their eyes, Shueshingchuan was still too young. He was still the same as before. He did not know anything and only acted on impulse. The great ancestor of the Shui family wanted Wuya to marry Shueshingchuan in order to improve the relationship between sword forging peak and the Shui family. If Shueshingchuan could obediently follow the great ancestor's plan, the Shui family's strength would definitely increase even faster. Originally, they wanted to think of a way to stop the alliance between the two sides. However, they did not expect that this matter did not require them to do anything at all. Shueshingchuan actually did it himself. At this moment, Hai Chuan's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Shueshingchuan, could it be that you did not sense the terrifying aura coming from this child earlier? Hai Chuan directly questioned. Shueshingchuan shook his head and said, terrifying? TSK, Grand Elder, is it because you're too old that your courage has shrunk? How could this aura be powerful to you? Chapter 800. Female Literature. Hai Chuan said, Shueshingchuan, don't play dumb with me. You should know what I'm talking about. His aura is close to that of a demon, so I suspect that he's a spy from the Limitless Demon sect. At this moment, he directly transmitted his voice to the crowd. Hearing his words, many people began to whisper to each other. After all, the relationship between the Taihang sword faction and the Limitless Demon sect had never been good. Moreover, they had just fought a fierce battle recently. If Su Yan was really a spy from the Limitless Demon sect, then it was easy to imagine what would happen to him. After all, he was a supreme elder, and his status was there. Since he had already spoken, many people's minds were blank. However, at this moment, Shueshingchuan immediately laughed wildly and interrupted him. Grand Elder, I think you've become muddle-headed. The battle not long ago was a trap set by Su Yan. I almost killed Su Yan. Don't tell me that the Limitless Demon sect would sacrifice a vice sect leader just to cooperate with Su Yan? This sentence naturally dispelled the doubts in everyone's hearts. In that battle, the Taihang sword faction and the Fierce Flame sect worked together and killed at least 5 venerables. This kind of result was already extremely glorious. At that time, the legend of Su Yan spread. Today, Shueshingchuan personally confirmed it. No matter what, Su Yan had already become a hero. There was no doubt about it. Since that was the case, the rumor that Su Yan was a spy of the Limitless Demon sect was complete nonsense. Would a spy from the Limitless Demon sect cause the Limitless Demon sect to lose so many venerables and almost kill their vice sect leader? If that's really the case, then why don't you give me another dozen of such spies? No matter what, the demonic aura on his body is indisputable. How can we let a disciple like him stay? This time, Hai Chuan was determined to cause trouble for Su Yan. Because this kind of power was really tempting. If he could directly control Su Yan's power, then he might be able to break through to a whole new level. At his current level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to make any further progress. Moreover, although he was unwilling to admit it, he was very clear that his talent was not top-notch. Whether it was the powerful sect master or Shueshingchuan, their talents were all above his own. Therefore, they could still improve even more. However, he couldn't do it. Therefore, after sensing Su Yan's strength, he almost couldn't hold himself back. He immediately made a move, wanting to take down Su Yan directly. However, at this time, Shueshingchuan did not back down at all. Back then, the Shui family's ancestor didn't dare to behave like this in front of him. Instead, he was very polite to him. But Shueshingchuan, this madman, had actually directly turned against him. This already made him very unhappy. Looking at the gloomy old man, Shueshingchuan suddenly smiled and said, "Elder Hai Chuan, Su Yan's aura is very powerful. You say that he is of the devil path, but if I remember correctly, your Beast King's sword is also one of the devil swords of ancient times. In ancient times, the Beast King's sword was a sword path that was abandoned by many sword cultivators. This was because it was a path that fused the soul of a beast with one's body, changing one's body and obtaining a new and powerful sword chi. This could indeed make a cultivator's strength much stronger. However, in fact, this had already deviated from the true path. Almost half of the cultivators who practiced this sword began to become neither human nor ghost. Many people directly showed the characteristics of demonic beasts. It was because of this that the Beast King's sword disappeared in the long river of history. Shueshingchuan directly pointed out this point, which meant that he had already made up his mind to fight to the death with this grand elder. I remember very clearly that practicing the Beast King's sword has a very high chance of turning into a beast, ha. The last 2 words were very provocative. Hai Chuan finally couldn't take it anymore and directly struck out with his palm. "Bastard, you're courting death." The palm landed like a thunderclap. The roaring power directly rushed toward Shueshingchuan. Seeing such a blow, Shueshingchuan smiled faintly and said, "Old man, are you finally going to fly into a rage out of humiliation?" He also raised his hand and struck out with his palm. The palm power of the two met across the air and immediately created an extremely terrifying whirlwind. Under this whirlwind, Su Yan and Wuya were directly blown away. The surrounding disciples were even more shocked. To them, both Grand Elder Hai Chuan and Shueshingchuan were first-class big shots. But now, these 2 big shots actually directly attacked. Although in fact, in the last time, they had already set the stage. But this time was different. The last time could only be considered a private fight. But this time, it was under the nose of the sect master. What was even more strange was that at this time, the sect master, who should have come out to stop the 2 of them, was actually doing nothing. The battle between the 2 began directly. An extremely terrifying light immediately swept out. The appearance of this light caused many people to be unable to open their eyes. A true expert was like the scorching sun in the sky to them. If they looked directly at it, they would only be blinded. "Big brother Su Yan, are you okay?" At this time, Shueshingyu and Feng Yueyu ran to Su Yan's side and helped Su Yan up. It had to be said that Su Yan's treatment directly made many animals feel envious. After all, to be able to gain the favor of the Taihang twin moons was something that many people did not dare to think of. Seeing Su Yan being hugged on both sides, they were naturally very envious. "I'm fine, don't worry." Su Yan tried hard to suppress himself. At this time, he was actually in incomparable pain. Ghost faces had become so strong. If not for the stimulation of the demonic beast's blood essence, the one standing in front of everyone right now might not be him, but Ghost Face. But at this time, he was already much better. Now, he was more focused on the battle between Shuexingchuan and Hai Chuan. He never thought that Shuexingchuan would offend Great Elder Hai Chuan to this extent. After all, even in his opinion, it was very necessary to have a good relationship with the peak master of sword forging peak. However, he did so, and he did it so thoroughly. Therefore, Su Yan believed that Shuexingchuan must have his own motives at this time. Moreover, this motive was probably not small. Because there was one thing, and that was that the sect master did not make a move to stop it. The battle between the two powerhouses was getting more and more intense. At this time, Shuexingchuan suddenly laughed out loud and said directly, "Hai Chuan, here, in front of so many juniors, you can't let go of your hands and feet. Do you have the guts to go up to the sky with me?" As he said that, his body was already heading toward the sky. At this time, Hai Chuan's expression was extremely gloomy. He glanced at Zhang Zai's incarnation. He saw that the incarnation was actually indifferent. He directly shouted angrily, arrogant and conceited. The two suns flew directly into the sky, and the fierce collision caused waves of energy turbulence. At this moment, endless light began to surge, and an indescribably powerful aura surged at this time. It was like a terrifying confrontation between two burning clouds. To the crowd, the moves and whatnot could no longer be seen clearly. No, they could not even see the shadows of these two people clearly. For most people in the Taihang sword faction, this kind of battle was not inferior to a battle between gods. The strength of the sword chi was already unimaginable. Even though the battle was taking place high in the sky, the majesty of the battle was still extremely awe-inspiring. Su Yan finally stood up. At this time, he had already forgotten about his injuries. For him, this kind of battle was definitely on the level of an epic. He directly sent his divine sense into the sky. At this time, it was impossible to see the battle clearly with the naked eye. With the support of his powerful divine sense, he could still see a little more clearly. A battle of this level was really rare. Only by devoting all of one's spirit into it could one possibly comprehend more things from it. Now, what he needed was not fighting skills, but the power of laws. "Very well, Shuexingchuan, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out that you have already touched the Tao of laws. If you are given more time, I'm afraid there will be another Tao master in the Taihang sword faction." Great Elder Hai Chuan gritted his teeth and said. He had worked so hard but could not get it. However, this guy in front of him was only one step away from the realm he yearned for. This made him feel very unbalanced. Shuexingchuan said directly, "Elder, if you have succeeded in cultivating the Beast King's sword, I'm afraid it will be soon." But now is also good. You and I have not become Tao masters, so we can fight to our heart's content. Shuexingchuan was definitely a battle maniac. When he was young, he had directly challenged many experts from the 10 great sections. It was precisely because of this that he was so famous. After so many years, many people had forgotten his nickname of Battle Maniac. This time, he came back strong and became the head of the Shui family, which made many people forget this matter. And today, Shuexingchuan had directly displayed this sort of madness. As the two of them fought, the powerful destructive aura became more and more terrifying. The power that could almost sweep away everything began to threaten the sword-forging peak. At this time, the ancestor of the Wang family, the ancestor of the Feng family, and other experts directly rushed into the sky. Since the sect master did not say anything, they naturally could not stop such a battle at this time. There was no doubt that both Shuexingchuan and Great Elder Hai Chuan were stronger than them. Although they were both venerables, their battle strength was far inferior to them. Chapter 801. Female Literature, at this time, if they rashly interfered in the battle between the two, there would only be one outcome, which was to be injured by this terrifying power. Even if they could come out unscathed, who would be willing to do such a thankless task? They rose to the sky at this time only to be able to block the aftermath of the battle between the two. After all, if this continued, the aftermath of their battle would become more and more terrifying. In the end, it would directly threaten the spectators. The battle arena was indeed protected by a special formation, but how could it be safe and sound under the impact of two super powerhouses? In the beginning, the two of them were still controlling their strength, but now, the two of them were obviously fighting with fire. When a powerhouse really started a battle without caring about anything, no one knew what kind of terrible consequences it would cause. Therefore, at this time, they could only act as coolies, flying into the sky and then using their own strength to fix the boundary. With the appearance of the boundary, the pressure on the spectators was greatly reduced. For everyone, this was, of course, a good thing. At this time, Su Yan realized that even with his divine sense, he could no longer follow the battle between the two of them. They were existences close to Tao masters. They were completely different from those who had just stepped into the venerable realm. Once they had Tao marks, it would be a completely different transformation. It could also be said that the level of life was different. The cultivation path of a cultivator was actually a path of continuous evolution. When one first stepped into the dragon realm, it was when the level of life began to change. At this time, the cultivator would have an essential transformation in both speed and power. As for the venerable realm, it was a more complete process. However, when one reached the Tao Master realm, when one's entire body began to be filled with Tao marks, it was a completely different time. Tao was an extremely ethereal word. Many people knew that Tao was different, but they did not know what Tao was because at this time, they had not reached this realm at all. Because they had not reached it, they did not know. Su Yan's power and life had undergone extremely powerful evolution. His evolution had exceeded the scope of the dragon realm, and even an ordinary venerable realm was only at this level. However, he was still too far away from obtaining Tao marks. As long as he did not condense his own Tao mark, his strength would not be able to contend against a Tao sovereign. For example, the current him couldn't even see clearly. That layer of mysterious power had already begun to interfere with the laws. To him, the two people fighting in the sky were like the great blazing sun, and they were just insignificant observers. Of course, even so, many people were still trying their best to look at the sky. After all, it was human nature to yearn for greater power. However, at this time, no one noticed that Wuya, who had been defeated, had quietly changed. This change did not appear on the surface of his body, and his aura was not much different from before. However, within his body, an unimaginable change began to unfold. Without making a single sound, Boundless opened his eyes. At this moment, his pupils seemed to have disappeared. Under his eyelids, there were two bottomless black holes. Previously, he had received a fatal blow from Su Yan. Even with his strong body, he was unable to withstand it. At this time, he should have been weak and unconscious. However, at this time, he stood up directly. Without making a sound, as if he was a ghost. Senior brother Wuya. At this time, a sword-forging peak disciple saw Wuya stand up. After all, he was a sword-forging peak disciple, so he naturally did not treat his senior brother like other people. Moreover, he had received guidance from Wuya back then. Even if Wuya had become very strange, in his heart, his senior brother was still his senior brother. The moment Wuya was defeated by Su Yan, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Therefore, he walked over, wanting to take care of Wuya. At this time, he saw Wuya stand up, so he thought that Wuya was actually fine. He walked in front of Wuya, wanting to ask Wuya what he needed him to do now. At this time, Wuya reached out his hand towards him. In fact, Wuya's hand was not very fast. However, for some reason, he did not think of dodging Wuya's hand at all. Boundless' hand landed on his shoulder, and he felt a numbing sensation. The disciple suddenly felt very uneasy. At this moment, all thoughts disappeared, and his only thought was to escape. However, his legs could not move, and in the next moment, his consciousness began to weaken. Even now, he still couldn't figure out why he was in such a state. However, in the following short period of time, he still died. Plop. The corpse fell to the ground. It was so heavy. However, most of the people were focused on the fierce battle in the sky. Therefore, very few people could hear this voice. After all, that battle could not be seen with the naked eye, but with one's own divine consciousness and mind. If this was any other place, such an action would be very dangerous, because it would give the enemy a chance to launch a sneak attack. However, this was the Taihang sword faction's arena. In this place, who would have the guts to launch a sneak attack at this time? That disciple was not the first to fall, but the second and third. Su Yan's divine consciousness was definitely the strongest among all the disciples. Therefore, what he could see was naturally the clearest. Xue Xingchuan and Grand Elder Hai Chuan's attacks were simply breathtaking. He wasn't able to clearly see the movements of the two people. He only saw some afterimages. But even so, he still benefited a lot from it. He began to experience and comprehend that mysterious and unfathomable Tao. At this moment, a voice forced its way into his ears. It was Aya's voice. Aya was the artifact spirit of the square seal, and normally, she would not appear. However, this time, the square seal was warning him. Master, danger. This was the thought that she had transmitted to him. At this moment, Su Yan did not think too much, and he immediately retracted his divine consciousness. Although the battle in the sky was addicting, he believed in the square seal's warning. When he retracted his divine consciousness, his sharp senses immediately sensed the arrival of danger, and the source of that danger was Wuya. At this moment, Wuya was approaching him, but his speed was not fast. This was because this guy was still reaping lives as he approached him. In just a short while, he had already killed 7 people. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that something was wrong, although the battle in the sky was indeed addicting. However, many people here, including himself, seemed to be a little too addicted. Wuya was currently approaching the 8th person. Logically speaking, the distance between Boundless and this person was already very close. The thick smell of blood flowing from his body should be enough to wake him up. However, this person still did not react. Careful. Su Yan directly used his divine consciousness to form a shock wave, and this shock wave suddenly bombarded this person's body. At this moment, this person suddenly came back to his senses. At this moment, he immediately saw Wuya's appearance. At this moment, Wuya had completely turned into a monster. On one side of his face, there was actually a blood-colored flame flowing with radiance. His body seemed to have grown a little taller in this short period of time, and his strength had also become more powerful. This disciple had already reacted, and his first thought was to immediately escape. However, Wuya's speed was really too fast this time. Almost immediately, Wuya had already grabbed his arm. At this moment, this disciple who was grabbed by the arm was completely powerless. At this moment, Su Yan had already moved. He directly flashed in front of Wuya. Get out of my way. Su Yan directly punched out. The fist hit Wuya's face. However, in the next moment, he frowned. At this moment, Wuya actually did not move at all. After taking Su Yan's punch, his body only shook a little. Ah, save me, save me. At this moment, this disciple whose arm was grabbed by Wuya was simply in incomparable pain. That arm had already become withered, and this kind of citrus was starting to spread throughout his body. Despicable. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He directly formed a sword finger, and then directly chopped down. The sword chi fell, and this disciple's arm was directly cut off. Then, Su Yan directly pushed out with his palm, and this disciple was immediately sent flying. Almost at this moment, the Taihang sword faction's formation was suddenly activated, and in an instant, extremely powerful sword chi suddenly rushed into the sky. The Taihang 9 Evolutions formation. This formation was a powerful formation that shocked the entire Jiuzhou continent. At this moment, the sword chi that filled the sky directly rushed into the clouds, and the terrifying power of reincarnation seemed to have caused this world to begin to change. This sudden surge of sword chi immediately woke everyone up from their mysterious and unfathomable state of intoxication. What's going on? Why was the formation activated? This was the question on everyone's mind at this moment. Enemy attack. At this moment, this bad news was directly transmitted by the guarding disciple through the sound amplification formation. Enemy attack. Someone had actually attacked the Taihang sword faction. This unforeseen event came too suddenly, and no one was mentally prepared for it. At this moment, the turbulent skies suddenly calmed down, and the Taihang 9 evolutions formation stopped operating. Chapter 802. Girls' Literature. When all these coincidences happened at the same time, it was definitely not a coincidence. At this moment, Su Yan was facing the extremely terrifying Wuya. Yet, at this very moment, something like this had happened. This is definitely not a coincidence. Wuya did not look like a human at all. And this unforeseen event happened too suddenly. This kind of thing definitely wasn't a coincidence. Su Yan believed that this was a trap. Grand Elder Hai Chuan has betrayed the Taihang sword faction. This was a bold thought, but it was not impossible. Grand Elder Hai Chuan must have known about Wuya's condition. Yet, he had allowed Wuya to do as he pleased. No, it could be said that he had not allowed Wuya to do as he pleased. Perhaps Grand Elder Hai Chuan had instructed him to do this. Back then, it was impossible for Wuya to be in such a state. The reason he had become like this was probably because Elder Hai Chuan had been secretly nurturing him. He could not understand why Grand Elder Hai Chuan would do this. This was not something he could care less about. The most important thing for him now was to deal with the monster in front of him. This monster had become even more terrifying than before. Quick, let's go. Everyone go do your own thing, Su Yan said to the people around him. The Taihang sword faction was undoubtedly powerful. Normally, no one would dare to offend the Taihang sword faction. However, once someone decided to make a move, it meant that they had a certain level of confidence. This was not a good thing. The Taihang 9 evolutions formation was extremely terrifying. A formation that could be used as a protective formation by the Taihang sword faction was naturally extremely powerful. However, the Great Protective Mountain Array had stopped working. It was obvious that the formation had been shut down. To be able to do this silently and directly, it must be someone from the Taixing Sword School. The Taihang sword faction had already fallen into someone else's trap. As for who the Taihang sword faction's opponent was, it wasn't hard to guess. In the nearby continents, it seemed that only the people of the Limitless Demon sect had such strength and motive. In that case, this Supreme Elder had clearly become a member of the Limitless Demon sect. There was probably nothing worse than this. Of course, it was a good thing that this Grand Elder was currently fighting with Xue Xingchuan. With Xue Xingchuan's special care, it would not be easy for Grand Elder Hai Chuan to do anything else. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly thought that perhaps Xue Xingchuan had already guessed something from the very beginning, which was why he was so overbearing, forcing this Grand Elder to exchange blows with him. But then again, this was a game between the big shots. Right now, he had to do his part, and that was to kill the monster in front of him. After Boundless revealed this side of himself, Su Yan felt that his soul aura had become even stranger. This aura was becoming more and more distant from that of a human. Clearly, this person who possessed great talent in swordsmithing had already embarked on an extreme path at this time. This time, Su Yan took out his scorching sun sword. He deeply understood that this was not the time for Boundless to test himself. He had already degenerated into a terrifying murderous demon. If he couldn't be killed, then more people would die in his hands. And he would become even more terrifying. As for the others, Su Yan naturally told them to leave immediately. Because they were no match for Boundless. They were all below the venerable level. Big brother Su Yan, be careful. Xue Xingyue and Feng Yueyu also left. At this moment, only Boundless and Su Yan were left in the arena. It seems that on this arena, we are not just going to decide a winner, but also a life and death battle. At this moment, the scorching sun sword released an incomparably terrifying aura. This was Su Yan's powerful battle intent. In the sky, Xue Xingchuan suddenly struck out with his palm. This was his newest move, the setting sun godly sword palm. With the scorching sun as the intent and the palm as the shape, the most powerful sword chi could be unleashed. This was the core of this move. After this move landed, he directly said, "What a pity, Supreme Elder. You actually betrayed the Sublime Flow Sword sect. This really makes one feel bitter and hateful." Although the two of them were in a frenzied battle, he was not deaf or blind. How could he not hear such a huge commotion? Moreover, just as Su Yan had guessed, Xue Xingchuan had already guessed, which was why he was so aggressive. He directly dragged Haichuan into the sky because he didn't want this old man to work with others. After all, with his strength, if he really did that, it would be an even greater disaster for the Taihang sword faction. At this moment, the Wang family's patriarch and the Feng family's patriarch were also in the sky. Compared to Xue Xingchuan, they were completely shocked. After hearing Xue Xingchuan's words, they were completely surprised. However, since these two patriarchs could become the patriarchs of their respective families, they were naturally not ordinary people. Previously, they would not interfere in the battle. But now, since they were sure that Haichuan had betrayed the Taihang sword faction, they immediately made a choice, and that was to kill Haichuan together. "Senior Haichuan, why did you do this?" the Wang family's patriarch asked. Haichuan's status in the Taihang sword faction was extremely high. Even the patriarch had to treat him with respect. But he had made such a choice. This was, of course, a regrettable thing. However, at this moment, Xue Xingchuan directly said, "Seniors, now is not the time to ask these questions. He has already shut down our Taihang 9 Evolution's great formation. If you continue to be long-winded with this old man, who knows how many people will die. So, you should go and block those guys who are attacking. As for this old man, let me deal with him," Xue Xingchuan said without restraint. His words were not polite at all. At this moment, the Wang family's patriarch and the Feng family's patriarch were speechless. This was because they knew very well that Xue Xingchuan was right. At this moment, the most important thing was not to find out the reason for his betrayal, but to save and kill. Okay. The two patriarchs directly walked out of the mountain gate. At this time, Haichuan looked at Xue Xingchuan and said directly, "Although you make this old man loathe you, this old man has to say that you really are an extraordinary person. Your cultivation has actually reached this level, but do you really think that you alone are enough to deal with me?" His words were direct, and his aura had become deeper. He was already very powerful, but now that he revealed his aura, it made him even more terrifying. On the surface of his body, rays of golden light appeared. The light was extremely sacred, as if it was the greatest power in the world. "Dao marks?" Xue Xingchuan asked directly. Haichuan chuckled and said, "As you can see, these are Dao marks. Although they are dim, I am about to succeed in condensing Dao marks. How can you be my opponent?" He looked at Xue Xingchuan, wanting to see a trace of seriousness in Xue Xingchuan's expression. Unfortunately, Xue Xingchuan's expression did not change at all. "Condensing Dao marks, is this your greatest reliance? If that's all, it's still not enough. I think the reason why you betrayed us is because you are about to die, right? You bunch of old things have clearly lived for so long, but why are you still so afraid of death? Back then, old man Xue was like this, and now you are the same. Annoying." The old man Xue he mentioned was naturally the ancestor of the Xue clan. More than 10 years ago, the ancestor of the Xue clan was tempted by greed and directly attacked him. In the end, he forced him to leave and enter the ruins. Xue Xian is just an idiot. He is always overcautious. I expected him to die, Great Elder Haichuan said directly. Xue Xingchuan squinted his eyes. Xue Xian was the name of the late ancestor of the Xue clan. Haichuan's words revealed one thing: the reason why the ancestor of the Xue clan attacked him back then was very likely because he was bewitched by this person in front of him. I was wondering why that old thing suddenly wanted to swallow me to prolong his life. So it was you, old man, who was playing tricks. No wonder I dislike you every time I see you. This was really a case of settling old and new grudges together. Shueshingchuan, I don't want to waste my breath on you anymore. Today, the Taihang sword faction will definitely be destroyed by the limitless demon sect. So, you can die for me too. At this moment, the marks of Tao entered his body, and his sword chi skyrocketed. Around him, terrifying beasts suddenly appeared. This was the result of the Beast King's sword's cultivation reaching an extremely high level. Shueshingchuan didn't care about this at all. An old dog like you doesn't seem to have anything else other than bragging. You want to kill me? Hee, you don't have the ability to do that. Shueshingchuan swung his sword and charged at the beast shadows. Such a violent power turned into a terrifying mark in the sky. It suddenly fell down. Kid of the Shui clan, I'll let you know what the dignity of a Dao sovereign is. Golden light spread and entered the beast shadows. The beast shadows expanded like the resurrection of the Beast King. Terrifying power filled the sky. In an instant, Shueshingchuan's sword shadows were swallowed up. At the same time, Wuya's body rapidly changed again. His entire body was enveloped in flames. The crimson flames were so strange, and his body was so terrifying. The flames flowed as if they were a part of his body, and he could do whatever he wanted. Chapter 803. Girl Literature. The flame was like a long snake, following his heart. A pair of eyes appeared on each of the fire snakes. Wuya was extremely strange at this moment. Wuya, who should have lost his mind, suddenly opened his mouth. Su Yan, you're standing in front of me again. Huh, maybe it's fate, or maybe it's fate. Today, I'm going to kill you. Wuya's voice was so calm. There was no overflowing hatred in his words. Instead, there was a faint sense of sorrow. Su Yan asked directly, Wuya, what happened? Why did you become like this? The relationship between Su Yan and Wuya was definitely not good. However, if one thought about it carefully, there was no hatred between the two of them. If one had to say that there was, it was only hatred born from love. Now that Wuya had reached such a level, his strength was indeed extremely terrifying. However, Su Yan could feel his pain. And obviously, this was definitely not what he wanted. What happened? It doesn't make any sense. Su Yan, I don't want to kill you. It's just that Master has taken a fancy to your fate. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Wuya raised his hand and a flame shot towards the surroundings. The flame danced wildly in the air. Soon, it turned into a domain. As soon as this flame domain appeared, it had already trapped Su Yan here. Su Yan, I'm no longer human. Wuya sighed. How sorrowful were these few words. His current appearance was neither human nor ghost. Naturally, he could no longer be called a human. What does Hai Chuan want to do? Su Yan asked. Wuya smiled bitterly and said, what does he want to do? Master wants to become a Dao master. He wants to forge a divine sword. He wants to be immortal. Wuya's bitter smile set off Hai Chuan's madness. Immortal? Was there really anyone in this world who could be immortal? No, it was impossible. But now, he wanted to do it. It was ridiculous. However, it was clear that Hai Chuan was stubbornly pursuing this ridiculous goal. I know you don't believe such a thing exists in this world, but Master does. As long as Master is willing, I can make sacrifices for him. At this moment, Wuya's emotions had calmed down. Su Yan, do you know that in ancient times, there was a powerful race called the Flame Demons? Their strength was definitely not below that of the evil demons, and even surpassed them. And now, I am a flame devil. The flames moved, directly crashing towards Su Yan. Su Yan controlled his sword chi and fought with it. The Balrog had disappeared for too long, and that was a history that predated the arrival of the demons. Even the Taihang sword faction did not have any records of this. But this elder Hai Chuan actually obtained a flame seed of the ancient flame devil and planted it in Wuya's body. It was also because of this that Wuya's strength had suddenly increased, and his battle prowess had rapidly increased. In order to cover up, Hai Chuan had inserted the Beast King sword qi into Wuya's body. So, during the battle, the Beast King sword's power would suddenly erupt. At this moment, the battle between Hai Chuan and Xuexingchuan had reached a climax, and Hai Chuan could no longer control the power of the Beast King sword qi. So, without the suppression of the Beast King sword, the power of the Flame Devil seed began to awaken. Hai Chuan treated you like this, and you still work for him? Su Yan blocked another flame snake's attack, and then directly questioned. Wuya's body became more and more illusory, and his human features were becoming less and less. He controlled the power of the flame, and then said, "My life was given to me by Master. Since Master wants me to die, then I can only die. For Master, I am willing to sacrifice my life. So, Su Yan, I will do my best to kill you." Hearing his words, Su Yan frowned. Then he asked, "Why does Hai Chuan want to kill me?" If it was Wuya who wanted to kill him, Su Yan could understand that it was hatred born from love, and that Wuya wanted to kill him as soon as possible. However, this was not Wuya's own will, but Hai Chuan's. There seemed to be no enmity between him and Great Elder Hai Chuan. But why did he have to do this? It's because of your fate. Your fate is too special. Master can sense your special fate. Only by collecting your soul and using your soul as the foundation can he forge an extremely powerful divine sword. Su Yan, you shouldn't have helped Master forge the sword last time, Wuya said. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood. It turned out that when Hai Chuan forged the sword and he helped him with the wind and thunder box, Hai Chuan actually noticed his fate. Even though Su Yan knew nothing about birth charts, he had no idea what birth charts were. However, he already understood that it was because of his help last time that he had planted the seed of disaster for himself. Master had originally given up on the idea of forging a divine sword. At that time, he had obtained that piece of meteoric iron. However, he had long known that it was impossible for him to forge a divine sword with it. Even if it was a divine sword, it would only be a low-level divine sword. However, because of your fate, the essence of Master's holy sword was directly improved. From that moment on, Master already knew that his chance had come. Therefore, from that day on, he had already begun to prepare. If Wuya had not told him this, Su Yan would definitely not have expected this. It turned out that the root of the disaster was because of that time when he had helped forge the sword. I see. Wuya, to repay you, I will kill you. Dancing Fish Dragon Sword, cutting heaven and earth. 2 consecutive sword strikes burst out, and the terrifying sword qi directly rushed toward Wuya. Well, if you can, then kill me. I will repay you with gratitude. I hope you can do it. The battle between the two young experts began again. In this world of flames, the battle of life and death had begun. Outside the Taihang sword faction, the disciples of the Limitless Demons sect had already launched their attack. The ones at the forefront were merely the low-level cannon fodder of the Limitless Demon sect. Naturally, these people could not deal a heavy blow to the Taihang sword faction. However, they could bring great pressure and exhaustion to the Taihang sword faction. If the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation had not been stopped, no matter how many cannon fodder there were, it would have been useless. The terrifying power of the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation could kill all of these cannon fodder in a short period of time. However, since the Limitless Demons sect had already made their move, how could they have missed out on something as terrifying as the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation? Therefore, from the very beginning, this Great Formation had been turned off. The pawns they had left in the Taihang sword faction had done this. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction were now rushing to meet the enemy head-on. In the first clash, they had indeed killed a large number of cannon fodder. However, they had also suffered casualties on their side. Right at this moment, a powerful force was already charging towards them from the horizon. It was the venerables of the Limitless Demons sect. Previously, the Limitless Demons sect had lost many venerables. How could the limitless demon sect let this matter rest so easily? Everyone knew that their revenge would be carried out. However, no one had expected that this revenge would be so arrogant and domineering. The limitless demon sect was actually attacking the Taihang sword faction directly. This was a prelude to the destruction of the Taihang sword faction. The limitless demon sect and the Taihang sword faction were both among the top 10 sects in the Jianghu continent. Both of them were colossal existences. And now, the battle between these two colossal existences had begun. Moreover, it was so blatant. Everyone knew that the limitless demon sect was extremely powerful. Although they were both among the top 10 sects, the limitless demon sect's strength was above that of the Taihang sword faction. However, the limitless demon sect wanted to take down the Taihang sword faction in one go. Their appetite was too big. Before today, no one would have thought of this. Even now, there were still people who were unwilling to believe it. At this moment, a loud voice resounded in the sky above the Taihang sword faction. Taihang sword faction, you dared to scheme against my sage sect in the past. Today, I'm here to destroy your entire Taihang sword faction. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Jianghu continent was alarmed. Moreover, this time, the Taihang sword faction's Taihang 9 evolutions formation was not activated. When the people of the limitless demon sect rushed over like a flood, it was a terrifying sight. The patriarchs of the Wang family and Feng family led their people to the front of the mountain gate. Everyone, those who dare to offend the Taihang sword faction will be killed without mercy. The two of them charged towards the venerables of the limitless demon sect. At the same time, Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan headed straight for the formation eye of the sect's Taihang 9 derivation great array. For the Taihang sword faction, today was definitely a huge calamity. As for whether or not they could survive this great calamity, the most crucial factor was whether or not they could activate the Grand Taixing 9 Evolution's Grand Formation. In the sky, Yan Xiao roared, "Humph, Wang Butong, Feng Haisheng, you two old things dare to jump out. Today, I'll take care of you." Back then, Yan Xiao was ambushed by Xingchuan and almost lost his life. This time, he was here to take revenge. Yan Xiao, you may be a Dao master, but aren't you afraid that our sect leader will kill you? Wang Butong was the patriarch of the Wang family. His combat strength was also very strong. Although he could not reach the level of a Dao master, he and the patriarch of the Feng family could fight a Dao master for a while. He believed that the sect leader, Zhang Zhe, would appear soon. In front of the majesty of the Taihang godly sword, Yan Xiao was nothing, even if he was a Dao master. At this moment, Yan Xiao burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha, you two idiots, do you think that Zhang Zhe will have a chance to appear? Since our sage sect has taken action, we must have a plan. Today, Zhang Zhe will die. Everyone in the Taihang sword faction will die." Chapter 804. Female Literature. At this moment, Yan Zhao's aura had reached its peak. After all, he was a Dao master. Xingchuan was able to fight him head-on, and even forced him to retreat. That was because Xingchuan himself was an anomaly. He had been sealed in Xie Jian's small world of ice for 10 years, and his strength had improved tremendously. He was a classic example of someone whose combat strength had greatly exceeded his realm. Moreover, he had the help of Qiu Zifen from the Blazing Flame sect. At this moment, the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Butong, and the patriarch of the Feng family, Feng Haisheng, could only barely hold him back. Moreover, the situation was very different now. At this moment, the boundless demon sect suddenly launched an attack, and directly displayed a terrifying oppressive force. Moreover, the sect leader, Zhang Zhe, did not make any moves, and the Taixing 9 Evolutions formation had been stopped. Therefore, even the two patriarchs were extremely shocked at this moment. Under such psychological pressure, Yan Zhao's aura seemed to have expanded again. "Sons of the boundless demon sect, kill them all, and release your desires as you wish." Yan Zhao's voice was like a rolling tide, and directly spread to the entire Taihang sword faction. At this moment, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction began to fight with all their might, and a bloody battle had begun. At this moment, Yan Xiao was truly invincible. He directly crushed Wang Baotong and Feng Haisheng, and his powerful strength swept over like a huge wave. Wang Baotong and Feng Haisheng together could barely resist it. However, anyone could see that the two of them were not in good condition at this moment. Only when one truly fought with a Dao master expert, one would know how terrifying this kind of pressure was. The power of this Dao mark was simply innately suppressing their strength. The reason why Dao masters were so terrifying was because of the existence of this Dao mark. If it were not for the fact that the two of them had cultivated for a long time and had a strong foundation, if it were someone else, they would have been killed already. Damn it, what should we do now? At this moment, Wang Baotong and Feng Haisheng were communicating in their minds. What do we do? What else can we do? We can only face them head-on. Don't tell me we can beg for mercy from these lunatics. We are the supreme elders of the Taihang sword faction and have been respected by the disciples of the Taihang sword faction for so many years. Now that danger has come, we naturally have to bear this pressure. Even if we die, we have to bite off a piece of this dog's meat, Feng Haisheng shouted angrily. At this moment, after hearing Feng Haisheng's words, Wang Tong's heart was suddenly filled with a sense of heroism. Brother Feng, you're right. Anyway, the two of us have lived long enough. What are we still worried about? Kill. As soon as the word kill was uttered, his body abruptly charged forward. Under the support of a resolute will, the battle strength of both of them seemed to have increased. In a short period of time, the two of them actually resisted the pressure. Even the suppression of the Dao marks couldn't break through their joint attack in a short period of time. Taihang disciples, follow me and kill. At the foot of the mountain, many disciples were constantly charging forward. Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai had already rushed to the formation I. Repairing the Taihang 9 evolution's great formation was the top priority. At this time, the ordinary disciples were charging forward under the leadership of the sect leader's disciple. Cui Hongfei had always kept a low profile. He was only ranked 5th in the Taihang 10 swords. However, at this moment, he directly displayed his true strength. Around him, 10 sword shadows flew horizontally. That was the Taihang 10 swords. This was an extremely unpopular sword technique of the Sublime Flow sword sect. However, it was an extremely powerful sword technique. Due to the fact that it was difficult to cultivate, over the years, there was gradually no one who cultivated it. Who would have thought that this person would actually be able to cultivate it to the initial level? When this set of sword techniques was displayed at this time, it immediately displayed his powerful strength. The 10 sword shadows ran amok. In a short period of time, they had already killed dozens of powerful disciples of the limitless demon sect. Under the leadership of this person, the young experts of the Taihang sword faction launched a desperate attack. Of course, at this time, Mu Tianxing also directly took action. After the last battle, he followed Su Yan to the Taihang sword faction. However, during that battle, he had used a lot of power, so he had to go into seclusion to recuperate. At this time, the Taihang sword faction was facing a great disaster. Naturally, he could not continue his seclusion. He directly launched a massacre. At this time, he could not display the power of a Dao master. He could not even display the power of a 3 origin. However, the appearance of a venerable had a great impact on the battle. Then there was Feng Yueshan, who had also made a move. Of course, this guy's actions were more insidious. He did not look for strong opponents at all. He just quietly killed those who were not at the top of their cultivation but were already difficult to deal with. Feng Yueshan's eyes were very sharp. He clearly knew that the existence of these core forces was a huge threat. After all, the number of experts in the Boundless Demon sect was not very high. However, these core forces would cause great harm to the young disciples of the Taihang sword faction. In the two corners, Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu, the Taihang twin moons, also directly used their strongest power to kill the enemies. The beautiful Taihang twin moons were still as beautiful as ever even when they were killing their enemies. When the disciples of the Limitless Demon sect saw their beauty, they became greedy for them. However, it was a pity that the two of them weren't just flower vases. They had survived on the Divine Devil Island. Moreover, they were two of the Taihang 10 swords. Naturally, they did not hesitate to kill the enemies. At this time, Su Yan was already in a difficult battle. He was completely trapped in Wuya's flame domain. Even if he used his sword qi, it was still difficult for him to break through. Wuya's aura had firmly locked him in place. This flame domain was like a cage, making it impossible for him to escape. What made him even more uncomfortable was that in this place, Wuya's every move seemed to be strengthened. After directly turning into a fiery demon, his strength was already very terrifying. In addition to this, it made him almost a true supremacy. At this time, he directly said, "Su Yan, don't hold back anymore. Show me your true strength. It's the method you used to defeat me in one move. If you still choose to hide it at this time, then only death will await you." Su Yan was silent. Of course, he knew that Wuya was talking about his ghost face state. Under the ghost face state, Su Yan's strength would increase tremendously. However, Su Yan still resisted the appearance of ghost face Su Yan in his heart. This was because compared to Wuya, ghost face Su Yan was a more terrifying enemy. He did not know if he would be able to defeat Grimace again and regain control of his body after his appearance this time. Su Yan flipped his hand, and the deity vanquishing sword directly slashed out. The sharp and terrifying sword she directly let out an explosion. However, Wuya only smiled coldly, then said, "It's useless. Are you still delusional that you can defeat me with this method?" Just as he spoke, a flame vortex directly appeared. The vortex tumbled, blocking all the power. Su Yan's sword qi was actually so easily consumed. He continued to look at Su Yan condescendingly. Such sword qi would indeed be dangerous to me if it were any other time. However, in front of me right now, it is neither painful nor ticklish. You still don't want to use that power even now. It seems like you have deep concerns. Wuya waved his hand. At this time, he was the master of the flames. Under his will, the flames turned into terrifying fire snakes and directly attacked. In an instant, they turned into terrifying sword qi and directly slashed at Su Yan. No matter what form the power was in, it was extremely terrifying. Moreover, there was the addition of the incomparably hot flames. "Su Yan, you're not willing to use it, but I insist on watching. Then, I'll force you again. Do you really think that with your current strength, you'll be able to hold up against me? Previously, I only wanted to be a cat." As his words fell, the power of the flames actually rose again. Then, a face formed by flames directly appeared in front of Su Yan. It was a ferocious face. Su Yan could not describe how terrifying this face was, because at this time, an extremely terrifying power had already pressed down on him. It was also at this time that the face actually opened its huge mouth. It wanted to swallow Su Yan directly. What was even more terrifying was that at this time, Su Yan was actually unable to move, no matter how he circulated the power in his body. The sword qi of the Regal Sword Codex was already madly circulating. His body whistled around, but it was still useless. Just as Boundless said earlier, his power was really far from boundless at this moment. As Su Yan continued to resist, his body eventually floated up and was directly swallowed down. At this moment, darkness attacked, followed by intense pain. At this time, Su Yan's dragon scale armor began to peel off. The pain was as if he was being cut into pieces. Moreover, the power of the flames was directly attacking his body. The flames seemed to want to directly incinerate his internal organs. At this moment, Su Yan was completely standing on the edge of death. At this time, Su Yan's three hearts finally began to beat uncontrollably. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong, the same sound, at the same frequency, began to ring. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying power exploded from his body. It was the terrifying power formed after the three hearts reached resonance. As soon as this power appeared, the power of the flames that was rushing into Su Yan's body actually dissipated, as if this terrifying power of the flames was directly swallowed up. In the endless flames, a terrifying and ferocious mask slowly appeared. Chapter 805. Female literature. Boundless flames danced in the air, and an indescribably powerful force slowly spread out. At this moment, Su Yan was standing quietly in the flames. On his face, the terrifying three-colored mask was so clear. It was as if it was not a mask, but his own face. "Are you calling for me to come?" "Then, I'm coming." After speaking calmly, he waved his hand gently. The powerful force directly turned into a ray of sword chi. That was the deity vanquishing sword. He was Su Yan, and Su Yan was himself. Then, whatever Su Yan mastered, he could also master. However, the deity vanquishing sword that Su Yan had to exert all his strength to display could appear at will in his hands. The power of this casual sword was so terrifying. Under this sword, the head of flames that he had swallowed was directly shattered. The rolling sword chi was simply incomparably terrifying. The head of flames dissipated, and ghost face Su Yan directly appeared in front of Boundless. "Looks like you're the one who called for me to come." "Humph, interesting." His calm words actually carried a great pressure. This terrifying pressure directly went towards Boundless, and a whirlwind appeared in front of Boundless without any reason. "Is this your true power?" Boundless looked at Su Yan, who had reappeared in front of him, and his whole body trembled slightly. This was not fear, but excitement. After he directly displayed the power of the flame demon, Su Yan was no longer his opponent. But previously, he clearly felt an extremely terrifying power from Su Yan's body. It was also because of this that he had been suppressing Su Yan. He wanted to force out the powerful force in Su Yan's body. And when he really felt this power, he directly began to tremble. Powerful, terrifying, and profound. This was what he felt at this moment. "Su Yan, so there's actually such a thing hidden in your body. This really makes me excited. As my opponent, if you don't even have this kind of strength, then I'll be too disappointed. Only then can you truly fight with me." At this moment, his eyes were actually filled with expectation. He was looking forward to Su Yan, who could defeat him. Because, after regaining his rationality, Boundless was actually very tired. He knew that he could no longer win Xue Xinyue's heart. Moreover, he had killed someone, and the person he killed was from the same sect as him. It was his junior brother who had loved and respected him greatly in the past. Moreover, he was already tired of being neither human nor a ghost. However, he had promised his master that he would help him fulfill his wish. So, he would fight with all his strength, and all the pain, he would suffer all the pain. But in his heart, he didn't want that to happen, so he needed someone who could stop him. If Su Yan could kill him, it would be a relief for him. It was also because of this that he was looking forward to Ghostface Su Yan's appearance so much. Now, this powerful Ghostface Su Yan had finally appeared in front of him. He felt an extremely terrifying aura directly oppressing him. "Are you disappointed?" "Ha ha ha, how could a person like you dare to say such big words? I should be the one saying that." Ghostface and Su Yan had completely different personalities. Ghostface Su Yan was incomparably domineering, and his words were almost the law. At this moment, after he finished speaking, he directly charged forward. At this moment, his speed directly broke through the limit. Su Yan's speed was already very fast, and perhaps even a powerhouse of the Nine Dragons realm could not compare to him. But at this moment, Ghostface's speed was at least 3 times that of Su Yan's. In almost a breath's time, he had already arrived in front of Boundless. "Fire demon? What an interesting species, but perhaps I can have more fun with such a species." As soon as Boundless heard Ghostface's voice, intense pain exploded in his body. The pain was not something that could be endured by ordinary people. If the one who suffered the punch was not Boundless but someone else, that person would have probably died from the pain. Even Wang Baichuan or Feng Yuhai would not be able to get away with it. It was worth noting that Ghostface was an abnormally powerful being that had directly killed 2 venerable ones. His power was almost unimaginable. Being directly struck by his power, what kind of terrifying injury was this? The fire demon's powerful body allowed Boundless to withstand the punch's power, but he was still in extreme pain. At this moment, his body began to spasm. Even so, he was still smiling at this moment. Oh. You can still smile at a time like this? Looks like the fire demon's body is indeed powerful. What about this time? Seeing that Boundless could still laugh after taking his attack, Ghostface snickered evilly as well. Then, he launched a whip kick at Boundless. Boundless moved, and his entire body flew up into the sky. However, using this opportunity, he finally stabilized himself. His gaze landed on Ghostface. At this moment, Ghostface Su Yen was also looking at him. Hee hee, come on. If that's all you've got, you can't kill me. Boundless transmitted his voice. Humph, you're courting death. At this moment, Ghostface suddenly rushed into the sky. The scorching sun sword in his hand let out a mournful cry, then an extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted. At this moment, it seemed like the entire world was about to be destroyed. It was the universe-severing sword. In the hands of Su Yen, the universe-severing single sword was displayed. Although it was extremely terrifying and could even affect the space, it was still not enough. However, at this moment, Ghostface's sword actually completely tore through space. Tearing through space was a venerable one's domain. Previously, Su Yen was only barely able to use a little of it. However, at this moment, Su Yen was only in the Six Dragons boundary, so he was still far from becoming a venerable one. At this moment, he was already able to perform it smoothly. Under this sword, Boundless Flame Domain was directly torn apart. A terrifying pillar of fire suddenly rose in the sky above the battle arena. Just like that, it was like a volcanic eruption. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction or the Boundless Demon sect, after seeing this pillar of light, the only thought in their minds was shock. At this moment, they were wondering where two venerable ones had suddenly appeared at this moment. This was because if they were not venerable ones, how could they possibly possess such terrifying and great power? At this moment, the people who were still nearby immediately began to flee. This was because they knew that if they did not leave at this time, there would only be one path waiting for them, which was death. Inside the pillar of fire, Ghostface Su Yen directly grabbed Boundless' face and directly rushed into the sky. At this moment, Feng Yuhai, who was heading toward the formation eye, suddenly stopped. Did he appear again? He actually appeared again at this time. Wang Baichuan, who was at the side, heard his muttering, so he asked, "What are you talking about? Who appeared?" At this time, the sect was already facing a huge crisis, and he and Feng Yuhai were shouldering such a heavy burden. At this moment, Feng Yuhai was still in the mood to think about these things. Feng Yuhai looked at the sky, and the familiar figure entered his sight. He directly said, "Ghostface." As soon as these two words were uttered, Wang Baichuan also fell into silence. If it was anything else, even if a venerable one appeared, perhaps he would not be surprised at this time. However, these two words were able to shake his soul. Ghostface. He could not forget the terrifying scene of Su Yen directly wearing Ghostface and killing two venerable ones at that time. That scene had a huge impact on him and Feng Yuhai. He also finally understood why Feng Yuhai was so surprised. Ghostface. He actually appeared again? Phew, but now is not the time to care about this. You must understand what kind of crisis we're facing. If the Taihang 9 Evolution's grand formation can't be restored, many junior brothers will die in this battle. Feng Yuhai withdrew his gaze and said, "Of course I understand this. Forget it, let's not think about him anymore. We can't care about so many things anymore. The only thing we can do is to complete the current task. Let's go." The two of them went on their way again. On the other side of the sky, Xue Xingchuan was resisting Hai Chuan's attack with all his might. It had to be said that Hai Chuan was really a terrifying enemy at this time. At this time, he was constantly urging his power, and even Xue Xingchuan could not resist it. Strictly speaking, although Hai Chuan had condensed Dao marks, he was only at the initial stage and was not a true Dao venerable. However, his battle strength was no less than Yan Zhao's that day, and in some aspects, he was even superior. This old thing had lived for such a long time, and it was really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. There was a saying that was true, and that was that old people were shrewd. At this time, Shueshingchuan suddenly said, "Old thing, do you think I don't know your plan? You want your disciple to kill Su Yan, right? Although I don't know why you're paying attention to Su Yan, I'm sure that Su Yan must be very important to you." Shueshingchuan asked directly after dispersing Hai Chuan's sword qi. Hai Chuan did not hide it and just said, "Humph, you know a lot. But at this time, even if you know, what can you do? Su Yan will definitely be mine, and his soul will become the soul of my divine sword. This is his good fortune." At this time, Hai Chuan already felt that he was going to win, so he said it directly. At this time, Shueshingchuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Then take a look, what's the situation now? Your disciple's situation is not good." Chapter 806. Female Literature. At this moment, Hai Chuan's expression was definitely not good. Because in his opinion, killing Su Yan should be a very fast thing, and then Wuya could come and help him. If it was the usual Wuya, he naturally wouldn't be qualified to participate in such a battle. However, when his flame demon body was fully unleashed, that kind of power was already incomparably strong. Although it was impossible for him to be Shueshingchuan's opponent, he could already cause some trouble for Shueshingchuan in a small area. In his battle with Shueshingchuan, even if Shueshingchuan was just a little bit more troublesome, the scales of victory would tilt towards him. However, he didn't expect that Wuya, who had unleashed his flame demon body, would still be suppressed by Su Yan. Damn it, why is this Su Yan's aura so strange and powerful? He kept thinking in his heart. Previously, when he caught a glimpse of Su Yan's power, he was already very shocked. Therefore, at that time, he directly attacked and wanted to capture Su Yan. However, Shueshingchuan was already on guard against him, and when he attacked, he had already attacked. This caused his plan to deal with Su Yan to fail. However, he wasn't in a hurry, because he clearly knew that once the power of his Beast King's sword was released, the power of Wuya's flame demon body would be completely released. He was very clear about the power of the flame demon. When he first discovered the power of the flame demon, he almost couldn't control himself and wanted to directly transform himself into a flame demon. However, after all, he had lived for countless years and deeply understood the importance of it, so he gave up on this idea in the end. However, he, who was crazy, actually let his disciple inherit the power of the flame demon. It was also because of this that he clearly knew how powerful Wuya would be once the power of the flame demon was activated. In his calculations, if Wuya wanted to deal with Su Yan, it would be the easiest thing to do. However, something that should have been in the bag had gone awry at this point. Even after Wuya had displayed his true strength, he was still no match for Su Yan. Not only that, he also felt that Su Yan's gaze seemed to be looking at him at this time. That gaze was clearly filled with provocation and naked disdain. He didn't know why, but in the face of Su Yan's provocation, he actually felt exceptionally angry. Right now, he even had a thought, and that was to disregard everything and directly rush over to Su Yan to kill him first. Just this moment of hesitation was enough for Shueshingchuan to seize the opportunity. He directly approached Hai Chuan's body. Hai Chuan's Beast King's sword was powerful, but he still chose to fight in close combat. As the sword fell, the sword light was as brilliant as the afterglow of the setting sun. But at this moment, Hai Chuan was definitely not radiant. This was because he felt a great sense of danger from the sword radiance of this sword. Unlike the previous attack, the power of this sword was much stronger than before. Wherever the sword radiance passed, the spatial fluctuations were so weak that they were almost invisible. But it was precisely this that was the most terrifying. This meant that Shueshingchuan's control of power had reached an extremely deep level. In other words, the power of this sword was already the power of a Tao master. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't believe that they could suddenly possess the power of a Tao master. But his opponent was Shueshingchuan. That former genius. That man who had endless glory but left in disappointment, and then returned in glory after more than 10 years. If he chose to ignore such a person, he would definitely die miserably. At this moment, he was suddenly shocked. He had actually been directly affected by Su Yan and was directly distracted in such a battle. Was this a coincidence? No, it was absolutely impossible. Although he was a swordsmith, he didn't know how many battles he had to go through to get to where he was today. After such a long battle, his mind had long been as hard as steel. Not to mention facing a powerful opponent like Xue Xingchuan, even if it was just an ordinary enemy, he wouldn't be careless at all. But today, he was distracted at the most crucial moment. This must be Su Yan's doing. At this moment, his fear of Su Yan deepened. Of course, what he needed to do now was to deal with the power of this sword. Black Tortoise Sword, turned sword into armor. Following his shout, the terrifying shadow of a black tortoise directly appeared. It was a gigantic tortoise, but it had the heads of two pythons. Although it was only a shadow, it still made people feel an enormous pressure. The moment the shadow of the black tortoise appeared, it turned into a shield and immediately blocked in front of him. This time, he was already treating it with extreme seriousness. Such a sword radiance directly condensed in the sky, and then suddenly collided with Xue Xingchuan's sword. The powerful sword chi directly turned into a whirlwind. As expected of the Supreme Elder, you're really powerful. But I still don't understand, why did you join the Limitless Demon Sect? I'm very curious, what exactly did the Limitless Demon Sect give you to make such a decision? Xue Xingchuan had indeed used an extremely powerful force in this sword attack. However, he was not at all surprised that the sword was blocked. If Haichuan didn't even have that bit of power, there would be something wrong. Humph, you want to know? Then die, you'll know the answer after you're dead. Wuya once again endured Su Yan's sword attack. This time, however, he successfully blocked Su Yan's attack. Under the pressure of Su Yan's powerful aura, his fire demon body became even more powerful. However, at this moment, he was not at all happy about the changes in his fire demon body. The pressure that Ghostface gave him was still increasing at this moment. Compared to me, you're the real monster. He smiled bitterly. At first, he thought that he could become very powerful, but later on, he realized that he was just a tool of his master. When he first found out that he was about to turn into a fire demon, his heart almost broke down. However, due to his kindness to his master, he accepted this fate in the end, and he struggled as if he had lost his rationality. At this moment, his rationality returned, and the sadness attacked him again. The conflicting feelings almost caused him to commit suicide. Therefore, he summoned Ghostface Su Yan. However, he felt even more helpless in the battle with Ghostface Su Yan. This was because his master had used all his means to turn him into this ghostly appearance, but he was still no match for Su Yan. The real monster was not him, but Su Yan. His gaze fell on Ghostface, and the power of the strange mask seemed to have become even more profound. He had even begun to engulf his own mind. How amazing! Not only did his strength, speed, and spirit chi change, even his mental power has become more terrifying. How could he not see that his master had suddenly lost his composure and almost suffered a blow from Xue Xingchuan's sword? It was probably due to the interference of Su Yan's mental power. Oh. You actually found out? Looks like you're not completely useless after all. But actually, it's nothing. I only magnified a little of that old thing's thoughts. After all, an old thing like that will always think more. Ghostface Su Yan's calm words were like a heavy hammer that struck Wuya's heart. Master, this is the last time your disciple will fight for you. At this moment, he was very clear that if he fought Ghostface Su Yan while he was still rational, he would probably lose even more miserably. That strange mental power would greatly suppress him. Therefore, he had decided to repay his master for the last time. If he wanted to possess the greatest power, there was only one way, and that was to directly destroy his own rationality. As long as he destroyed his own mental will, Ghostface suppression would naturally disappear. However, if he really did that, he would completely disappear. Regardless of whether he won or lost this battle, it would have nothing to do with him. Even if he killed Su Yan in the end, he, Wuya, would have disappeared. Only a flame demon would remain. At this time, he suddenly took out a sword. This sword was very exquisite, and one could see the heart and focus of the sword maker. Although it was only a famed sword, and not as spiritual as a sacred sword, the flickering luster had already shown that this sword was extraordinary. This sword was called Muyu. It was a pity that Muyu did not end up in the hands of that beautiful moon. Forget it, forget it. At this point, if he still could not let go of this little obsession, it would be quite laughable. In the end, it was impossible for a person's life to be perfect. However, he really liked her. Since Muyu did not end up in his hands, then he would use it to end his life. At this moment, he directly flipped Muyu around and then unhesitatingly pierced his own body. The exquisite Muyu sword directly pierced through his body. Wuxia's traces in this world began to slowly disappear. The famed sword was indeed powerful, but it could not withstand the horror of the flame demon's body. Therefore, the famed sword also began to melt. Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. In order to defeat me, you killed yourself, turned yourself into a monster, and then fought me to the death? Delightful, this is the most delightful. Wuxia, I will remember your name. You are an interesting opponent, but you are already dead. Is the real flame demon about to descend? Let me see the strength of that flame demon. At this moment, Ghostface was facing the aura of the flame demon that was becoming stronger. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also endlessly happy. Chapter 807. Female Literature, Come, the Real Flame Demon. Let me see how strong you are. Don't disappoint me. Boom! Just as he was muttering to himself, a total of 7 terrifying pillars of fire appeared between the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Sword Forging Peak was in an uproar. Sword Forging Peak was originally a huge volcano. However, this volcano had been dormant for countless years. After so many years, it had become the treasured land of the Taihang sword faction. The Taihang sword faction's swordsmiths would forge swords here. However, today, this volcano had finally erupted. Terrifying streams of flames rushed into the sky. That terrifying power appeared directly. This kind of power was something that even a venerable, no, even a Tao master could not compare to. With such power surging, it was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. At this moment, Xue Xingxuan's expression changed. Damn it! At this moment, his killing intent became even more serious. Old thing, you did something to Sword Forging Peak. You're really ruthless. Sword Forging Peak was extremely important to the Taihang sword faction. If they lost Sword Forging Peak, the Taihang sword faction would suffer a huge loss. But now, the Sword Forging Peak had erupted like a volcano. Everything on the mountain would be destroyed in an instant. At this moment, Haichuan shook his head and said, Xue Xingxuan, you're wrong. I didn't destroy Sword Forging Peak. It was the flame demons. Did you know that under Sword Forging Peak of the Taihang sword faction is a flame demon's nest? How interesting. At this moment, even Xue Xingxuan's heart skipped a beat. The flame demon's nest. Although this terrifying race of flame demons had already disappeared in the long river of history, experts like Xue Xingxuan still knew about them. This was an extremely terrifying creature. Their power was simply unimaginable. Their incomparably terrifying power could almost bury everything in this world. In this world, there was nothing that could fight against their power. Their combat power was above the demon clan. Until now, the people of 9 regions still didn't know how the flame devil of that era disappeared. Of course, the existence of the flame demons was too distant, so too many people chose to forget about their existence. Even Xue Xingxuan had only glanced at them when he first saw them. However, he never thought that the Balrog would actually exist, and that it would reappear in this world. What was even more unexpected was that the Balrog would actually appear in the Taihang sword faction, and that the Balrog's nest had actually appeared under Sword Forging Peak. By chance, I discovered the lair of the flame demons, and then you used this power to turn your disciple into a devil. Xue Xingchuan interrupted him. Although I don't know what the limitless demons sect gave you, you're only doing this because you're afraid of death. For the sake of your own life, you're even willing to sacrifice the life of your disciple. At this moment, Shuishing Chuan was even more furious. Hai Chuan shook his head and said, "You're wrong. Wuya was willing to help me. He longed for great power, so I gave it to him. What did I do wrong? Hee, obviously not. That's why people like you will never understand. Death, what kind of fear is it? Especially when you already know that death is coming, but you can't change it. No one can bear watching it come. Shuishing Chuan, unless you can keep getting stronger, you will also experience this kind of despair. So, at this time, please don't be too full of yourself. Of course, now that the flame demon has descended, this old man doesn't want to fight with you anymore. Hee, you still have other opponents. Did you see that? That's Yan Shao from the Limitless Demon Sect. Wang Budong and Feng Haixing can't stop him. If they can't stop him, who knows how many disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect will die. So, your opponent now shouldn't be me, and it can't be me. So, I'm leaving. My disciple has already become a flame demon, but as your master, I will remember your contributions. At this time, Hai Chuan suddenly changed his mind. His original plan was to capture Su Yan alive. Of course, if there was no other way, he would obtain Su Yan's body and soul. But now, he suddenly changed his plan. Shuishing Chuan didn't know what this flower was. And just as Hai Chuan said, he didn't have the time to think about it. The Sublime Flow Sword School had already fallen into an abyss of suffering. These disciples were fighting with all their might. But even so, the Limitless Demon Sect's sudden attack was still too strong. Hai Chuan's retreat was definitely a good thing for him. He had to find a new enemy. So, he watched Hai Chuan leave and didn't chase after him. Hoo, Limitless Demon Sect, humph. At this time, he directly charged towards Yan Shao. Hai Chuan was right. Wang Budong and Feng Haixing couldn't stop Yan Shao. After all, Yan Shao was a true Dao sovereign. Although Feng Haixing and Wang Budong were both 5 origin sovereigns, their talents were limited. Their battle strength wasn't the deciding factor. Even if it was 2 against 1, they couldn't possibly be Yan Zhao's match. So, they could only delay Yan Shao for a while. Then, let me do it. But before he moved, he first looked at the Balrog. That was the Boundless of the past. But now, he was already a monster. Boundless could no longer return. For the sake of his master's ambition, a disciple had lost himself. It was really a pity. But Shuishing Chuan didn't feel sad, because this was his own choice. It could even be said that this was his fate. Right now, Shuishing Chuan wanted to kill the flame devil that Boundless had transformed into as soon as possible. At this time, a voice directly sounded. This is my prey, so I advise you not to interfere. This was Su Yan's voice. His voice didn't change, but Shuishing Chuan knew. Under the mask was another person. He didn't know why Su Yan had become like this, but he knew in his heart that this Su Yan in front of him was very dangerous. If Su Yan's cultivation was a bit higher, even he would feel threatened. Is this the monster hiding in your body? At this time, Shuishing Chuan was actually considering whether to kill Su Yan as well. This was because the aura that Ghost Face was releasing was really strange and threatening. If Su Yan were to start a massacre right now, even an ordinary one origin venerable would be a threat to him. This was an extremely unstable factor. Since it was an unstable factor, he wanted to directly eliminate this unstable factor. At this time, Ghost Face raised his head, and the pair of eyes under the mask looked directly at Shuishing Chuan. He suddenly chuckled and said, Shuishing Chuan, if you want to kill me as well, then go ahead and try. But once you do, don't blame me for becoming an enemy of the Taihang sword faction. Shuishing Chuan's eyebrows immediately raised when he heard this, and he said in a deep voice, so you're saying that you're not an enemy of the Taihang sword faction right now? Ghost Face said, how should I put it? It depends on my mood. At least for now, I have no intention of going against the Taihang sword faction. Anyway, it's going to be a massacre. Aren't there a lot of people in the boundless demon sect? Before I kill them all, I won't be bored. After all, if I have a choice, I'll still respect the will of the original body. Speaking of which, those two old things aren't going to make it. If they die, the Tai-Hang sword faction will be in a lot of trouble. As for the sect master, I believe you've already felt it. He won't be able to appear for a while. Ghostface's words made Xing Chuan's expression change again. He did not expect Ghostface to be so intelligent and rational despite his seemingly insane appearance. An existence like that was even more dangerous. However, just as Ghostface had said, his opponent had to change their choice. It was abnormal that the sect master, Zhang Zhe, had yet to make a move when such a crisis had arisen. Zhang Zhe must have been caught in a stalemate at the moment. Xing Chuan sensed a terrifying power. Zhang Zhe was currently fighting with that powerful existence. Therefore, they could not count on Zhang Zhe at this time. They could only count on themselves. Alright, for Su Yan's sake, please help the Tai-Hang sword faction this time. After he finished speaking, he finally turned around and left. Under such circumstances, he could only choose to believe in Ghostface. He turned around and locked his gaze on Yen Xiao. Yen Xiao, I let you escape last time, but I didn't expect you to have the guts to appear in front of me again. You'll die this time. Xing Chuan immediately slapped with his sunset godly sword palm. At this time, Yen Xiao was continuously moving around. Although Wang Budong and Feng Haixing were giving it their all, they were getting more and more tired. It would not be long before they were killed by Yen Xiao. At this time, Xing Chuan finally arrived. The power of the sunset godly sword palm whistled through the sky. At this time, Yen Xiao, who was launching a fierce attack, had no choice but to stop. Xing Chuan. After a tiger's roar, an extremely intense light of hatred exploded from his eyes. At this time, Ghostface's gaze finally landed on the flame demon. It seems to have completed its evolution. My prey, we can have a good fight now. I don't think anyone will disturb us at this time.